Volume 6. Battle of Hosegrad by Mosoki Toma. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 101. I have experienced many harsh and cruel battles throughout my military career. The retreat through the mountains during the Sylph offensive where we suffered from hunger and thirst. The retreat from Marshdale where I broke through countless traps and enemy soldiers with Gamuji. The escape near Noel where the young Lakia lost her life. The Battle of the North where I survived through the sacrifice of Rodri and Senior Allen. The brutal plundering incident by bandits in the peaceful village of Othello. Each of these memories is so painful that just recalling them makes me want to tear my heart out. If I had done more, maybe some lives could have been saved. How can I atone for the people who died because of my lack of ability? Every time I survived a battle, the number of days I was tormented by nightmares increased. However, if I were asked what the most horrific battle I have ever experienced in my life was, I would say it was the Battle of Hosegrad during the Sabatian Revolution. Though previous battles were harsh and painful, they had meaning. Senior Grey, Platoon Leader Garbak, Lakia, Senior Allen, Rodri, Gamuji and Kushu, all of them sacrificed their lives for someone else. No one would deny the noble spirit of those who, as soldiers and parents, risked their lives to protect what was important to them. On the other hand, the Battle of Hosegrad had no such meaning. Justice was with Remy's faction, who shouldn't win, while the government side, who shouldn't lose, had no righteousness. Deceived by the beautiful words equality, ambitious people intoxicated with justice simply squandered away lives in a pointless manner. That was all it was. Therefore, even if one had fallen in that battle and died heroically, they would neither be praised nor remembered by future generations. Many soldiers perished in Hosegrad with great ambition and exceptional valor, but all of them were recorded as merely casualties in history. One can't help but think there were better places to stake their lives. Sylph fought for the former government side because she realized the revolutionary forces were heading towards hell. After learning the reality of the Workers' Council, Sylph Nova resolutely declared, "They are nothing more than bandits in disguise, unmatched in their crude and vicious nature across the entire Sabbath." Remy Uliakov, her ideology as the leader of the Workers' Council was extremely dangerous. A society where everyone shares production responsibilities and distributes shared wealth without disparity between rich and poor. In the Sabbath, where the gap between rich and poor was severe, it seemed like a dream social structure. Intellectuals who questioned whether such a society could truly be realized were killed by the Workers' Council. Sylph is said to have made the following prediction regarding Remy Uliakov's ideas. If the fragile illusion-like bubbles created by that madwoman gained power, it would soon plunge the populace into the depths of misery. It seems Sylph foresaw all the tragedies that Remy's ideology would bring about. Hey, Elijah! The corrupt former government army and the revolutionaries who have lost touch with reality. No matter which side wins, there is surely no future for the Sabbath. Even in such a dire situation, if there was any hope for the Sabbath, it would be. If I said I would take control of the military and seize power, would you follow me? That. Sylph taking control of the Sabatian army herself. It was just a joke. However, Sylph Nova has no popularity. Even Sylph herself was aware of that. It would have been difficult for her to rise to the top of the military through legitimate means, both due to her age and lack of popularity. Yet, it was also true that the military valued her highly. That was because Sylph's scores in victory rates, casualty rates, and number of days required in bandit suppression were overwhelmingly superior to other units. The daughter of the hero Brustov Nova is unrivaled in military tactics and is a gifted woman with a lineage of geniuses. Although she is still young and lacks ability now, she will surely be someone who will shoulder the future of the military. Such was her reputation within the military. Therefore, if she had been serious about devising a plan, it is possible that she could have achieved the goal of removing General Blake and taking control of the military. However, being born into a military family, Sylph lacked political know-how. The skills she had learned until now were specialized in military matters. It would have been impossible for her to exercise skill as a politician. So even if Sylph had seized power, she vaguely realized she wouldn't be able to manage well. I was only considering it. Lady Sylph. I am not yet prepared to take on the responsibility of the country, nor do I have the courage to become a demon. Moreover, if she had devised a strategy and seized power, the path she would have taken would have been a bloody and brutal one. A dictatorship based on military force. Young and virtuous as she was, she did not have the courage to walk such a demonic path. I cannot walk that path. In the end, Sylph couldn't defy the orders given. She began the preparation for the march towards Hosegrad. The season was in the midst of autumn. Although it was still autumn, the Sabbath was quite chilly. I could understand Senior Allen's remark about his toes getting necrotic in the winter trenches with this kind of temperature. We refugees were forced to live in camps, surviving by building fires in holes we had dug. We're out of water again. Who's on duty? I'll go fetch some for now. This cold weather had many negative effects on life in the camp. For example, since the temperature has dropped, people have often started skipping their water-carrying duties. I've drawn some. Sorry, Orst. The guy on duty has a fever. I see. I'll go check on them later. The long-distance transport work in the freezing cold was extremely tough. People who managed to carry water in the summer started to shirk their duties once autumn began. Anita has already gone to check. So you, drink some wild herb soup. Here. Oh, thank you. One thing we did to combat the cold was to start serving soup. There were edible wild plants growing in the forest near the Othello village camp. Even without any seasonings, boiling the sour wild herbs gave the soup a subtle flavor. The taste was, honestly, it was awful, but since it was valuable fresh vegetables, everyone enjoyed it and drank. I don't like it. Settle refused to drink the soup no matter how much I tried to persuade him. I wanted to scold him for being picky, but given the taste, I let it go. Even I hesitated to drink it. I would be troubled if forcing him to eat it made him develop a serious dislike for vegetables. Hey, Touri. You're leaving tomorrow, right? Yes. I'll be apart from Settle for a while. Just as the cold weather began to set in, it was finally decided that I too would be called up to fight in the war. The decision has finally been made to launch an expedition to capture Hosegrad, the capital of the Sabbath. If we can suppress the enemy terrorist organization, I'm promised a reward that includes enough money to raise Settle and a safe place to live. I see. But if I don't come back, please take care of Settle. I've designated Anita as the recipient of my death benefits. All right. Don't worry about this boy, go on. Since life in the camp started, Settle has become quite accustomed to Anita. They were familiar from family ties with the Gamuji family, so he accepted her relatively quickly. I'm sure I'll be worried about him even while I'm in service. He's all I have now. I understand. If it takes longer than expected, I'll write you a letter. Please take care, Anita. Healers don't really talk about taking care. Settle has also gotten used to me being away for long periods of time now. Whenever it was time to be called up, he would wave goodbye to me with sad eyes. But the night before, he always climbed into my bed and slept closely with me. Make sure you come back safely. Thus, while stroking Settle wrapped in handmade winter clothes, the last night before departure passed quietly. The next day, the occupation of the capital, Hosegrad, by ruthless terrorists is a truly unforgivable act of violence. I was standing at the rear of Gorski platoon, listening to the commander's speech. His name is General Blake. We must defeat these traitors with unwavering justice. This is in the best interest of the Sabbath, and ultimately the world. Even Sylph, who was in a position to directly command us, was standing behind General Blake. For some reason, she seems a little depressed and lacking in energy. I wish you all the best. The future of the Sabbath depends on us. As General Blake finished his speech, roars of hurrah and aurora rang out. Reading the room, I also quietly said hurrah. Staying silent might have led to trouble. For the glorious future of the Sabbath, advance. Thus began the worst battle in the history of the Sabbath, the Battle of Hosegrad. The beginning of this nightmarish battle, which is still remembered as the greatest tragedy of wartime, was so unexpectedly peaceful. And in this battle, Sylph would once again display her exceptional tactical skills. Between the Eastern Command headquarters from where we departed and the capital, Hosegrad, There were 2 defense bases set up. These were constructed by the Sabatian government as to protect the capital against possible invasions from Austin. Among them, Fort Putsu in the east was under the command of Eastern Command. We didn't need to capture it, and its 500 defensive soldiers were to join the capital assault unit. The problem was the fortress located near Hosegrad, the Fort Rusovets, which was under the command of the capital headquarters. This fortress was a strong defense facility, considered a spiritual stronghold for Sabbath people, similar to Marshdale for Austinites. Normally, it would take several months to capture, but taking that long would push us into winter. I wondered how we would manage it, but attacking a fortress sounds difficult, but currently, amateurs are occupying Rusovets. It'll be easier than taking candy from a baby. Oh, how brave. General Blake reportedly confidently said this to government officials. If possible, I want to capture the fortress before winter. We'll advance first and capture it. All right, I leave it to you. Captain Sylph, please follow leisurely from the rear. Well, I'm counting on you, General Blake. If things go as expected, there are only 2 months left until winter sets in. By this time, General Blake had made some forced marches to take the fortress of Rusovets. His plan was to capture the fortress before winter, spend the winter there gathering supplies, and then invade the capital in the spring. Advance with all our might. We will retake our capital. General. What is it? Although she was aware that this was an insane plan, Sylph did not object to this forced march. The longer it takes to capture the capital, the more plundering will occur in the surrounding villages. A forced march would be well worth it in terms of reducing civilian casualties. However, since this morning, about 13 soldiers have gone missing. They are most likely deserters. Execute them immediately if you find them. As expected, this resulted in many deserters. It seems that the soldiers who deserted here either fled to their hometowns or surrendered to the Workers' Council. Furthermore, there were other casualties among soldiers besides desertion, and the most common of these was Mr. Gorsky. It appears that Private Zaramazov has reached his limit. I'll carry him. Zaramazov, who had been serving with the Gorsky platoon at the young age of 17, fell ill with a high fever due to overexertion. Mr. Gorsky, has the proposal to halt the march been accepted yet? No. I'll try again. Please. Unfortunately, an epidemic began to break out at the Sabbath at this time. Austin seems to be one step ahead when it comes to medical technology. Treatments such as antibiotics and intravenous fluids are not available in this country. I myself was in a situation where I didn't know when I would catch the virus. Let's wrap a thin cloth around Private Zaramazov's mouth. If he coughs, it will surely spread to you, Mr. Gorsky. I'm sorry. This disease was very difficult to handle, and it had a strong infection and toxicity like that of influenza. If it worsened, it could cause pneumonia and kill patients within days of onset. It was predicted that there would be heavy casualties even before the battle even began if we continued the forced march any further. I repeatedly suggested to the higher-ups through Mr. Gorsky that we should stop the advance and focus on treatment, but orders came from above. What were they? The order is to throw away the sick because they are a source of infection. We're leaving Zaramazov behind. The military higher-ups instructed to abandon soldiers who could become sources of infection and continue to advance. General Blake was determined to complete the capture of the fortress before midwinter arrived. Who's going to look after him after we leave him? This year's epidemic seemed to be more severe than last year's. It was expected for epidemics to occur within the military every winter. This year was no exception as a virus spread throughout the army. Historically, this was the Heimcold pandemic caused by demons, but this year's virus had also caused severe pneumonia. Please don't leave me behind. Please don't abandon me. Zaramazov, a new recruit, is begging from behind Mr. Gorsky, coughing up blood and gasping for air. It's not hard to imagine what will happen if he's abandoned in such a situation. It's an order. Forgive me, Zaramazov. Platoon leader. Mr. Gorsky dropped Zaramazov off on the side of the road, left him with a few days' worth of food, and continued on. If he recovers, Mr. Gorsky would order him back to Eastern Command. I don't want to die. Please, Platoon leader. With the recruit coughing violently and crying, we in the Gorsky platoon could only bite our lips as we marched forward. Along the side of the road we were walking. One by one, Sabatian soldiers were lying motionless, like signposts. Chapter 102. We continued marching for a week along the chilly road, with some members dropping out due to illness. Although one member of Gorsky platoon had dropped out, we had arrived safely at Fort Putsu. The history of this fortress is relatively old, and it seems that many old-generation weapons, such as stationary bow platforms, remain. From the outside, it appeared to be a stone fortress with a sense of history, surrounded by reeds. Fort Putsu is an ancient fortress that has been renovated to withstand modern warfare. It seems that the fortress already has food supplies that will last several months. Everyone has done well. We can look forward to a rather lavish meal tonight. Is that so? General Blake had instructed the soldiers at the fortress to requisition supplies from the surrounding villages. He must have wanted to advance the army as quickly as possible. Is it fair to expect some vok? Indeed. Tonight, we can afford to let loose a bit. Mr. Gorsky must have had some inkling that the vok being served tonight was a result of looting. He put on a strained smile and thanked us for following through the grueling march. Well, things didn't work out that way in reality. As Mr. Gorsky said, the fortress was supposed to be well stocked with alcohol and food. That is, assuming the requisition from the villages had gone as planned. Why aren't the supplies gathered? There has been a rebellion. As expected, very few villages accepted the military's requisition order. The villages targeted for requisition had risen in arms, and the villagers had taken their supplies and fled in various directions. Why haven't you suppressed the rebellion? We lack the manpower. So, you were planning to wait for our arrival to suppress it? No, that's not the case either. General Blake, upon hearing this, summoned and reprimanded the lieutenant in charge of the fortress. There were supposed to be 500 soldiers stationed at the fortress. With that many soldiers, he presumably thought it would be possible to quell the rebellious peasants. However, the lieutenant, with a weary voice, said, "In this situation, the people don't have any resources. When you consider the loss of soldiers, medical expenses, and ammunition costs, it's bound to end in a deficit. Disease is also spreading, and chaos within the army is expected. I propose we retreat and shift our strategy to an offensive in the spring." That is what he advised General Blake. It seems the lieutenant was opposed to this operation from the start. He thought it was impossible both in terms of time and resources. If we don't act now, the people of the capital will continue to suffer from bandits until spring. They didn't seem to be suffering that much. Moreover, this lieutenant was not keen on attacking the capital in the first place. He knew that Remy, who led the Workers' Council, was taking good care of the citizens. We have conducted reconnaissance in the capital. It seems that the security of the capital is being maintained. The situation is calmer than it was around summer when the citizens were still demonstrating. Are you defending the bandits? I'm just saying it doesn't seem necessary to rush an attack. Remy was protecting the people who had lost their homes, providing food distributions, and generally conducting quite good governance. The security in the capital may even be better than it was during wartime. The lieutenant did not have any particular ill feelings toward the Workers' Council after learning about the state of the capital. In fact, he was somewhat impressed by their actions. No more arguing. You'll be held responsible for your dereliction of duty. I believe I followed the orders given to me properly. The issue seems to lie with the orders that were given. The young lieutenant retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Although he agreed with the Workers' Council, he had at least carried out the requisition as ordered. He had fulfilled his duties. Avoiding combat with the rebellious forces was simply due to the risk of financial loss. You bastard. Are you shifting the blame for your own negligence? Whoa, wait a second. However, Blake was infuriated by the young lieutenant's words and immediately grabbed his gun. The lieutenant's face froze at the sight of the gun, and the surrounding soldiers began to panic. Please stay calm, General Blake. Do you intend to reduce our valuable commanding officers even further? Stay out of this. Captain Sylph, you heard this man's nonsense, didn't you? This lieutenant is just lacking in manners. General Blake was a short-tempered man who hated having his plans criticized. His pride as the commander-in-chief was strong. Therefore, the lieutenant's remarks were like touching a live wire. There's no strategic value in killing him here. It will affect morale if such a coward remains in the army. General Blake was already frustrated by the large number of deserters, supplies not arriving as scheduled, and the lingering epidemic. Given the situation, he yelled out of frustration, "General Blake, please calm down." Unable to bear watching this any longer, Sylph tried to mediate and calm Blake down in an anxious tone. She stood up for the lieutenant and said, "Your anger is understandable. I will give him a stern warning and ensure he demonstrates his loyalty to the Sabbath through his actions. It would be unwise to lose a valuable commander right now. Would you please let me take responsibility for him?" She unusually bowed her head as she spoke. Chemph, due to the rare sight of the arrogant Sylph bowing her head and pleading, "All right, I'll sheath my weapon. But make sure to properly train him, Sylph." "Thank you for your kindness." General Blake, still irritated, let the lieutenant off. The exhausted young lieutenant was deeply relieved to see the gun lowered. He then received a small wink from Sylph, which made him blush. As a result, in the end, we, the Sabatian government forces, were forced to capture Fort Rousseauvet's without having gathered sufficient resources. We had only enough food for about half a month. We also don't exactly have an abundance of magic stones, weapons, or ammunition. The situation was quite precarious for an assault on the fortress. On the day we arrived at the fort, we were not given the lavish meal promised by Mr. Gorski. We were simply handed the usual rations. Even though we were about to head to our deaths, there wasn't even any alcohol served with the food at the fortress, our final resting place. The morale of the Sabatian army at this time was at rock bottom. Are we really going to attack the fortress like this? Maybe we should reconsider. This was suggested to General Blake by many of the lower-ranking commanders, including Mr. Gorski. Most of the soldiers realized that this plan wasn't going to work. "I think it will be tough with our current supplies." Enough. Our enemies are not regular troops, so they should be quite vulnerable. If we capture this fortress, we should be able to replenish a lot of food and ammunition. Only General Blake was confident about this operation. However, in reality, even General Blake himself had a premonition of failure. But, having boasted so grandly, he could not choose to retreat. It was essentially a matter of pride. "Sylph, I have high hopes for you. I'll do my best to meet your expectations." Sylph sighed as she watched General Blake's stubborn attitude. "It's been 2 weeks since we left the fort. Finally, we found ourselves approaching Fort Rousseauvet's, the gateway to the capital. Tomorrow is the day of the offensive. We must challenge the great Fort Rousseauvet's with all our might." According to reconnaissance reports, the Fort Rousseauvet's was surrounded by multiple layers of fortifications, with enemy troops densely stationed. Moreover, the enemy's morale was high, with the Workers' Council side apparently seemed elated, shouting, "We're going to create a new society. The future of the Sabbath depends on your performance. This is the important first battle to reclaim the capital from the bandits. Hurrah! I expect you to fight bravely. This is my first experience fighting with such low morale among the troops." The members of Gorski platoon, who were giving out weak battle cries, had already given up hope. "Get plenty of rest tonight. I'd like to confirm which unit will be the vanguard tomorrow." "I don't know." "Well, I don't think there's a better unit out there than us." That's true. In most previous missions, Gorski platoon was usually placed on the front line. Even though he is injured, there was no way they wouldn't use an ace from the East-West War. In other words, leading the charge against the countless enemies is our role. Sigh. If I had fallen ill on the way and been abandoned, would there have been a chance to survive and return? I wonder what happened to Zaramazov. The anxiety of a commanding officer is transmitted to their subordinates. Even General Blake, the highest commander, foresaw failure, and this ominous feeling spread to the frontline commanders. Mr. Gorski himself, though not showing it, seemed to have an air of resignation, thinking, "We're probably going to lose." "Don't worry. Fortunately, Our superior officer, Sylph, is wise. She'll work something out. I'm not sure how reliable that brat really is. She always comes up with the most ridiculous plans. It seems that Sylph is still disliked by her subordinate. No one seemed to have much faith in her except for Mr. Gorski. I have a faint hope that the monster Sylph Nova might be able to do something about this battle, but it's a completely hopeless situation for the soldiers who don't have faith in Sylph. Well, it is what it is. As soldiers serving in the army, our lives belong to the country. Does dying here really benefit the country? Faced with such disheartened soldiers, Mr. Gorski could only offer a tired smile. That evening. Hey, Touri. Sylph is calling for you. Me. I was thinking about getting some sleep early to prepare for tomorrow's battle when I received a call from Sylph. I don't think I did anything in particular that would cause problems. Is it an interrogation? No, it seems she just wants someone to talk to. Really? That girl often suffers because of her age and attitude. It looks like Sylph has a lot on her mind, and she might be looking for someone her own age to listen to her complaints. Ah, I see. Mr. Gorski said this with a wry smile. Well, the Sebastian military certainly does seem like a stressful place to work. This army will truly be finished if our commander, Sylph, loses her temper. Please go and chat with her as you're holding the future of the entire army in your hands. Seriously? Is the fate of the entire army hanging in the balance on a mere chat? By the way, this is an official order. You can't refuse, it's part of your duties. Is this really within the scope of a medic's duties? Not really, but I suppose relieving someone's stress falls under the domain of an entertainer. That's true. So this is a request for me as an entertainer. If that's the case, I don't mind accepting it. Either way, I can't defy a summons. I'll go, Mr. Gorski. Great. Glad to hear it. Thus, I found myself being summoned by a troubled Sylph. Though I don't have any puppets, I could still entertain with whatever was at hand. Leave it to me. I'll do my best to lift Sylph's spirits. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Actually, forget the performance. I'm not in the mood for that. I headed towards Sylph in high spirits, but my performance was promptly rejected. I was quite disappointed. So, what do you want from me then? I'll open a bottle of vodka. I'd like some company. With that, she seated me on a simple stool and placed a glass on the table. It seems my role is to keep her company while she drank. Well, just relax. Try this bacon, it's delicious. Ah, maybe Sylph sees me as some sort of companion. There's a difference between an entertainer and a companion, though. Now, Touri, do you know this game? This is chess, isn't it? Oh, so you do know it. Without caring about my slightly irritated look, Sylph placed the chessboard on the table with a thud. It was a board game of Western origin that also existed in my previous life in Japan. Do you know the rules? No, not really. Chess exists in this world too. The rules are even quite similar to those in my previous life. Even though it's a different world and the culture is different, it seems that someone, somewhere, will always come up with the idea of board games. Then I'll teach you. Okay. Sylph began giving me a beginner's lesson on chess. She mentioned that chess was a hobby of hers and that she often played with people like Elijah to unwind. However, it seems that Sylph is so strong that the people nearby are no match for her, so she had been looking for new challenges. I thought you might provide a decent challenge if trained. Why me? Why? It's just for fun. I didn't have much experience playing these types of board games. I preferred games that were more flashy and exciting. This piece is called a pawn. Got it. But was I really summoned just for this? Just because she wanted someone to play with, she called in a low-ranking soldier and made them play with her. This would be a case of power harassment in modern Japan. Although, there doesn't seem to be such a concept in this world. For now, just respond appropriately to me. I'll speak in a low voice, so make sure you listen carefully. What? We're going to discuss the fortress assault. Relay the information I'm about to give you only to Gorski. As I was feeling increasingly disillusioned, Sylph whispered while glancing around. Looks like there was another purpose behind this. Well, I'm sure you've guessed it, but we'll lose if things continue like this. Is it all right for a captain, to say something like that? Everyone already knows it. Sylph looked like she had a headache and continued the conversation in a low voice while continuing her chess commentary. I see. She's using me to relay secret orders to Gorski. So, do you have any plans to overturn this defeat? Yes. The details are written in this secret letter. Hand it to Gorski and have him burn it immediately after reading it. Sylph pretended to hand me a chess piece and instead placed a small note in my hand. I took it and casually slipped it into my pocket. Blake will be angry if he finds out that I've been acting on my own. If possible, I'd like to convey the plan to Gorski without anyone finding out. So that's why you called me. You don't have any connections with Blake, right? You're also on good terms with Gorski. You're the perfect person to deliver the message. I see. Everyone will think I've just been enjoying a drink with a fellow young female soldier. Blake will have no idea I'm plotting something. Sylph and I moved our lips in whispers as we set up the chess pieces on the board. I understand now why I was chosen. Please just pretend that I acted based on my judgment on the spot. It should be portrayed as the fortress soldiers were inexperienced and thus easily conquered, as Blake predicted. Is that really necessary? Yes. If I were to take command directly and anger Blake, it would truly spell the end for the Sabbath. Sylph said this with a tired smile. If she says so, then it must be true. Now, you'll also have a role to play, Touri. Well, first of all, Sylph held up the pawn piece and thrust it towards me. Why don't you take on the role of the key player in your unit's victory? What? She casually mentioned it as if it were a trivial matter. Chapter 103. That night, after being summoned by Sylph under the pretext of a power harassment call, I played a game of chess with her and got thoroughly beaten before going home. Well, it was to be expected that a beginner like me wouldn't win, but Sylph seemed displeased and said, "Make sure to study a bit more and improve your skills by the next time. Perhaps I will be called upon every time there's a secret mission for Mr. Gorski. Do the same thing as before. Advance as far as you can." She whispered that in my ear as I was leaving the tent. "Don't worry about what's behind you during the charge. I'll handle it." Should I relay that to Mr. Gorski? No, the letter will be sufficient for Gorski. So, I shouldn't worry about what's behind me. I learned all too well how great Sylph's leadership skills are during the last bandit subjugation. If that's what she says, I'm sure she'll handle things. I will retreat if I think it's dangerous. I have an orphan child of a dear benefactor to take care of. I don't have any intention of being used as a disposable pawn by you. Don't worry. I don't want to lose you or Gorski either. Once victory is assured, you can stop at a suitable point. Understood. The enemy was small in size and there were holes in their defenses in the previous battle. But this time, we're up against an impenetrable fortress protected by multiple layers of bastions. If we continue to advance as before, we will eventually become isolated and be wiped out. I don't want to disappoint Sylph, but I intend to put a stop Gorski at an appropriate point even without being told. I'll advance as far as possible. Good. Unlike before, when I was an orphan with no family, I now have a young child waiting for my return. I must survive and come back even if the entire unit is wiped out. It's a bit cloudy today. In this darkness, it will be hard for the enemy to notice us even in the daytime. Yes, the heavens are on our side. The next morning, just before launching the offensive, General Blake gave a loud motivational speech to the entire army. His speech was somewhat lacking in conviction. Platoon leader Gorski, a little bit of cloudiness won't affect visibility, will it? It might, came the response. General Blake's voice sounded a little weak as he spoke. At this moment, he had a gloomy aura about him, like a student who has arrived at the day of the test without having studied. Please go and advise him to stop the offensive before it's too late. If things continue like this, we will all die in vain. There seem to be quite a few deserters, right? The unit next to us lost 3 and is in disarray. Calm down. Anyway, it seems there is a secret plan that they haven't told us about. Is that really true? Certainly, there actually is a secret strategy. Though, it's not General Blake's but rather a plan devised by the renowned strategist Sylphnova. What concerns me is that Mr. Gorski looked alarmed after reading the secret letter last night. What on earth was written there? What kind of crazy things will we have to do? Alright, take your positions. Are we really going to do this? Attacking Fort Rusovets with insufficient supplies and ammunition? We have enough weapons and ammo for about a week. We should be able to bring it down within that time. Wasn't it advertised as a fortress that could withstand a decade of fighting even if Austin invaded? I don't know, but we must be strong enough to capture it. This fortress was built to withstand Austin invasion. It is said to be fully equipped for modern warfare. From what I've heard, the fortress has windows through which only guns can be seen, and there are artillery batteries that fire grenades. It's hard to imagine this will be an easy fight. It took the Sabatian army a week to breach a fortress held by a small force of Austin's remnants in Marshdale. We're short on weapons and magic stones, and our military strength and morale are low. Can we really take the fortress in just 1 week? Ha! It seems like our friendly forces are moving away. What? Even I, who am aware of Sylphnova's terrifying prowess, felt anxious. I can only imagine how desperate the other soldiers must be. In such a dire situation, we, the Sylph Company, were deployed to. Hey, platoon leader Gorski, doesn't our deployment seem isolated? Don't worry. Our deployment felt like it was intentionally isolated, with significant gaps on both sides. Sylph's orders are to build wooden dummies to make us look more numerous. Dummies? They'll be decoys. The orders are to dress wooden figures in military uniforms and place them on the battlefield to make it look like we're not isolated. Is our strategist an idiot? Sylph then instructed us to construct wooden dummies dressed in military uniforms, posed as if crouching and holding rifles. How about something like this? Oh, that's great. Everyone, imitate Touri. It was challenging at first, but we managed to arrange the wood into pyramid shapes and cover them with coats. They somewhat resembled soldiers crouching with rifles. This is the secret strategy. Yes. It's hopeless. The wooden pieces were of different sizes and sizes, so the decoy dolls would easily fall apart if it wasn't secured carefully. Using ropes effectively to tie the connections was crucial. Orschan looks more serious than ever. Do you like this sort of thing? I prefer it to shooting enemies with guns. With numb hands, we struggled for several hours to assemble the dolls. Although it may sound like I'm bragging, I feel that the dolls I've assembled are pretty high quality. Who would have thought that the skills I'd developed for making magic props would come in handy in a place like this? Well, it's not bad. I'll leave it at this for now. Oh, is that so? Sylph must be happy being surrounded by a mountain of dolls. Indeed. They are dolls that my clumsy subordinates worked hard to assemble in the cold for me. Well, I guess I'll just say I'm satisfied with this. After inspecting the assembled decoys, Sylph ordered them to be loaded onto a cart or sled to be transported. We continued on, pulling the heavy wooden doll along the snow-covered road. Hiding the dummies with a white cloth, we made our way to the front of the first bastion while avoiding enemy detection. We've finished setting up the decoys. Good work. After several more hours, we successfully set up the decoys while hiding from the enemy. Since they are quite far away, they probably look like real soldiers to the enemy. When will the offensive begin? At the same time, General Blake gives the signal to commence bombardment. When we arrived in front of the fort, Sylph said, "Leave the rest to me," and retreated to the artillery position. She said it was too dangerous to stay on the front line any longer. Hey, we're about to launch an offensive, right? Yes. Then what's the point of setting up the decoys? The decoys are set up in the gaps on both sides of our position, as per Sylph's instructions. This is supposed to make it look like we aren't alone. But even with the decoys in place, we're the only ones charging, so we're still isolated, right? Indeed. Those wooden dolls might just look like soldiers from a distance, but they'll be easily recognizable when they get close. Was it a mistake to have a brat like her as our commander after all? Honestly, I had the same thought. Decoys are a powerful tactic if they can be used effectively, but I feel like they won't do much if you set them up in a place like this. This is what happens when a girl rises to power solely on her father's name. Think of the soldiers who have to deal with this nonsense. The soldiers are clearly mocking Sylph. Currently, the only people who held her in high regard were the upper echelons of the military, such as General Blake. To the lower-ranking soldiers, she appears to be nothing more than an incompetent superior who makes unreasonable demands that no one can understand. I don't want to die because of such a stupid idea. Morale was already low, but the soldiers of Sylph Company were becoming increasingly disheartened. With this lack of motivation, we won't be able to win no matter how brilliant a strategy Sylph came up with. Right when I thought this. Artillery fire. The offensive has begun. Prepare yourself. Yes, sir. We will also advance as soon as the Sylph Company's bombardment finishes. Prepare to charge. The sound of artillery fire echoed from General Blake's position in the distance. In response, magical artillery also began to fire from our positions. Artillery, do your best. Your aim will determine our lives. What? Of course, the magical artillery behind us also fired accurately. If this bombardment could cause even slight damage to the fortress, it would provide a good foothold for the assault. We were to decide where to charge based on the extent of the damage. What? That was the arrangement. The artillery fire blew away the very decoys we had just set up. The bombardment is over. Advance. Charge straight toward the enemy fortress gates with single-minded determination. Wait, the enemy fortress is untouched. The bombardment didn't even graze it. It hit the decoy dolls we made. The dismayed voices of our allies echoed across the battlefield. The decoy dolls we had painstakingly crafted were blown away by friendly artillery fire, leaving no trace of them. I was quite shocked. Well, our strategist was a bit off. Even the word idiot is too mild. I soon found myself stunned and at a loss for words. Why did our allies destroy the decoy positions on the sides? Why make us assemble them in the first place if they were going to blow them up? Before I could ponder these questions, I noticed an unusual development on the battlefield. Mr. Gorski, let's advance. We'll be the first to attack. What? Did Sylph actually pull it off? It seems she did. What kind of trick had she played behind the scenes? Directly in front of us, Sylph Company, the strong doors of the fortress stood wide open. Look, the gate is open. Charge in. Don't miss this opportunity. Most of Sylph Company rushed towards the open gate, still not fully grasping the situation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We could flank most of the defenders if we can enter the fortress now. Don't fire at the fortress. Just run through until you're past the gate. You understood. I heard Sylph shout from behind me. Hearing those words, I can imagine what Sylph had done. There must be an informant on the enemy's side. Captain Sylph really pulled it off. When did she manage to plant an informant? Although I didn't know the exact details, it seemed Sylph had already infiltrated the enemy ranks before the battle. She had this kind of trick up her sleeve. We've successfully breached the fortress. Secure the perimeter. Squads 1 and 9, secure the fortress gate. Squads 1 to 7, advance and attack the second bastion. We proceeded through the open gate with ease and were ordered to advance further. The second bastion was about 1 kilometer ahead. Advancing 1 kilometer alone with just one company was a bit daunting, but the artillery will support you. Charge in without fear. For some reason, my intuition told me it was possible. This sensation was the same as during the previous battle, a feeling of being guided by someone else, where the correct choice was selected for me. Let's proceed. Don't worry, the next bastion will be easy to capture. Mr. Gorski roared, encouraging the group as we ran. I felt incredibly reassured with the encouragement of such a brave superior officer. Sylph's plan was remarkably simple. Instead of planting an informant within the enemy ranks, she had sent an informant from our own side. Sylph is trying to side with the Workers' Council. The informant was the lieutenant who had been stationed at the Fort Putsu. He had actually been a sympathizer of the Workers' Council for a while, and even though he was a member of the Sabatian military, he had always felt strongly that perhaps the Workers' Council is right. At that time, he received an order from General Blake to carry out plundering without any just cause, and as a result he was almost killed. He had lost all faith in the military. There are many people among the Sabatian government forces who hate the war. Please allow them to defect to the Workers' Council. Sylph approached him and whispered, "The current government is not worth protecting. Your complaints and thoughts are entirely justified. I agree with them and would like to surrender when the opportunity arises, so please act as a go-between." The lieutenant accepted Sylph's request and went ahead and entered the fortress alone. There, he conveyed his willingness to surrender to the Workers' Council and promised to act as an informant. The lieutenant who became the informant truly believed in and respected the ideals of the Workers' Council. That is what made this deception so convincing. General Blake is hopeless, but Sylph Company is on the side of the Workers' Council. If you can trust me, I want you to hide Sylph Company. As a condition for surrender, Sylph told the fortress commander that as soon as the fighting began, she would bombard the adjacent positions of the Sabatian government forces to show her sincerity. The planned date and time of the offensive was communicated in advance through the second lieutenant, and at the same time the attack began, Sylph Company blew away the units on both sides of them, the decoy positions, with artillery fire. See, Sylph's betrayal is undoubtedly real. Her troops are now preparing to flee to the fort. Please welcome them in. Seeing this, the enemy believed in Sylph's betrayal. The enemy commander believed Sylph Nova to be a comrade and opened the gates of the fortress to protect her. From there, it was a one-sided affair. Our forces, having secured the gate Sylph Company had opened, launched a full-scale assault on the interior of the fortress. The soldiers inside the fortress were thrown into chaos by the sudden attack from behind. As a result, the enemy soldiers were caught in a pincer attack from the front and back and were quickly annihilated. There seems to be a weak spot over there, Mr. Gorski. Leave it to me. Taking the second level of trenches was easier than I had expected. It seemed the enemy hadn't fully prepared for the second bastion. While they had fortified the first bastion, they couldn't afford to station soldiers everywhere in the second bastion. Areas where the defense is weak can be easily identified by the number of gunshots fired. Whenever we found a spot where the defense was weak, Mr. Gorski would charge in alone with incredible force and take control of it. Thanks to this, we successfully broke through the second bastion with minimal damage, creating a significant breach as a passage. The enemy is in complete disarray. Oh, our allies are flooding in. There still seems to be a third bastion. The second bastion is already full of holes. There's no one left to defend it. Sylph said to advance as far as we could. So, we focused on maintaining the breach we had created in the second bastion. Further advance is too risky. Victory is already assured even without pushing further. Excellent work, comrades. Leave the rest to us. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Reinforcements arrived within 30 minutes. Our allies surged through the breach we had secured, pressing forward. The low morale from the morning had vanished. With victory in sight, the soldiers pressed on with renewed vigor. Unbelievable. The impregnable Fort Rusovets has become a bucket full of holes. I wonder why the gate was opened. Maybe the enemy made a careless mistake. By the time noon rolled around, many of our allies had set up bases to pass through. In this situation, there is no way that the Workers' Council could deal with the Sabatian forces invading from all sides. The enemy was overwhelmed, with some fleeing, some surrendering, and others launching suicide attacks. Ah, it's over. It's finally over. The battle ended that evening. The third bastion had been captured, and the enemy commander's body, having committed suicide, was discovered in the now exposed command center. There are no remaining enemy forces left. Fort Rusovets fell in just one day. Thus, we, the Sabatian government forces, had captured the so-called impregnable Fort Rusovets in just one day. Chapter 104. Having captured Fort Rusovets, the Sabatian government forces were celebrating their victory. The battle to capture Fort Rusovets had faced overwhelmingly unfavorable supply conditions. Given that this reckless battle had been won completely in just one day, it's no surprise that morale was high. The enemy is really weak. We can win, we can win. It is said that there were about 7,000 to 8,000 casualties in the Battle of Rusovets. Most of them were volunteer soldiers who had responded to the call to defend Fort Rousseauvet's. The majority of these volunteers were young men before conscription age who were enamored by Remy's ideals and took up arms to build a new era. Today we celebrate. Surely, we can let loose for today, right, Captain Sylph? Ah, I'll go announce the rewards. We're counting on you, you damn brat of a staff officer. The soldiers of Sylph Company were also in high spirits as they heard the victory cries at their secured base. Being a medic, I hid inside the fort and watched what was happening. You all did well. And as for Sylph, who had achieved this astounding victory, while giving a suitable response to the soldiers' words, she was absent-mindedly gazed at the body of a boy with a youthful face lying near the fortress. The boy's face was smeared with dried grass and mud, and his pupils were clouded gray. A ribbon wrapped around his arm had the words "See you in the future" written briefly in Sabatian. It was a prayer for survival, like the kind of phrase families might say to a soldier going off to war. What are you looking at, Captain Sylph? It's nothing. This deceased boy appeared to be in his early teens. This boy must have gone off to war without receiving adequate training as a soldier. That's why he was stationed in this second layer of the fortress instead of the front line. He surely had a family. Maybe he even had a lover. TCH. Sylph hated seeing civilians get hurt. She had a firm belief that soldiers should risk their lives to protect the people. She even saw any harm to civilians as a defeat. What kind of thoughts does she have as she fights against citizens who have risen up in armed uprising? If we don't crush the revolutionary forces quickly, this tragedy will spread even further. You guys can let loose, but don't let your guard down. Roger that, our brat of a captain. And you, the one who's been mouthing off since earlier. No alcohol for you. What? At least from my perspective, Sylph did not seem particularly pleased with this unprecedented victory. Hey, Touri, care to join me for a game of chess? Again, there's no hidden agenda today. I just want you to join me. General Blake rewarded Sylph for her achievements as the first to attack with alcohol and dried meat. The soldiers who received it occupied a corner of the fortress and began a drinking party. Elijah's been called in to treat the wounded. I'm bored. Now that I think about it, I don't see you talking much with anyone besides Elijah. Don't mention that. Elijah, who is always by her side, seems to be very busy providing treatment after the battle. I was a medic for the enemy country, so I wasn't made to work. Being an Austenite, they probably thought I might cause some trouble. I think the alcohol would taste better if you drank with a more cheerful soldier than with me. That's not true. I accompanied Sylph and arranged the chess pieces as instructed. I don't particularly like chess, but I didn't dislike the calm atmosphere Sylph exuded. I can't feel very cheerful about today's battle. Is that so? Isn't it the same for you, Touri Noel? I'm not feeling very happy today either. This is probably because the enemy we fought today was younger than I had imagined. For the first time in my life, I killed someone younger than myself. So, you fired your gun as well? The enemies we fought today included very young individuals. I saw many innocent-looking enemy soldiers who looked like middle school students from my previous lives. They are citizens who have been manipulated by the Workers' Council. Drinking after killing children doesn't taste good, but I can't handle it without drinking. Alcohol is like a drug. Talking like this made me realize something. Despite being a military commander, Sylph was still a girl with ordinary feelings. She had to be driven to madness by the war, but parts of her hadn't fully succumbed yet. We must not let those terrorists take over. The country would be doomed. You think so? Of course. Sylph drank resentfully and began to complain about the enemy, the Workers' Congress. A society in which all citizens share wealth can only function if there are no liars. You can live a wealthier life than others just by growing extra crops and hiding them. I think so too. Then everyone starts lying, and the society becomes rife with deceit and bribery. What awaits beyond that will be even more chaos. Those terrorists' ideology is flawed. So, is it impossible to create a system where no one can lie? No, it's possible. It's terribly simple. Sylph seemed to absolutely despise the ideology of the Workers' Council. During my time in the military, she would often curse at them, saying, "It's a stupid system devised by a foolish dreamer. If they create a country with only their ideological fanatics, it might work. Then they can have their ideal state where no one lies. If they do that in a remote village, it's their business. The problem is when they force that ideology on others and try to build a massive state." Yes. Despite not having the knowledge of a past life, anyone who isn't a fanatic is nothing but a criminal in the society they're trying to create. This leads to the birth of a dictatorship that will execute criminals who were previously ordinary citizens. Right. Given the enemy's actions so far, I doubt they'll hesitate to execute us. If they win, all that will be left is hell. She confidently asserted the fate of communist states, as though she had witnessed it herself. I believe, Touri, that as long as I'm in the business of taking lives, I must ensure peace equivalent to the lives taken. I must protect the people's happiness with these blood-stained hands. Sylph seems to have been troubled about this for a long time. Her job involved killing large numbers of enemies. To keep fighting despite being hurt every time she killed, she had to convince herself that peace awaited beyond this slaughter. I've already lost my family, but I still want to protect someone else's family. That includes you too, Touri. My current goal is to create a place where you and that child can live out your lives in peace. Thank you. Well, I'll need your help for that. It's not something I can do alone. Sylph Nova is a girl who is hurt and on the verge of being conquered by insanity, yet still tries to move forward for the sake of someone else. I hope a certain other genius who loves killing people can follow her example. Look, Touri, what should you do with this board? If I attack with the queen, I might be able to get a piece for free. Unfortunately, that's a trap. It looks free at first glance, but it would close off your escape. The correct answer is to move the pawn forward. It's better not to rashly attack with the queen. Sylph took a sip of the vodka and began to teach me how to get better at chess. What happened to your usual intuition? Look at the entire board more. The entire board. Many chess pieces can affect the entire board. If you only look at a specific area, you'll lose sight of a lot of things. It seemed true that chess was her hobby, as Sylph spoke with an unusually cheerful tone. Following her teachings, I moved the chess pieces accordingly. Well, it certainly seems like a deep game that requires a lot of strategy. Thinking carefully about how to move your pieces seems like it would be a good way to train strategic insight. Well then, I'll move the knight forward here. Think carefully. Your move just now may have seemed strong, but it was a very careless one. If you play well from here, you could checkmate me. Really? Yes, really. This time, Sylph seemed to be going easy on me, intentionally making careless moves to make me think. It must be enjoyable for her to spread her expertise to others. Unusually, she seemed to have a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart. Like this, Sylph looked just like any other girl her age. Is this the first move? Great job. You indeed have talent, Touri. I managed to find a narrow checkmate route after careful consideration. I'm not entirely confident if this is the correct move, but judging by Sylph's expression, it seems correct. The next move is a bit tricky. Think carefully. Really? Yes. I groaned and stared at the chessboard as the amused Sylph gazed upon me. What's this? Captain, why are you spreading out a chessboard at a banquet? This is just making the atmosphere awkward. Hey, what are you guys doing? While we were doing this, some of Sylph's completely drunk subordinates stumbled in. Hey, where's Gorski? Put these idiots down. Mr. Gorski drank a vodka iron hat and fainted. What the hell is that idiot doing? The surroundings became noisy, but I continued to focus on the chessboard without caring. Maybe it would be more effective if I didn't insist on moving the queen, but instead used the other pieces better. I get it, they're playing strip chess. The loser has to strip, right? If that's the case, then I understand. Is it better for Ors-chan or the captain to strip? Who's going to strip? You guys recognize me as your superior officer, right? I see. I can keep attacking if I check first with the rook before moving the queen. In that case, the next move should be from the rook, not the queen. Check. I I see it now, this does lead to checkmate. How many moves ahead did Sylph foresee this board? Oh, the brat captain lost. Strip, strip. Thinking that, I looked up confidently, and saw Sylph with a bright red face. If you guys don't cut it out, I'll make you all strip naked and go running in the snow. Eek. She chased the drunken soldier around with angry eyes. Sabatian army banquets are really something else. Speaking to a young woman like that, it's not just about superior and subordinate, but about basic human courtesy. Don't you think so? Yes, you're right. After the banquet was over, the soldiers of Sylph Company wore faint smiles as they dozed off. I'll have to make sure they don't choke on their own vomit later. But they're just trying to get Sylph to fit in with them. Even so, I'm not saying they should be a bit more respectful, but I think they should respect the hierarchical relationship. That's difficult. Appearance seems to be important. I also had a hard time getting my subordinates to follow me. Well, your appearance is... Wait, you had subordinates? I was the commander of a medical platoon in Austin. There was this major offensive by some country and all of my superiors were lost. If only I'd been able to finish them off there. No, I guess I had finished them off, seeing as I had managed to extract an unconditional surrender. Sylph seemed lost in thought about that major offensive. For me, it was a retreat that was nothing but trauma, but for her, was it a moment of honor? Touri, you must have hated the atrocities committed by the Sabatian soldiers in Austin. In fact, so did I. There was no need for it. All that pointless slaughter would accomplish is harm post-war governance. I screamed at the soldiers celebrating victory not to commit any more unnecessary killings, and they looked at me with disdain. Sylph slightly looked down as she spoke. I still didn't hate Austin at that time. After all, I was just a naive girl fresh from the front lines. I didn't have any personal grudge against Austin, I just wanted my father to praise me, so I desperately devised strategies. I see. It wasn't until I lost my father in the battle with Austin that I finally understood the feelings of the soldiers who committed those barbaric acts. I hated the enemy, I wanted to kill them, I wanted revenge. After our defeat in the Battle of the North, I was consumed by thoughts of revenge for a while. Do you still hate us? I do. But you know what? Seeing you made me change my mind a little. She exhaled a white breath that smelled of alcohol, then glanced at me before continuing. You're supposed to be my hated enemy, but when I talk to you, you're just an ordinary girl. A bit peculiar, though. Yes, I'm just an ordinary person you can find anywhere. When I first heard you were from Austin, I wanted to kill you. But the more I heard you crying and screaming as you told your story, the more I didn't understand why I had to kill you. We shouldn't have started killing each other in the first place. We shouldn't have pursued the interests of the country by killing each other. That's true. I'm sure of it. Sylph took another gulp of vodka with a slightly flushed face. Drops of spilled alcohol dripped down her red cheeks. After reclaiming the capital, Hosegrad, I think we should propose peace to Austin. However, there will be obstacles that will need to be dealt with. Obstacles, as in people. I just can't make that kind of decision. Even if it's to save more people, I can't bring myself to dirty my hands and remove the cancer. I guess I'm more of an ordinary person than I thought. Sylph was unusually full of self-mockery tonight. That last part also contained some very ominous content. Touri, what would you do if you could save the majority of lives by killing a single person? That's a difficult question. If that person is innocent, I don't think I could pull the trigger. And if that person is an unforgivable criminal, well, depending on the severity of their crime and the circumstances, I might choose to save the majority of lives. I see. She sat while hugging her knees, her voice unusually weak. So you think so too, Touri? She fell silent after murmuring that. Chapter 105. The day after the capture of Fort Rousseauvet's. The government officials, who had traveled leisurely by car, were greeted by General Blake upon entering Fort Rousseauvet's. Well done, Blake, you've managed to take down Rousseauvet's in such a short time. I'm honored to receive such a compliment. With this, we will be able to capture the capital by spring. With the capture of the Fort Rousseauvet's, we achieved our first tactical objective. The winter march is over, and now we will enter a long period of rest. Will you not advance any further in winter? No, it would be difficult to conduct battles in the dead of winter. It will be full-fledged winter within a month. Winter in the Sabbath is hell. The raging blizzards make it difficult to see, and it is said that if you urinate standing up, it will freeze instantly. Proper combat is impossible in such conditions. The conditions are the same for them too. No, as professional soldiers in training, won't you have the advantage in winter combat? No, that's not the case. This was common knowledge for soldiers on the ground. It is certainly true that the Sabbath has developed cold weather gear and weapons designed for combat in extreme cold. So, it's not impossible to fight in the middle of a blizzard. In a midwinter combat, the defenders have an overwhelming advantage because they can quickly retreat to their homes and warm up. Annihilation is inevitable if we launch an offensive in the extreme cold. This assumes that both sides are fighting while freezing in the extreme cold. In the current situation, we would be the only ones camping out, shivering from the cold, while the defenders can build up their strength and fight from inside their homes. The temperature is already dropping below freezing, and once winter really sets in, it is expected to drop to -20 to -30 degrees Celsius. No matter how you look at it, launching an offensive now would put us at a great disadvantage. Just take control of the houses in Hosegrad before winter sets in. From there, engage in urban warfare and drive out the bandits. That's not realistic. The bandits have already built a large defense network around Hosegrad. Don't underestimate us as merely politicians. Fort Rusovets, whose defenses were far stronger than that of the capital, fell in a single day. This is simply your reluctance to fight in winter. There are also supply issues. So, just when I thought I would be able to relax in the winter, the government officials who caught up with us seemed eager to return to the capital as soon as possible. Prepare to mobilize your troops immediately, Blake. We must return to the capital as quickly as possible and reassure the people. Surely, their minds were only concerned about the assets they left behind in the capital. They only thought of the miraculous capture of Fort Rusovets as merely the expected outcome. If possible, please complete the capture of the capital during the winter. That would be perfect. I am telling you, that is. Even though General Blake had already achieved more than perfect results, they pressed him further. The dignitaries began a lavish drinking party in the safety of their rooms within the fortress. We're deploying. Even Sylph, usually unfazed, had to listen to General Blake's order twice with a straight face. It was an order 2 levels below what was expected, which was, surely they wouldn't be so foolish. Of course, I advised against it, but they wouldn't listen. We have no choice. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The commander-in-chief of this army is General Blake. The politicians shouldn't have any command authority. They are the de facto rulers of the Sabbath right now. How can we defy them? The soldiers who had captured the fortress were already in complete rest mode. Even Sylph herself was thinking, let's scout during the winter and come up with a plan to capture the capital. She hadn't even considered a deployment. Do you know how long it will take to reach the capital from here, General Blake? About a week. And how long do you think our supplies will last? 1 week. Initially, we only had 1 week's worth of food and water at the point of capturing this fortress. There would be supplies coming from the eastern headquarters, but if we waited for them, it would become winter. Supplies will likely arrive from Eastern Command headquarters, but it will be winter before they can get here. We must deploy with only the supplies we have now if we want to capture the capital before winter. We are currently checking the remaining supplies in the fortress, but even with those, we probably can't sustain a battle. We have no choice but to storm the capital and requisition supplies. There were food stores in this fortress as well. However, there was no guarantee that the enemy, realizing their defeat, hadn't poisoned them. So now the medical department is checking the safety of the food. This meant that until that check was completed, we effectively only had a week's worth of food left. We need to at least get some supplies from the rear. Winter will set in if we wait for supplies, putting us at a significant disadvantage. Then why not wait out winter here? If that were possible, we wouldn't be having this problem. It was an extremely reckless offensive. Even Sylph couldn't come up with a plan to achieve it. We should just ignore such absurd demands from the officials, Sylph advised General Blake. Even the optimistic and carefree Blake knew this was an impossible task. There's nothing more foolish than executing an impossible mission and facing defeat. Do you have any reason to follow those people? You are the highest authority in this army. Surely, you can see that this operation is reckless, General Blake. Well, but no matter how much they scream, if you give the order, we can detain and imprison them. If you follow their orders and go to battle, your name will go down in history as one of the most foolish generals in the world. Hearing that from the younger girl, General Blake fell silent again. The government officials were arrogant but powerful. If Blake recaptures the capital, they have connections and wealth that will undoubtedly secure him a position at the core of the nation. Rather than committing foolishness by obeying them, General Blake should seize power and control them. Politicians don't understand military matters. This army thrives on your intellect. Sylph, please make a wise decision. At the very least, I am on your side. General Blake's plan was to curry favor with the government officials, enter the capital, and be promoted. However, the continuous unreasonable demands had also started to frustrate General Blake. General Blake, you are far more capable than those officials. You should be the one in power. Why yes, perhaps. Blake was almost swayed by the sweet temptation from Sylph's words. But they say we're launching an offensive tomorrow. You're joking, right? In the end, General Blake caved to the government officials and decided to deploy. General, why? Sylph, you are still too young. From the start, Blake had been pushing for a winter offensive in response to the unreasonable demands of the government officials. So, disregarding those officials now would render the forced offensive meaningless. We will need their power if we are to defeat the rebels and bring order to the Sabbath. And best of all, these government officials at least had the track record and experience actually running the country up until now. They were a little corrupt, or rather, they were politically skilled enough that they could run the country even if they engaged in a little bit of corruption. Their arrogant attitudes and behavior were tolerated because they were deemed necessary for the country. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said yesterday. Continue to serve loyally. Understood. And that's not the only reason. This was probably Sylph's biggest miscalculation. With our powerful army, it will be entirely possible to retake the capital. Show your skills to the fullest, Sylph. Yes. He had become addicted to the twisted success he had experienced at the Fort Rousseauvets. Without Sylph, the battle to capture Fort Rousseauvets would have been a major defeat. With scarce weapons and food, low morale, and too short a time frame for the operation, General Blake himself had faintly foreseen defeat. But when the battle began, it ended in an unprecedented victory. Sir, the enemy is a weak citizen militia. With our level of training, these adverse conditions are nothing to us. As a result, Blake became optimistically convinced that the capital's capture might also go surprisingly well. Sylph's efforts to avoid displeasing General Blake led to the worst possible misunderstanding. Ah, my father really was a great general. After all, Blake was a man who remained in the rear, content to be a decorative commander who was never called to the front lines. Apparently, Sylph had complained to Elijah before deployment. Her father, General Brustov, was a commander who avoided risky operations and did not take bold measures. Though he suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Bernvalou, there is no doubt he was a highly capable commander. Brustov would retreat when necessary, avoiding unfavorable battles and consistently luring the enemy to advantageous battlefields. He was a type of commander who, because he could do everything at a high level, preferred safe strategies that avoided risks. This seemed frustratingly cautious to Sylph, but it also meant he was a commander who wouldn't make fatal mistakes. Although his approach was different from Sylph's, who believed in choosing the most effective move even if it means taking a bit of a gamble, he too had reached the pinnacle of command in a different way. However, General Blake before her couldn't even assess the situation on the battlefield. He followed impossible orders with vague justifications, blindly believing in their success like an express train with broken brakes. What is this battle for? Someone, tell me. General Blake's reasons for fighting were mainly pride and vanity. A man who had held a decorative position was now being enticed by the prospect of becoming a marshal, recklessly gambling with soldiers' lives. The government officials simply wanted to regain their splendor and wealth, desiring to return to their luxurious lives. That's not right. Lives shouldn't be sacrificed for such things. Soldiers fight to reduce unnecessary deaths, don't they? To Sylph, a commander's role is to efficiently manage the lives entrusted to them by the soldiers and fulfill their true purpose. A soldier's true purpose was to protect their family back home. Soldiers fight without fear of death because they have something to protect. Believing this, Sylph despised operations that would cause harm to civilians. She felt such strategies betrayed the soldiers who risked their lives for their families. I, too, initially wanted to protect my mother and siblings. That's why I volunteered for the military. Sylph's family is now gone. Her home was burned down by the rebels in the capital, and their whereabouts were unknown. Sylph continued to fight to prevent such tragedies from repeating. Is the peace that lies beyond wasting the lives of my soldiers and the deprivation of the citizens' happiness the only thing I can achieve now? Looting will be necessary to continue fighting in the upcoming battle. We had to seize wealth from the people in the capital to sustain ourselves. Because almost as soon as we arrive in the capital, our food supplies will run out. Blake is useless. He's completely rotten to the core. At that moment, Sylph completely lost faith in her superior. People are swayed by those bandits because they seek peace. Though she was unpopular with her own men, rumors of the Sylph offensive had spread among the Sabbath citizens. The fact that, thanks to one genius girl, they had almost defeated Austin was an exhilarating story for the citizens of Sabbath. Sylph, the hero of that story, had become a symbol, a popular figure among the people. If I become the figurehead for the peace movement while backed by the Sabatian government, I'm sure many citizens would join in. There are no more pro-war citizens left in Hosegrad. Most of them had been killed or exiled by the Workers' Council. Therefore, the majority of the capital's citizens are now pro-peace. The politicians won't complain as long as they can secure their own assets. They are profit-driven people. If I could gain the support of the citizens, they would promote me instead of Blake. First, she would drive out Remy Uliakov, the root of all evil, from Sabbath. Then, Sylph would unite the pro-peace citizens and seize power. There is no other path to a peaceful future for the Sabbath. In that case, I must become a demon. The moment when Sylph fully lost patience with General Blake, she had resolved to take action, no matter the cost. Chapter 106. Humans are warm-blooded animals that require an enormous amount of energy to maintain their body temperature. The primary source of this energy is food. By eating food, we are able to sustain life even in extremely cold places. Hey, aren't we short on rations today? In the end, General Blake and the officials were not satisfied with just securing Fort Rousseauvet's. We resumed our advance towards the capital. No matter how you look at it, this is an extremely reckless offensive. Both ammunition and rations were already nearly depleted by the time Fort Rousseauvet's was captured. The food supply was expected to run out by the time we reached the capital if we continued to eat as usual. We're told to make do with half the food we've had so far while marching. Share one ration between 2 people. General Blake therefore limited his troops' food intake to half of their usual amount during the march. He ordered the soldiers to share one person's ration between 2, attempting to conserve resources. Don't mess with me, you've eaten too much. It's more than half gone. The original amount was already small, it's exactly half now. Don't lie. Give me my food back. This was a disastrous policy. Fights broke out among the soldiers, leading to widespread conflict. Injuries increased, bandages were wasted, and the soldiers grew even hungrier. This is due to your lack of leadership. Why don't you at least get a firm grip on your subordinates? I apologize. General Blake blamed the lower-ranked commanders, issuing a decree that, if a fight breaks out, the entire unit will be punished. If a fight broke out, the entire platoon would be deprived of food as a collective punishment. You guys are fighting again. I'll kill you. Eek. So platoon leaders in each unit used violence to quell fights between soldiers in the name of discipline. This only worsened relations within the units. The morale that had been boosted by capturing the fortress began to decline. Here. I don't need to eat that much. That's no good. Eat properly, Ors-chan. You're looking pale. In this state, the Sabatian army forced their way to the outskirts of the capital, Hosegrad. 1,000 soldiers fell during this forced march, nearly equivalent to the size of 3 companies. In other words, 3 companies had been annihilated just by marching. The scale of this loss was greater than during the capture of Fort Rusovets. These soldiers have families too. The reason for suffering such casualties being the whims of the powerful is unacceptable. Soldiers who dropped out were left abandoned on the roadside. Officially, they were to return to the base due to illness. In reality, they were abandoned. No rations were left for the abandoned soldiers due to the food shortage. The fallen soldiers, suffering from hunger and frostbite, listened to the footsteps of their comrades marching away as they drew their last breath. What were they feeling at that moment? The Battle of Hosegrad, the most brutal experience of my life, was already this horrific even during the march. They say that life becomes cheap on the battlefield, but this was the first time I had seen an army where human lives were treated so carelessly. And I, too, had never been so indifferent about the lives of others before. The cold robs us of our ability to think. Even with the high-performance Sabatian cold weather gear, marching in sub-zero temperatures is extremely harsh. In fact, I've been feeling unwell since the temperature dropped. My body felt feverish, I spent more time feeling dazed, and I felt like I was going to collapse if I let my guard down. I probably had caught the flu that was going around. In these freezing conditions, even a slight breeze sent piercing chills down my spine due to my feverish state. In the Sabbath's winter, humidity is more important than temperature. As humidity increases, the coldness of the wind intensifies dramatically. It had been snowing heavily previously that day and a strong seasonal wind was blowing. Even though the snow stopped, the humidity was so high that frost formed on my coat. Exposing any skin on a day like this would result in frostbite. I kept my hood up, covering my head and mouth, breathing into my coat to keep my body heat from escaping. Even after doing all of that, my body wouldn't stop shivering. Hot, it's hot. Even I, who had more stamina and better fuel efficiency than the new recruits, was pushed to my limits. It is not surprising that so many new recruits dropped out in such a situation. Arizonov just collapsed while completely naked. Why did he suddenly start stripping? For example, our comrade Arizonov suddenly went mad, stripped off his clothes, and collapsed naked. He fell asleep, never to move again. The body's hypothalamus malfunctions if it gets too cold, making you feel hot. This phenomenon is called paradoxical undressing. If I hadn't trained, I might have ended up like this. Touri, are you all right? I am fine, Mr. Gorski. All right. I was so physically and mentally exhausted that I had no energy to worry about others. When Arizonov collapsed, just glancing at him was all I could manage. Maybe Mr. Gorski was trying to get me to treat him. That would have been difficult given my condition at the time. Yes, I get to eat a full meal today since Arizonov is my meal partner. Don't be ridiculous. We should share it among everyone. Arizonov was our comrade. Shut up. How can we share such a small amount? I'm taking all of it today. At first, the soldiers were worried about their fallen comrades, but as the march continued, they began to rejoice at the deaths of their comrades. In the dead of winter in the Sabbath, not eating properly means death. They must have been so desperate that they celebrated when their comrades died because there would be more food to spare. The army was slowly but surely being overtaken by madness in the extreme cold. Meanwhile, officers like General Blake were also on reduced rations, but they were transported in warm vehicles. Without the need to march in the freezing cold, having their food halved wasn't as severe. Therefore, General Blake did not understand the gravity of his order to reduce food intake by half. He apparently even thought it was a brilliant idea. With many sacrifices, we finally advanced our troops to the eastern and western outskirts of the capital, Hosegrad. There, we would begin a bloody battle against enemy soldiers who were originally civilians. It's likely that no one, including Sylphnova, had envisioned the outcome of this battle before it started. We arrived near Hosegrad in such terrible conditions and were completely exhausted. I had experienced a grueling retreat through the mountains of Marshdale without food or water, but this time was undoubtedly more severe. The weather was mild back then and the forest provided shade from direct sunlight. It was tough not being able to drink water, but we found a water source along the way and were able to take a break. This march, however, was different. Besides the mental terror of knowing you would die if you collapsed, the extreme cold relentlessly sapped our strength. It would have been genuinely life-threatening if the march continued for a few more days. Hey Ors-chan, your eyes look hollow. Are you okay? Yes, I'm managing somehow. In reality, I had fallen ill and nearly collapsed several times. Each time, Mr. Gorski carried me for about an hour to let me rest. I felt reassured on his large back. It's no wonder. This girl doesn't have enough fat to fight the cold. You're doing well keeping up with us for your size. I was probably suffering from hypothermia. Lacking sufficient fat reserves, my body temperature was more easily drained compared to the male soldiers. Resting by the campfire at night significantly improved my condition. Ors-chan, you're small enough. You should crawl into platoon leader Gorski's sleeping bag. It'll be warm by him. That's fine, but take off your jacket and pants before getting in. The snow on them is cold. I had no choice but to sleep in Mr. Gorski's sleeping bag in nothing but my underwear. In fact, apart from myself and Mr. Gorski, there were many other soldiers sharing sleeping bags together. However, they seemed a little hesitant to invite me both because I'm from Austin and because I'm a woman. Ors-chan can relax. Platoon leader Gorski likes men. Honestly, I wish I could share a sleeping bag with platoon leader Gorski. I'm jealous, Ors-chan. Ha! I felt uneasy about sleeping next to a man, but Mr. Gorski seemed safe. I trusted he wouldn't do anything inappropriate, but still, I hadn't realized how common that kind of thing was in the military. By the way, sleeping next to him was very warm. Mr. Gorski even smelled nice. Maybe he was wearing cologne. On the other hand, Mr. Gorski mentioned that I felt chillingly cold. Everyone, prepare for battle. It seems the enemy is lying in wait. I can't run anymore. Finally, we arrived at the plains just before the capital. Our condition was beyond exhausted. The temperature had dropped further. A blizzard had also begun, worsening visibility. The blizzard's getting worse. Are we officially in winter now? Yeah, winter has arrived. My piss froze earlier. The Sabatian winter was colder than I had imagined. The hammer of the gun is frozen, making it difficult to load a bullet. Just by lightly licking my lips, I felt an incredible coldness and almost fainted. I can't stand this anymore. Why do we have to stay outside all day in the middle of winter? My body won't move. The soldiers were reaching their limit. They were on the brink of collapse without even engaging in combat. Marching in the middle of winter without food is obviously unreasonable for a unit with many new recruits. They were succumbing to the cold and were no longer in a position to fight. Well done, everyone. We will rest today and regain our strength. Even General Blake seemed to realize the severity of the situation after seeing the soldiers' condition. The day before we were to attack the capital, we built igloos and gathered around a campfire, giving us time to inspect our weapons and recharge our energy. Eat as usual today. Tomorrow is the decisive battle. That day, we received our full rations. I huddled with the members of Gorski platoon, sharing the warmth of the fire and eating a full meal. The cheerful atmosphere from our departure is nowhere to be seen. Everyone laughed with dead eyes and dry voices. As our dripping snot melted by the fire, Gorski platoon, which had already lost 5 members, silently crawled into our sleeping bags. Mr. Gorski. What's the matter, Touri? That night, while lying in his sleeping bag, I quietly asked Mr. Gorski about the plans for the next day. How is Sylph's condition? Are you worried about her? Yes. As a high-ranking officer, Sylph traveled in a transport vehicle just like General Blake. Platoon leaders like Mr. Gorski would go to the transport vehicles, and detailed operational information would be communicated to us through them. She's our lifeline. If there's any chance of winning this desperate battle, It relies on her shrewd strategies. Yes, Sylph has grown into a very reliable figure. Honestly, I couldn't see any chance of winning. It will be difficult for soldiers to perform as well as they normally do in this cold weather. The same goes for me. I don't think I can move as quickly in this temperature as I have on past battlefields. Meanwhile, our enemies were staying warm inside their homes, eating hearty meals and waiting for us. With such disadvantages in terms of logistics, morale, and performance, a crushing defeat seems inevitable. Don't worry. She looked very tired and had messy hair as she briefed us on the operation. Is that reassuring? There's no need to worry. Sylph worked on the plan until she was thoroughly exhausted. I only know a partial outline of it, but I'm sure it's an incredibly effective plan. Mr. Gorski mentioned that Sylph looked exhausted. Although not as slim as me, she is slender. For a woman her age, I wouldn't say she had a good physique, at least. I'm worried she might be unwell. If she catches a cold, her aide Elijah will take good care of her. That's true. More importantly, Touri, are you feeling okay? Tomorrow is the final battle. I'll do my best. I still have a reason why I can't die yet. Regardless, it's good to hear Sylph was diligently preparing the strategy. For now, I'll place my trust in her strategic brilliance that had once thoroughly tormented Austin. Well then, good night, Mr. Gorski. Yeah. Get plenty of rest. And so, I drifted into sleep amidst the warmth of Gorski's muscular chest. The last peaceful night before the Battle of Hosegrad slowly passed. Chapter 107. The capital city of Hosegrad is the Sabbath's most developed city. With a population exceeding 1 million, a notable feature of this city is the Volga River, which crosses through the city from the north to the south. This wide, gentle-flowing freshwater river has attracted people since ancient times, forming a large city in the frigid land of the Sabbath due to its water source. The water-rich capital of Hosegrad had waterways circulating throughout the city. The river is teeming with freshwater fish, and dishes of these small fish marinated in oil are commonly eaten as snacks with alcohol. My impression is that Sabatian food is often heavy on oil and salt. Perhaps it's to go with alcohol. I feel like Austin food suits my taste better. Sabatian food isn't bad, but it tends to feel heavy on the stomach. Well then, gentlemen, we have finally returned to the capital. General Blake, Commander-in-Chief of the Sabatian government forces, gave a speech about 5 kilometers before Hosegrad. In our hometown of Hosegrad, there are countless lights from houses. Those are the lights of bandits. Twisted fluorescence that has been exploited and controlled by bandits. Seeing such lights must pain your hearts. That light must be returned to those to whom it rightfully belongs. Unlike the previous assault on Fort Rusovets, General Blake seems confident today. Maybe he has some amazing plan up his sleeve. Perhaps he just felt victory was assured without much basis. Everyone, take your positions. This is a holy war. Let's banish the darkness of bandits and bring light back to the Sabbath. The response to General Blake's confident speech was as follows. Oh. The soldiers' replies were weak. We're once again facing the enemy's trenches head-on. It's always the most dangerous spot. I'm getting sick of this. As expected, Gorski platoon is on the front line. We are tasked with bravely leading the charge towards the trenches at our superior's signal. You look very tired, Sylph. Pch. Behind this arrangement, our commander, Sylph, is sitting in a bad mood. Until now, she has stayed in the rear. Seems like she'll be taking command from the front today. Despite a comfortable journey, you're looking quite glum, Captain. Without asking for the details, how confident are you in this strategy, Captain? The soldiers sarcastically ask Sylph about the success of the plan. Knowing that their lives depended on her strategy, the soldiers were understandably anxious. There is confidence. However, I'm not the one in charge of commanding the operation. In response to that question, Sylph sighed and gazed blankly out over the banks of the Volga River. She seemed somewhat despondent. Then who is leading? Our commander-in-chief, General Blake. Really? Sylph, lacking motivation, wrapped herself in her cold-weather gear and sat down. There is a hint of resignation in her voice. What kind of plan is it? Just wait and see. You'll know soon enough. As I watched the trenches, wondering about General Blake's grand plan. I'm a little worried that it's not Sylph's plan, but General Blake is the one who was appointed Commander-in-Chief. Let's trust that he has a decent strategy in place. Thinking this, I looked over at the trench in front of me. Now, let's begin our advance. Let's show the bandits our bravery. The signal was accompanied by a resounding brass instrument. What's the plan? Oh, you'll be amazed to hear it. At the signal, Gorski stood up and ran, and we all hurriedly followed him. It's a simultaneous multi-point breakthrough. Since we had no time to dig trenches, we charged at full speed towards the enemy's first line of trenches, completely exposed. Isn't there any strategy other than a frontal assault? The war wouldn't have lasted for 10 years if there were. Trenches are so prevalent precisely because they are so difficult to break through. Even Bernvalou didn't try to break through the Sabatian army's trenches head-on. He used the river for a surprise attack. This means that even Bern couldn't come up with a brilliant strategy to break through trenches. The simultaneous multi-point breakthrough tactic is certainly effective, but that's something you do on the border. The range is too narrow. It's no different from a normal single-point breakthrough if you try to attack a city. Right. Sylph's brilliant simultaneous multi-point breakthrough tactic during the East-West War completely turned the situation around. The shock of this tactic was so great that commanders from various countries began to imitate it. As a result, reckless charges misunderstanding the essence of the strategy became rampant. The key is to launch such a wide-ranging attack that the enemy can't respond effectively. Doing it now will just be met with normal countermeasures. Then what's the point of this assault? It's just a reckless frontal charge. Hearing that it's a reckless charge sounds like a guaranteed failure. That being said, it's not like there were any other brilliant strategies out there. We're about to enter the range of enemy artillery. I'll withdraw here. I wish you luck. With those words, Sylph retreated to the artillery positions looking exhausted. In the end, the basics of trench warfare are frontal assaults by infantry. This was a common sight on the Western Front. As someone weak, I just followed the back of our valiant platoon leader, running through the battlefield filled with the smell of gunpowder. What's different from back then is that the ground below is crusty and slippery with snow. I moved my body, heavy as lead from the cold, driven by the desperate desire to survive. Anyone who doesn't fear my spear, come at me. Mr. Gorski's golden hair swung as he charged into the trench. A rainbow-colored aurora created by the gunfire shook my shield with its impact. Mr. Gorski's blood spurted out, but he continued his charge without flinching. On a snowy battlefield, slide in the trench when you get close. It lowers your posture and makes landing inside the trench easier. Got it? A Sabatian soldier named Tombel from the same platoon taught me this. Sliding seems to be quite effective when fighting in the snow. Snow that has been stepped on even once becomes very slippery. Ah, my leg. Well, you might accidentally break your leg if you're not used to it. When you slide with the usual sense, your body will feel heavier than usual because of the heavy equipment you are carrying, causing you to misjudge the momentum. Ouch, that looks painful. Are you okay? Tombel broke his tibia while sliding in. I fixed it for him with Mr. Gorski's permission. Well done everyone. We have successfully secured the first layer of trenches. Finally. After that, the battle continued for a while. The regular Sabatian army managed to secure the first layer of trenches and concluded the day's operation. General Blake says, "You've done well, now it's time to rest. We're almost run out of ammunition anyway. We have no choice but to rest." Platoon leader Gorski, "Where's the food? We haven't received today's rations." "There isn't any. It's supposed to arrive tomorrow." In the Sabatian trenches during the dead of winter, with temperatures dropping below -30 degrees Celsius at night, we were forced to sleep in the trenches without food. Platoon leader, "It's so cold that my vision is starting to blur. Don't fall asleep if you still want to live." This was extremely serious. Without exaggeration, it was expected that hypothermia will claim many lives. There was also a significant risk of our hands and feet freezing and becoming necrotic if left untreated. The The soldiers huddled in the trenches had to find some way to warm up by a fire. Permission to start a fire. If you're going to do it, clear all the snow first. The fire will go out if it melts into water. In such extreme conditions, we built a bonfire to keep warm. We used shovels to clear the snow in the trench, exposing the soil, and made a depression where the survivors gathered in a circle. What should we burn? Candles. Are you stupid? How can something like that keep us warm? Fortunately, we had enough equipment like medical burners to start a fire. However, there wasn't much wood or other combustible material on hand. For this winter battle, all we were given for cold protection was a single candle. Can we dig out the trench supports? Use them. They won't collapse since they're frozen solid. They're wet with snow, but if we dry them, smash them up, break the supports into small pieces with a shovel and burn them. The soldiers started burning anything remotely flammable they could find nearby. We stripped clothing from the dead, dug up the wooden supports used in the trench's foundation, and gathered roots from plants in the trench. This managed to keep the fire going for about an hour, but eventually the fuel ran out. It stinks. At least it burns well. Next, we set fire to human corpses. Yes, in order to stay warm in extreme conditions, the Sabatian soldiers burned the corpses of the enemies. Don't resent us. They shouldn't. We're cremating them even though they're the enemy. They should be grateful. By midnight, the smell of burning fat filled the trenches. We huddled together in the smoky trench, trying to keep each other's spirits up. Everyone, please help yourself if you'd like. Here's hot water made from melted snow. Thank you, Ors-chan. If we make it back alive, let me hold you once. I think I'm starting to like you. I don't like crude people. Besides, I'm married. We were warming ourselves by the crackling fire, surrounded by the burning bodies of youthful enemy soldiers. These boys were someone's beloved family members. I saw a hat and hair catch fire and a corpse's face transform into a pitch-black skeleton. I feel like throwing up. Turn away if you do. Don't douse the fire by puking on it. The clothes of the deceased, soiled by post-mortem excrement, emitted a foul smell as they burned. Despite the stench, the soldiers kept the corpse-fueled fire going. The cold was so severe that it felt like our limbs would fall off if we didn't stay warm. The fire's gone out again. Any more bodies? Let's warm up with the residual heat for a while. Oh, there's the body of Private Raymond who died around noon. All right. He's a comrade, but let's burn him. Bodies don't burn completely in the extreme cold. Only parts of the uniforms and the surface of the corpses catch fire. There was no way the fire would last long like that, and there was also no way it would be able to withstand the cold of the night without some kindling. We ended up setting fire to the bodies of our comrades to get through the night. Our comrades from yesterday were lying on the trench floor, their clothes scorched and their skin charred. I'm sure we wouldn't have been able to bear this if we were in our right minds. Thinking that it could be me tomorrow is unsettling. You guys, if you die, don't complain if we burn you. The soldiers made this promise and huddled together to get through the night. If you lose your life in this battle, you will be turned into fuel that evening. The thought that I might receive the same treatment if I died froze me with fear. I'm hungry. I wonder if I can eat this. You'd better not. This person's diarrhea smells fishy. It looks like he's infected with something. I see. Some soldiers drooled over the thought of eating the corpse's flesh. Ors-chan, you don't seem like you'd burn very well. Please don't evaluate me like that. The cold had numbed their sense of ethics, causing them to see the corpses as nothing more than food. If I hadn't stopped them, a feast of human flesh might have begun. We couldn't sleep a wink that day. Not only was there a risk of freezing to death if we fell asleep, but we also ran the risk of being burned by our comrades. We fought off sleepiness, huddled together by the fire, encouraging each other through the long, long night. A considerable number of people froze to death that night. It was surprising to find a hell worse than the Western Front. Even in Senior Allen's stories, there wasn't anything as horrific as this. The sun's rising. The temperature warmed slightly as morning came and the sun rose. As usual, there were no food rations. I lacked energy and was too lazy to even move my body. We have to fight again, don't we? I can't take this anymore. There's no way we can survive this every night. I want to go home. I want to go back to the base and sleep on a warm bed. It was the second day of the Battle of Hosegrad. We haven't even reached the entrance to the city yet. The soldiers, terrified of the ice and snow, had to face their homeland ahead with only a few remaining bullets and no breakfast. They no longer had the will to fight. Only fear and despair remained. Mr. Gorski, what is it? It's time. We need your orders. Ah, it's already time. Shivering in the cold, we stared at the enemy city over the trenches. Barely alive, another day of this life-threatening war began. Chapter 108. Are we not going to charge today? We don't have any ammunition. The second day of the Battle of Hosegrad was a defensive operation. The first day's assault had almost left us with no ammunition. Without food, our bodies couldn't move properly, so we weren't in a position to go on the offensive. Supplies will arrive tomorrow. I really hope they do. What if the enemy attacks today? We'll have it to throw stones. Mr. Gorski said that ammunition and food would arrive from Fort Rusovets tomorrow. It seems that they will transport supplies from Fort Rusovets that have passed the safety checks. So, today's offensive was put on hold, and we concentrated on defense. Hey, it seems Platoon 14 left their position to cut down some wood. What? Then we should too. Wait. We can't all leave our post. Even though there were no orders for an assault, we couldn't just relax. We had to quickly prepare for the freezing cold night. Last night, many soldiers succumbed to the cold, and it was reported that entire platoons perished in areas where they didn't have enough fuel. We were extremely lucky as we had plenty of material to burn, including trench posts and enemy corpses. We need to secure wood for tonight and, if possible, for tomorrow as well. But we can't leave the trench. Even lighting corpses on fire didn't provide much warmth. Properly securing firewood is a matter of life and death. So, the soldiers set out to gather wood while on defense duty. Tombel and Gresh, leave the front line for now and return after securing some wood. Understood, Platoon Leader Gorski. These supplies are vital for our survival. I'm counting on you. Gorski Platoon also dispatched part of our personnel to gather firewood. Meanwhile, we left our empty guns behind, clutched our knives, and remained holed up in our trenches. The enemy seems to be focusing on defense. They have no experience in launching assaults. Let's just hope they don't attack. Fortunately, there were no enemy attacks that day. Most of the enemy soldiers were not trained troops but conscripted young soldiers. There were probably not many people who could imitate the role of an assault soldier, which requires experience. Actually, there's no need for them to forcefully attack us in the first place. Currently, the situation was favorable for the defenders. We were depleting ourselves in the extreme cold, so there was little benefit for them to take risks and advance. Platoon Leader Gorski, we've gathered so much wood. Well done, Tombel and Gresh. So, no combat occurred that day, and our platoon successfully gathered enough firewood. With a larger fire source than the previous day, we were able to have a slightly warmer night. Still, it wasn't a situation where we could sleep. What should we do with these charred corpses? Since we didn't have the strength to bury them, we threw them outside the trench and left them exposed to the elements. I'm sure wild animals will eat them by spring. It would be good if we could bury them before then. Rations. It's been a while since I've had a meal. On the third day of the Battle of Hosegrad, we were able to receive supplies. The supplies from Fort Rusovets had actually arrived. Honestly, I had suspected it might have been a ploy to maintain morale among the troops. Damn, it tastes awful, but I'm still so happy. Oh, I feel energized. I've never been so grateful for a rotten-tasting pickle in my life. My first meal in 2 days was very delicious. The canned soup warmed over the campfire heated us up from the inside out. Well, we've received food and ammunition. Yeah, so now then, let's head out. Receiving supplies meant that combat would resume. Having regained the minimum amount of energy, we fought off drowsiness and once again carried out an assault operation under General Blake's command. We need to reach the city by today. I want to warm up and sleep in a room with a roof. I'm done with these trenches. Our morale on this day was not too low. We'd be able to find a slightly better place to sleep if we could break through the trench in front of us and enter the city. The soldiers made a desperate charge in search of a warm place to sleep. No good, run. Artillery fire is coming. Damn it. Their defenses are too strong. However, the results of the offensive that day were disastrous. There is no way that soldiers who were exhausted in the freezing cold would be able to move properly. Moreover, the enemy utilized artillery very effectively. Explosions erupted the moment we attempted to charge, making it impossible to run carelessly. Tom Bell. An artillery shell landed near Gorski platoon. One of our comrades was hit directly by the explosion and perished. I was knocked down by the ground shaking, and for a while, my ears rang and I felt sharp nausea. I wonder if this was the first time since the Western Front that I had been subjected to close-range artillery fire. The entire platoon would have been wiped out if the artillery fire had deviated just 3 meters to the right. Let's retreat for now. Everyone, fall back. Yes, understood. In the extremely cold temperatures, the interception of artillery fire, gunfire, magical traps, and barbed wire was extremely fierce. Even Mr. Gorski, who had overwhelming assault power, struggled against such strong defenses. In the end, we couldn't even run halfway through the trenches and had to retreat to our original trench. The artillery fire is too intense. The enemy's artillery positions are nearby. It seems they are aiming very accurately. The main players on the battlefield are the magic artillery troops. Platoon leader Garbak had mentioned something like that. No matter how skilled an assault soldier is, a direct hit from artillery means instant death. I felt like I understood a bit more of what he meant. It's impossible. We'll stop here for today. In the end, we were unable to secure any new trenches that day. We faced the end of the day having retreated to our initial trench. The enemy was not vulnerable enough to be overpowered by a charge. Upon reassessing the enemy's defensive network, it turned out to be quite solid. Barbed wire and magical traps were installed seamlessly between the trenches, guiding us into concentrated kill zones if we tried to avoid them. The trenches were arranged in a fan shape around the artillery positions, making it easier to receive magical artillery support. Although the enemy is said to be amateurs, the formation was clearly constructed by professionals. The trench is harder than I thought. I can't find an opening to break through. At the very least, the person in charge of setting up the defense is a professional soldier. Mr. Gorski lamented the solid construction of the enemy's defenses. And it was no wonder. The enemy commander was actually General Truck from the former Sabatian army. He was a veteran military officer who had been a frontline commander in Southern Command and had experienced trench warfare in the East-West War. He was a commander who was particularly skilled at defensive battles, and this battle was a perfect display of his abilities. Although the enemy soldiers were amateurs, their commander was a veteran among veterans. Even when it seems like there's a weak spot, the response is quick. Reinforcements arrive immediately. This is bad. We'll lose if the front line gets bogged down here. The enemy remained steadfast and continued to fend off our assaults. They remained in the trenches, drawing us in, shooting, and immediately sending reinforcements if we managed to breach. They faithfully adhered to the basics of trench warfare. It was a perfect display of General Truck's prowess in defensive battles. That day, the government forces suffered significant casualties without capturing even a single trench. The number of dead over the course of the day was about 1,500, and with the wounded, it reached nearly 5,000. So many soldiers lost their lives, yet the front line did not budge. Survived again, Herr Ostchan? You're lucky. Likewise. Each night, the number of soldiers in Gorski platoon dwindled. Gorski platoon had been composed of 20 members when we left Eastern Command. Now, only 11 remained. Half of the comrades with whom I shared a glass of vodka with before our deployment were already dead. My best friend Tom Bell died today. I'm feeling lonely, so would you stay and listen to my silly stories tonight? I don't mind. You were best friends with Private Tom Bell? Yeah, we became best friends the day before yesterday. The day before that, My best friend Arizonov died, so Tombell became my new best friend. You seemed quite happy when your best friend Arizonov died because you had more rations. At night, we survivors began to chat quietly among ourselves. With temperatures so cold that sleeping could mean death, we couldn't afford to fall asleep. Lying down would be suicidal because it would drain your body heat. We had to keep sitting and warming ourselves by the campfire, or we would freeze to death. Tombell was a really funny guy. He repeated the same joke 3 times in one night. Was it the story about the monkey stealing his sister's pound cake? Oh, Ors-chan was listening too. I wasn't laughing the second time, but when he repeated it the third time, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I found it amusing. I exchanged muttered words with the Sabatian soldier, who wasn't a close acquaintance. I remember that this man had a foul mouth and had spoken rudely to Sylph, which resulted in him being banned from drinking. He wasn't exactly someone I got along well with. However, I conversed with him as if we were old friends. Ors-chan, your sense of humor seems outdated. I can't believe you find that joke funny. Do you have a funnier joke? Yeah, let me tell you something special. It's a story about my sister. Is it the story about your sister's boyfriend being locked up in the zoo because he looks too much like a gorilla? This is the 5th time you've told that joke. It's still funny even if it's the 5th time, right? The man's face showed an awkward expression at my unenthusiastic response. He was trying to tell me a joke. Should I have forced myself to laugh? I'm sorry for killing the mood. No, Ors-chan, you really don't laugh at all. Now that I think about it, I hadn't laughed much since joining the military. If this had been a gathering at Othello Village with Gamoji and the others, I would probably have laughed even at the 5th retelling of a joke. Unfortunately, it seemed that my facial muscles no longer moved properly in the battlefield. I found it difficult to laugh amidst the smell of burning flesh, iron, and gunpowder. I apologize if I offended you, but I'm not the type of person who can laugh on the battlefield. Before joining the military, I used to laugh quite a lot. Since becoming a soldier, I've become unable to express my emotions well. Really? I made an excuse and apologized to the soldier in front of me. It was true that since participating in the Western Front, my emotions have slowly disappeared from my face. I was never a particularly cheerful person, but recently I have become even more sullen. When I apologized, the foul-mouthed man gave me a sly grin and said, "Well then, I'm going to tell you a hilarious new joke that will make you laugh. Since you challenged me, you better not laugh." "Oh, really? If you laugh, you get a penalty. Well, how about I take your rations tomorrow?" "Sure, that's fine with me." "Alright then." I couldn't just go to sleep, and I wasn't good at chatting away, so I listened to the soldier's jokes all night. He told me an endless series of jokes that weren't particularly good or funny. It was a somewhat effective way to stay awake, but in the end, I didn't laugh once. The morning of the 4th day. Suppress the enemy artillery positions. On this day, we finally received orders from our strategist, Sylph Nova. The orders were simple. Head straight for the artillery positions once you break through the trenches. Breaking through the trenches is impossible in the first place. What are our artillery doing? They seem to be unable to move because they've run out of magic stones. It seems that from today onward, Sylph will be in command. However, the order felt like an impossible task. The members of Gorsky platoon felt something along the lines of, if we could do it, we would have already. Damn that little brat. I'll make her the butt of a joke and marry her to a monkey. You'll get reprimanded again. They're not even giving us any alcohol. However, this was an order given by Sylph. There must be some strategic purpose behind it. We are infantry on the front lines. All we can do is trust the orders of our commander. Should we head towards the artillery positions? No, it's going to be difficult as we're moving at an angle. Let's continue with our frontal assault as usual. I agree. Once again, we found ourselves engaging in combat across the trenches in the freezing cold. In the end, was our only effective tactic a frontal assault? No, in reality, Sylph had been steadily preparing a strategy from behind the scenes. It just took 4 days for the plan to bear fruit. The enemy seems quite noisy. There seems to be some commotion. On this day, Sylph's first strategy finally started to take effect. Even though it was right after the assault order was issued, the enemy city was starting to become chaotic. There's the sound of combat coming from the enemy city. Could it be infighting? What? It seems the enemy is in disarray. This might be a good opportunity. As we stuffed the warm rations into our stomachs, we continued to observe the enemy's increasingly frantic movements. Sylph's tactic was a surprise assault using sleds on the Volga River. Every year, the Volga River freezes over as winter arrives, forming a thick layer of ice on its surface. People often enjoy fishing or skating on this ice during peacetime. Sylph utilized this frozen river as a path for the troops. Now is the time to charge. Our allies are infiltrating and creating a diversion within the enemy's city. What? Sylph gathered soldiers skilled in handling sleds, equipped the front of the sleds with iron shields as weights, and sent them sliding down from upstream on the river. There were no trenches on the river, so the sleds advanced unchallenged. The surprise unit, sliding silently from upstream, managed to enter the city of Hosegrad across the waterways with their momentum. Seize the opportunity to assault. Follow my lead and charge at the signal. To execute this surprise attack, Sylph had divided the troops and moved those adept with sleds to a higher part of the river. This relocation took 4 days. Mr. Gorski, I have a report. There are some enemy trenches where movements are disorganized. Where, Touri? Right ahead, the enemy's deployment is sparse, and the armored soldiers are fewer. They might have repositioned their armored troops to the rear. It should be easier to throw grenades now. I see, that's a good opportunity. Trenches quickly become vulnerable if an enemy gets behind them. Because it is designed to specialize in defense from the front, it is particularly vulnerable to attacks from the side and above. Now, charge. Trenches that have been breached from the rear are weak. We were full of enthusiasm and charged forward, thinking that this was our chance at last. Thus, Sylph Nova's clever plan was successful. The enemy was thrown into disarray and the command structure was in chaos, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well done, Sylph. That was truly impressive. Thank you. Sylph herself was quite relieved at the success of the operation. She was aware that morale was low and was secretly worried that the entire surprise unit might all flee. She breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that their pride as soldiers prevailed. The right flank has apparently taken the enemy's second trench. I see. That must be Gorski platoon. We should push forward from here. However, it seems that the central forces encountered resistance and were repelled. Even though they've been taken from behind, the enemy won't crumble completely all at once. The enemy will collapse if we can take control of even one trench. Really? At this point, it was almost certain that victory was within reach. Sylph was confident that capturing even a single trench would mean success. And she knew there was a platoon led by an ace capable of achieving that. It is in these situations that an ace truly shines. They are the ones who secure crucial opportunities and brings about results that determine the outcome of the battlefield. Indeed, only those who can single-handedly influence the battlefield are granted the title of ace. The enemy forces in the center are charging towards us. What did you say? It seems they're panicking after being flanked. Just repel them calmly. Here, Sylph made just one small miscalculation. While Gorski's successful assault seemed to have secured the operation, unfortunately, there were also outstanding individuals among the enemy. One of the enemy's assault units have breached our trench. What? Yes. Despite being an inexperienced young commander with barely any combat experience, they managed to. The enemy unit is heading straight towards this command post. Wait, what? Somehow, the enemy knows the location of our command post. Get ready to intercept them. The enemy also had a brave and capable platoon leader amongst them who would likely earn the title of ace in the future. This platoon advanced with tremendous force, breaking through our defensive lines and closing in on the command post. The enemy, with an almost instinctual grasp of the situation, charged towards the command post where General Blake was stationed. Notify the central forces to cease their attack and counterattack. Order them to eliminate the invading enemy unit from behind. Please wait, General. The troops near the center are needed to breach the trenches. Redirect the reserve forces to intercept. It will be too late by then. What will we do if the enemy reaches here? This reckless enemy assault was incredibly intense. Although it was only one platoon, their breach through the center almost completely halted our invasion operation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Breaching the trenches will be extremely difficult if we miss this. But we cannot allow the command post to be attacked. Losing command will lead to the army's collapse. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, Sylph wanted to use the reserve forces to handle the situation, but General Blake immediately decided to withdraw the central forces and order a swift encirclement and annihilation of the enemy ace platoon. Indeed, the army would have fallen apart if the command post had been hit by this future ace platoon. Thus, General Blake's decision was not incorrect. You have to take risks to win, or it will be impossible. It's too dangerous. However, Sylph knew very well that if we missed this opportunity, we would never be able to take Hosegrad. A surprise attack using sleds could only work once. The surprise attack force will be suppressed if it takes too long to break through the center. It was now or never. The enemy is most likely an ace unit. If we recall the reserve forces, we won't make it in time, but General Blake seemed certain of something. He ordered the central forces to withdraw and to rapidly encircle and annihilate the enemy ace unit that had broken through. Look, the enemy has already reached this point. Perhaps it was because he was a cowardly man that he was able to sense something. The speed of the enemy's advance was astonishing. If the reserve forces moved as Sylph had wanted, it would have been too late. Had they gone with Sylph's gamble, the command post would have been destroyed. General Blake's cautious strategy turned out to be correct. That's the enemy commander. Wow, what an infuriating face he has. The young commander who achieved this swift breakthrough with a fierce determination lay dead, having turned the snowfield red with his blood. This man, with his extraordinary talent and potential to become an ace, destroyed the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of the Sebastian government forces at the cost of his own life. His name would not be recorded in history, nor would his achievements be praised. He was killed due to General Blake's cowardly command. Okay. That was a close call. I broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Sylph was certain of the Sebastian government forces' defeat. Whether it was bad luck or fate, the withdrawal of the central forces meant the battle lines were likely in disarray. Even if they attempted to invade again, the central trenches were probably under enemy control. Sylph's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been thwarted by the actions of a single platoon. We've lost. What are you saying, Sylph? Today was our last chance to retake Hosegrad. Beyond this, only further casualties will result. I recommend retreating, General Blake. Sylph Nova suggested this to General Blake. She had come to realize that the day had finally come to pay for this reckless campaign. No, we were still dominant today. If we take our time, we should have a good chance of winning. Today was the last day we could fight with the advantage. We have already lost too many soldiers. At this point, the campaign to capture Hosegrad had caused too many casualties. Approximately 50,000 soldiers had been mobilized from the Eastern Command for this operation. Nearly half of them were already dead or had deserted. It's time to withdraw. The soldiers' morale was low, and people were freezing to death daily. Logistics were being handled with difficulty, and despite the damage, there was a situation where resources were just barely sufficient. But her desperate plan was thwarted by the future ace, and the Sabbath's proud genius was finally left with no options left. No matter what they did, there was no hope of victory. Anything further would only deplete the soldiers with no chance of success. Is it really impossible? General, you know that best yourself. I had hoped to hear another brilliant idea from you. I apologize for my lack of ability. Having been firmly told this by Sylph, General Blake bitterly bit his lip in regret. He himself had felt that this operation was doomed from the start. After experiencing the immense damage from the forced march, he had come to recognize the recklessness of it. So, there are no more plans? Yes. My goal was to take control of the western part of Hosegrad today and seize the enemy's abundant magic stone supply. Sylph did not want today's offensive to fail. If they failed here, they would be left without ammunition or magical stones, and the soldiers would freeze, leaving them in an untenable situation. The Sabatian government forces had to reach the city by today at all costs. General Blake, prepare for a full retreat. The forces on both the left and right flanks are still on the offensive, so give them permission to retreat. It was the unknown ace unit of the Workers' Council that brought about this defeat. Sylph urged General Blake, glancing sideways at the ace's accomplished face. General. But General Blake continued to hesitate, even at this point. Seeing his agonized expression, Sylph tried to pressure him with a firm tone. Captain Sylph, we have a report from the front. Gorski platoon has reportedly captured the enemy's artillery positions and part of the city. Upon hearing this report, Sylph fell silent. Chapter 109. The ice sled surprise attack strategy devised by Sylph was a success. The enemy was visibly shaken as flames rose from the city behind them. Incoming artillery fire. Don't be afraid. I'll shield you from the blast with my shield. Taking advantage of the confusion, Mr. Gorski bravely charged forward. Securing even a single trench would provide a foothold for reinforcements to follow. It was the ace's job to capture that crucial first position. Touri, prepare your shield. Yes. The assault on this day was significantly different from usual. It was because I had started to be used completely as an infantryman. It seems that the number of soldiers in the platoon had decreased too much. I could no longer take a defensive position at the rear. Sorry, Touri, but please step forward. Secure my right. Understood. I was positioned to the right of Gorski, who was leading the charge alone. Normally, soldiers who can use shield are suited to be in the front line. Moreover, the rarity of the heal skill meant I was only placed in the rear. May I have permission to use shield and heal? You can use shield freely at your discretion. 4. Heal. Get confirmation first. Thank you. This is my first experience running on the front line of an assault. But thinking about it, even though it has only been a year, I have experience on the Western Front. I could be considered a veteran within the platoon. Rather, I need to protect the soldiers in the rear. Just like I had practiced. Just like I had been trained. I kept my posture low and ran with my rifle held tight. I saw soldiers in the trench directly ahead aiming their guns straight at me. It's far, so it's unclear whether they'll hit, but it's better to be cautious. Shield. The shield I instinctively cast deflected a few bullets before shattering. One of those bullets was headed straight for my left chest, directly at my heart. At that moment, I nearly died. If I had been even a little slower in deploying the shield, I would have been dead. This is not a game. If I get hit in a vital spot, I will die. I heard a distressing cry from behind. It must have been someone from our unit. I can only hope it's not a fatal injury. If luck is on their side, they might be carried to the rear. Touri, the enemy in front is targeting you again. Yes, understood. I can't even imagine running through such a terrifying place without a shield. Rodri and Senior Allen have been surviving on battlefields like this for a long time. Here goes. I swung my rifle upward at the same time the enemy fired. Just in case a bullet came straight at me, I might deflect it with my gun. If that reduces the mortality rate by even 1%, that would be great. I can't die here. Every time the enemy fired, I desperately swung my rifle. I was anxious, terrified, and burning with the impatience to advance even one step faster. I used the party tricks I learned from Mr. Gorski in that peaceful village as my mental support. Fortunately, no bullets grazed me. We safely reached the trench at the front and Mr. Gorski jumped into it. Immediately afterward, there was a thunderous explosion and flash of lightning in the trench, and the enemy soldiers convulsed and fell. Suppression complete. Move into the trench. Understood. Following his brave footsteps, we slipped into the trench and secured the position without incident. I was out of breath and ended up falling on my butt. Touri, Use a knife if you want to cut bullets. Using a rifle risks accidental discharge. Why yes. But you don't have a military knife, do you? I was issued a medical knife instead. Then, I'll lend you mine. I only use a spear anyway. My heart is racing rapidly. Now, for the first time, I had run through the trenches using my own power. I felt like I barely survived. I've never had so many guns pointed at me in my life. The infantry must have been fighting such terror all this time. Now, once our allies catch up, we'll move to the artillery position. I will provide cover for the perimeter, so follow me. Mr. Gorski intended to continue on and attack the trenches from the side. Once part of the trench was secured, the standard strategy is to support your allies by going around to the rear or pushing sideways. Today's battle was one in which we had a very good chance of winning, as Sylph caused chaos in the rear. Mr. Gorski was likely eager to secure a decisive victory. However, something seems off. What's wrong, Touri? It was here that I noticed something strange was happening. The Central Forces are retreating. Really? The Central Force led by General Blake, which was the core of the offensive, was inexplicably retreating early. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to take the artillery position all at once? Hey, the enemy is retaking the trench. This is bad, our rear is exposed. With the Central Forces retreat, the enemy quickly pushed back the front line. The flanks of the Sabatian government forces were under pressure, and if left as is, we would lose our retreat route. Is this part of the strategy? A horrible chill ran down my spine. A chill that froze my very bones, telling me that I would die if I stayed here. But we still hadn't received a retreat order. Why had only the Central Forces withdrawn? If this was intentional, what was Sylph thinking? I don't know. Yes. However, as long as no retreat order has been given, we have no choice but to continue the offensive. Assuming Sylph had a purpose in mind. What would happen if the central line collapsed during a multi-point simultaneous breakthrough? There must be some deeper reason. Do you really think that little girl is thinking about such things? I agreed with Mr. Gorski, and had seen firsthand the many clever schemes of Sylph. There must be some deep purpose. There must be a strategy that couldn't be discerned on the field. Maybe something unexpected happened. Wouldn't it be better to retreat? We'll die if we get surrounded. It's unthinkable for soldiers to retreat without orders. Yeah. If I die in the line of duty, I'll come back as a ghost. Thinking that, I focused not on retreat but on moving forward. Sylph had ordered us to capture the artillery position. There must be a clue there. Believing that, at that moment, we chose not to retreat. We moved forward, trusting the strategist Sylph Nova. In reality, it was not the situation she had intended, but a distortion caused by the enemy's ace unit forcibly changing the battlefield. Yes, the enemy ace's breakthrough through the center caused a major distortion of the battlefront. In exchange for sacrificing a talented young man, the enemy managed to take the center and began to pressure the government forces on both the left and right wings. Originally, the advancing lines of the offensive were narrow. Assault troops were supposed to infiltrate and secure the trenches from such a narrow line. That narrow line was soon divided by the disparity in numbers after losing the central main forces. What's wrong, Touri? Even I realized this at that point. Goosebumps ran all over my body and my heart was beating so fast I couldn't breathe. Damn it. The moment the enemy secured our rear and completely cut off our retreat route. It was only then did I understand. The rear is. The central retreat was not part of Sylph's strategy. It was that our location had long since become a death trap. You had a bad feeling about this, so why didn't you retreat? I immediately reported to Mr. Gorski what I had noticed happening behind us and discussed what we should do next. We were completely cut off from behind and are now isolated. If our single platoon stormed the artillery position alone, we would only be riddled with bullets. Why didn't you think about it yourself and instead left everything up to Sylph? I was mistaken. Only the soldiers on the battlefield can see the battlefield with their own eyes and act in real time. I blindly trusted the excellent strategist Sylph, assuming even this disadvantageous situation must have had a deeper meaning, and thoughtlessly moved forward. Well, as a soldier, that may be true. But in my defense, I'm not a commander. As a low-ranking soldier, I am basically only allowed to do as self-ordered. The correct course of action for infantrymen is to not think about anything and entrust things to their commander. That is just a soldier who chooses the answers prepared by Sylph. Yes, she is extraordinarily good at shaping the battlefield. I just had to choose the correct answers prepared by Sylph. It was a very simple job. It felt very reassuring and easy. Hey, is that really what you've been doing up until now? Have the battlefields I have experienced so far been like such games? No. I have experienced real battlefields, not some simple game. That's what had brought me here. My experience and instincts are what I should rely on, not just blindly following orders. From now on, we will charge to the rear and attempt to join our allies. Mr. Gorski made a quick decision. If we move forward, there is only death. The only way we can survive is to retreat to the rear. See, I told you so. Shut up. If there are no objections, I'll take the lead. The enemy defenses look quite thick, but if we'll be surrounded if we take too long. We'll charge even if it's reckless. Oh no, this time I might really die. Surely, what lies ahead is hell. The enemy is waiting for us, knowing we will try to escape. Mr. Gorski might be able to escape on his own, but the chances of survival for the rest of us, including myself, are slim. Prepare yourselves. Are you ready? Mr. Gorski, I have a proposal. How about we press sideways a bit before retreating? Push sideways. There are no prepared answers on this battlefield. It has always been that way. In war, there is no one to tell you the perfect path to victory. Yes. Let's attack along the trench and threaten the rear of the enemy soldiers who have broken through the center. And then, if the enemy is inexperienced, at least one unit will likely become disorganized. Breaking through a prepared enemy or a confused enemy, which is easier? You have a point. Do we have enough ammunition? The enemy's weapons are the same model as ours. We can collect ammo from fallen enemies. Survival seems unlikely in our current situation. If there is no chance of survival, we must act in a way that creates opportunities. At the very least, retreating from this position now seems incredibly risky. That's true. Well then, let's attack from the side across the trench. Yes, please, Mr. Gorski. I said this, gripping my rifle as I stood next to the spear-wielding hero, ready for the next move. Whoa, they're coming this way. The one waiting at the adjacent outpost is a young boy with curly hair. He reminds me of a young boy from the orphanage who looked up to me like an older sister. For the revolution, brace yourself. The curly-haired boy soldier pointed the gun at me, but, before he could shoot, my own rifle fired first. He took too long to aim. Maybe it was his first battle. We've taken control of the base and seized the ammunition. Good. We continued to destroy the adjacent bases with the same momentum as if we were still on the offensive. Ouch. Ors-chan, I'm wounded. Requesting permission to treat. Permission granted. Frontline medics are extremely useful in these situations. Unless it's a fatal wound, most injuries can be healed. I can understand why platoon leader Garbak wanted a medic so much. Enemy forces are invading from the rear. Prepare to intercept. Oh, good job noticing. The enemy seems fairly flustered seeing our movements. Having the enemy roaming behind us in the trenches is quite troublesome. A considerable number of enemy troops were dispatched to annihilate us. Are there any bases we can break into? It's better than before, but, for now, I can't find a base from which to attack that will allow us to return alive. Thanks to this, the enemy formation was somewhat disorganized. However, there was still no place that our current 10-man Gorski platoon could break through. As expected, it's not going to be that easy. However, this is normal. It's strange to think there would be a surefire answer on the battlefield. There is an assault point where we might not make it back alive even if we succeed. What do you think, Mr. Gorski? Might not make it back alive? What do you mean? Well, look ahead. Then I'll trust my intuition. No matter how narrow the path might be, if there's even the slightest chance of survival, There's no reason to give up. Our enemies are so desperate to encircle us that part of the artillery position has become easier to attack. Wait, you don't mean? The defense of the enemy's artillery position had been considerably weakened. Naturally, the troops guarding the artillery positions had advanced to corner us. At this moment, we're the only unit capable of launching an assault on the artillery position. While the rest of the government forces are retreating, there is no reason not for them to advance the defense forces. Let's launch an assault on the artillery position, Mr. Gorski. Let's cause even more confusion for the enemy. This charge will surely not be in vain. It will also serve as support for our allies who are currently in a difficult situation. That's true, but there will definitely be an opportunity that will appear after we make a mess of the enemy's positions. The situation is desperate, but if survival is the goal, the best option is to assault the artillery position with a single platoon. My instincts tell me that if we retreat now, the chances of me surviving is 0. So, retreating here is not an option. Please trust me. Besides, moving forward from here would provide better support to our allies. For the overall situation on the front, advancing here seems to be more beneficial. This is a forceful tactic that only an ace like Mr. Gorski can pull off. If we're going to move forward, where should we target? Let's move a little further to the right and then charge. That area seems to have weaker defenses. Hey, Ors-chan. What is it? No. It's nothing. The usually gruff and foul-mouthed soldier had an indescribable expression on his face. Didn't you say that you weren't the type who to laugh on battlefield? Chapter 110. Since my previous life, I've always been good at sensing danger. I could instinctively sense the critical point where going any further would be dangerous. I don't know if it was because I was just cowardly or if some animalistic instinct remained in me, but it was certainly one of my unique skills. For example, when I had a bad feeling and stopped at a corner, a runaway truck rushed past right in front of me. One day, I spat out my school lunch immediately because I didn't like the taste, and a mass food poisoning incident occurred at the school. And, before leaving, I felt an inexplicable fear and stubbornly refused to go on a family trip. The plane my parents were on crashed, and both of them never returned. I was the only one who survived, left in the care of my grandparents. All alone in the world, I stopped going to school and stayed at home. I squandered my parents' inheritance and immersed myself in my favorite FPS games. I guess my grandparents couldn't stop me because I seemed to enjoy myself only when I was gaming. I spent my days gaming to forget reality and rapidly improved my skills. Battle Royale-style FPS games were a perfect match for my abilities. I somehow felt when I was being targeted. I somehow felt when I was being ambushed. So, I knew it when it was dangerous to attack. With such a sixth sense at play, I was strong in the gaming world. I was a shut-in and continued to play games, ignoring my worried grandmother. After long hours of practice, I eventually became known as a god and became the best in the world. There have certainly been quite a few twisted gods. What I'd done up until now in those FPS games was simple. The enemy has diverted their defense of the artillery position to surround us. This is a good opportunity. I would attack until I instinctively felt that going any further was dangerous. When I felt it was impossible, I stepped back. All I did was repeat this process over and over. It's important to balance attack and defense in Battle Royale games. Figuring out how to shoot the enemy without dying is crucial. No one could match me when it comes to that sense of balance, at least not in my previous life. That's too reckless, Touri. Our escape route will be cut off if we do that, and we'll have no choice but to die. It's okay. We won't die. If ruin lies ahead, I will be able to sense it. On the other hand, as long as my intuition says it's possible, we should keep pushing forward. This has been my shortcut to victory thus far. I can't die and leave Settle behind. Touri. At the very least, we have a much better chance of survival than if we retreated to the rear. Please believe me. Mr. Gorski and the others looked at me with very dubious eyes. But I wasn't going to back down. From the beginning, this was supposed to be my role. It isn't like me to leave the command to someone else and just follow instructions. Mr. Gorski, I don't want to die yet. I was always the one in charge of strategic command and the team's IGL, in-game leader. Even when we reached the top of the world in that game, I was the team's leader. What do we do after we secure the artillery position? We will break through and invade the city. We should be able to hold out for a while if we occupy houses and barricade ourselves inside. We'll end up attacking civilians. Are you prepared for that? There are no civilians left in this area. If there were any, they would have evacuated long ago. I should have properly suggested retreating instead of blindly following Sylph's plan. Now is the time to learn from my failure to do so and express my opinion. Currently, escaping to the city is the only way we can survive. Thanks to my strong proposal, Gorski platoon decided to advance. The plan is to break through the thinly defended artillery positions and advance straight into the city. It's reckless to retreat, and it's reckless to attack. If we're going to do something reckless, let's harass the enemy as much as possible. We're not going to survive anyway. Let's just go along with it. It is clearly reckless for one platoon to attempt this. Most of my comrades who accepted this probably thought, if we're going to die anyway. However, it was precisely because it is so reckless that the enemy won't be on guard. I think there was also an element of surprise, as they wouldn't expect us to advance. There, the trench is thin because there is barbed wire in front. Let's open a path with Mr. Gorski's spear and secure it. Got it. And it was fortunate that our platoon leader, Mr. Gorski, had one of the best assault abilities in the entire army. If it's just a small amount of barbed wire, you can cut it through with the lightning-charged spear and advance. The way he charges into enemy territory faster than anyone else reminds me of the heroic figure of platoon leader Garbak from the past. Everyone, prepare yourselves. With the resolve to die here with me, let's deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Consider it an honor to fall here. As soon as we decided to move forward, we immediately charged into the final line of trenches. The enemy's reaction was quite slow, as they probably did not expect us to advance any further. We managed to secure the trench much more smoothly than anticipated. Don't let up, keep pressing forward. Start firing at the artillery position. Roger. Beyond that was the artillery defense position made up of piled-up sandbags. Finally, we were on the verge of striking the enemy's exposed weak spot. Over there, over there. That side is safer. Oh, I see. The left side does look less defended. All right, let's charge to the left. Let's go, Ors-chan. Morale in the Gorski platoon was high, but it wasn't because they were determined to survive. Rather, it was the attitude of let's make one last splash before we die. With resigned smiles, they began to ruffle my hair. Geez, treating me like a pet again even though I'm a married woman. Platoon leader, we've got some lead from the stalkers on the right rear. You think they're our fans? Should we shoot back a bit? Give them some fan service? The enemy, panicked by our advance towards the artillery position, started to pull back. And their attacks on us intensified. Mr. Gorski, let's ignore the gunfire from the right rear and escape to the left, aiming for the artillery position. Escape? Yes, they are a very skilled unit. We'll probably lose if we engage in a shootout. I could tell that the force attacking from the right rear is exceptionally skilled. This is because they had timed their attacks perfectly to prevent us from retreating at the right times. They were probably a veteran commander's unit. Engaging them directly would be disadvantageous due to the difference in numbers. But if we escape to the left, what then? We'll hit a dead end eventually. Let's break through the enemy on the left front. The enemy directly ahead also looks quite strong. The enemy troops in front of us also seemed to be well trained. They were hidden behind sandbags, with soldiers evenly spaced in a neat formation. It looked like a textbook example of a proper formation. Being able to execute textbook maneuvers likely indicates a competent commander. But the unit to the left front is moving strangely. However, the adjacent unit on the left front was very disorganized. Gunfire was sporadic, and the soldiers' positions were uneven and unstable. It was probably a hastily assembled unit or one with an inexperienced commander. They're exposing their heads too much. They probably don't have any combat experience. Moreover, The commander of that unit was constantly checking our position with his head sticking out from behind the sandbags. He didn't seem to be using anything like a periscope. He must have avoided death so far simply because he hadn't experienced real combat. I can hit him. Permission to fire? Go ahead. Just stick your heads out of the trench for 3 seconds. If I have that much time. I got him. I shot the soldier who appears to be their commander. You hit them. It was a lucky shot. Even I managed to shoot that careless enemy commander. After all, I've been trained by Sergeant Safqua in shooting. I can aim with decent accuracy if the target isn't moving. Don't miss this confusion after shooting their commander. Once we pass this position, we can escape into the city. This is our last push. Yeah. A unit losing its commander quickly falls into disarray. A highly trained unit can swiftly reassign command, but I doubt a poorly coordinated unit can pull that off. Charge into the artillery position. Follow me. Ooh. As expected, the unit lost its cohesion and fell into confusion. Mr. Gorski didn't miss this chance. With incredible force, he cut into the sandbags and slaughtered the enemy soldiers. Don't stop moving, keep running. Leave anyone who gets shot behind. If you don't want to die, run. Gorski platoon took advantage of the collapse of that disorganized unit and dashed through the artillery position. Just having one disorganized unit mixed in with your elite forces can create such a significant gap. And once we breached the artillery position, it was a free-for-all. Shoot the artilleryman. Fire at or blow up the crates containing magic stones. Roger that. Magic artillerymen are not adept at handling firearms. Just as medics don't train with guns, they don't learn to use them. Enemy bullets flying from all directions sometimes hit the members of Gorski platoon, and sometimes they bounced off each other, injuring soldiers who were supposed to be allies. Shooting the artilleryman is more effective than destroying the magic stones. I shot at every artilleryman I could see, over and over. I didn't care if the shots were fatal. Just hitting them was enough. Keep going straight into the city. Yes, sir. The crates of magic stones the enemy had stored exploded with the help of our grenades. The defenders who rushed in to protect the artillery became nothing but rust on Mr. Gorski's spear. During this charge, I was hit twice. One of those shots blew away my cheek from a diagonal direction. Blood dripped into my mouth, and I was quickly given permission to treat it. It was the first time I had been hit in the face. Luckily, the shot was only to the cheek. If the angle had been a little more inward, the bullet would have penetrated my eye or brain. Being hit only twice was lucky. I managed to run desperately, and it was only because of that I survived with just 2 hits. I would have been surrounded and killed if I had stopped even a little. Indeed, a fellow soldier who slipped and fell was immediately turned into a bullet-riddled corpse. The only thing I can say is that I was extremely lucky to survive. From the time Gorski platoon was surrounded to the charge through the artillery position and into the city, the entire battle took less than 30 minutes. If we had hesitated, we would have lost our escape route and been annihilated. This achievement was possible only because Mr. Gorski made a decisive and swift decision, accepted my proposal, and moved forward. Half of Gorski platoon perished in those 30 minutes. 5 soldiers died in the line of duty, spilling fresh blood on the icy snow. Their deaths were caused by my reckless proposal. A frontal assault on the enemy's artillery position with a single squad was excessively reckless. It was never possible for all of us to survive. But, retreating would likely have led to complete annihilation. Therefore, I must accept that it was impossible to save those 5 platoon members from the start. I can't allow myself to be haunted and burdened by these, like with Lakia. Let's hide in that house for now while there are no enemies around. Got it. After breaking through the artillery position, we advanced into the city. As we reached the city, the number of soldiers intercepting us decreased significantly. The soldiers who did engage were mostly from patrol units, and many fled upon seeing Mr. Gorski's imposing presence. Platoon leader Gorski. I can't see out of my right eye. Caught by a grenade blast, right? Touri. Can you heal it? We managed to hide in a civilian house after shaking off the enemies. We are still surrounded by enemies, but we can finally take a moment to catch our breath. I'm sorry, but recovery magic won't restore sight. I can't heal blindness. Yeah, I figured. The soldier had requested me to treat his eye, but unfortunately, sight couldn't be restored with heal. Apparently, healing magic is ineffective because the eye has weak regenerative ability. Having lost one eye is bad, but we're still alive. That's good enough. That's true. I still want to keep fighting. I'm going to push even deeper. Even though they are in such a battered state, the members of Gorski platoon are still determined to fight. This is the excitement that comes from being prepared for death. When soldiers come to terms with their own death, their spirits often lift, and they become more enthusiastic. Let's take a little rest and then go wild again. Yeah. I never thought we'd make it this far. I think Mr. Gorski himself has come to terms with death. I guess no one believed me when I said we were doing this all to survive. They must be thinking, if I'm going to die anyway, I want to go out with a bang. It is the ideal way to die that any soldier on the battlefield fantasizes about at least once. I guess they think it's cooler to die dramatically in a life-risking suicide attack than to die in an ordinary battle. No, Mr. Gorski. Let's end the battle here. What? We've achieved our tactical objective. Advancing further would be too dangerous. Though I understood their sentiment, I'm not yet looking for such a dramatic death. So what's the plan now? We just need to wait. We'll survive if we do. Wait for what? There's probably no point in going any further from here. It would only result in a dramatic but pointless death. That's not where I want to be. Well, let's just wait for a miracle to happen. Are you serious? It's fine. Have some faith. We did everything we could. Disrupting the enemy, sabotaging the artillery position, and drawing out the central enemy. There's no way that monster would just sit back and do nothing with the battle situation set in such a favorable direction. Can't you hear it? The battle cries echoing from the camp we just ran through. It is unclear how much of today's battle was anticipated by her. At the very least, I think it was unexpected that the central position was breached and Sylph Company being left behind in the trenches. Almost all the remaining platoons, except for our own Gorski platoon, had been wiped out. I can definitely hear the voices. What's happening on the battlefield? On the other hand, it is also true that she had prepared various strategies in case of an emergency. When she gave the order to head for the artillery position before the operation began, I think it was based on her anticipation of us forcing an advance rather than retreating. The evidence was in how we, following Sylph's orders, had charged through the artillery position. It's our allies. A friendly unit is breaking through the trenches and pouring into the city. We survived. We made it. Protected by the Allied Sabatian forces, who launched an offensive in follow-up on us, we managed to return safely. Chapter 111. Well done, Gorski and your brave subordinates. We were protected by our allies and immediately taken to the medical department. When we had our medical checks there, everyone was in even worse shape than we had thought. The bullet wound on my cheek was said to leave a small scar, and several of my toes were on the brink of necrosis due to frostbite. Some soldiers had lost an eye, and others had to have a frostbitten foot amputated. You are all heroes. I'll reward you later, so rest for today. Rest, huh? It's a reward for the heroes who played a crucial role in our victory. I'll make sure delicious wine and meat are provided. Hooray. She said this and gently stroked my freshly healed cheek. It looks like I'll be given a day off today. Today, Sylph had a gentler expression than usual. I'll follow you for the rest of my life, Captain Sylph. You're quite cheerful today. You guys are usually so foul-mouthed, always calling me a brat. That foul-mouthed guy has already gone off to the snowy plains. I see. So that foul-mouthed man is gone too. Sylph muttered, looking a bit sad. It will be a bit lonely without fools like him. She turned on her heel and left. Captain Sylph really understands things well. That day, we were indeed given a break. I wonder what will happen to me after this. You can't fight with one leg. You'll probably have to retire. We were also given a bottle of vodka and a warm meal. We borrowed a corner of a house and were able to spend a relaxing time sitting around a warm fireplace. Oh, there's chocolate hidden in the drawer of this desk. Maybe it belongs to the homeowner. Eat it, eat it. We might be dead tomorrow. Including Mr. Gorski, there are only 5 soldiers left. Among them, the soldier who lost an eye and the one who lost a leg would not be able to endure future battles. Mr. Gorski had also been shot in the bulletproof part of his armor and was said to have a fractured rib. He will need a week to fully recover. Gorski platoon will be out of commission for a while. I'm sorry, but Private First Class Gresh should not drink alcohol and should rest. Your wounds might reopen. What? You can drink once you're fully recovered. The alcohol won't run out. The aftercare of the injured members was assigned to me. In other words, that was the only task given to me. I left the seriously injured to sleep on any sofa they could find. We're really lucky to have survived that situation. It wasn't luck. It was all thanks to Gorski's lightning spear. What are you saying, Touri? It's mostly your achievement. Since I had no one to talk to, I sat down next to Mr. Gorski. It's hard to talk to people other than Mr. Gorski because our energy levels are so different. You were so calm. You seemed more insane than anyone else, but you were the most eager to live. Well, I have a child waiting for me to return. I see. Even the golden hero had a tired face with unshaven stubble today as he quietly sipped his drink. I forced him to do some pretty unreasonable things. Now that I think about it, I also have a family waiting for me to come home. Is that so? As Mr. Gorski sipped on his drink, I also quietly did the same. It was very strong, but if drank slowly, it wasn't too overwhelming. The truth is, I received a secret message from Sylph. A secret mission? Sylph's message said to adopt your proposals to the fullest. It seems Sylph thinks very highly of you. Seriously? I was surprised to learn this unexpected fact. I had wondered why Mr. Gorski was so willing to accept my suggestions. In particular, it said, if you find yourself in a difficult situation, rely on her. Honestly, I was anxious about adopting the proposals of someone so young, but why would Sylph? You yourself have proven the reason why. It turns out that Sylph gave orders to Mr. Gorski to adopt my proposals. Tell me, what did you see? I'm not sure what you mean by what did I see. What exactly does she think of me? I did think she was too favorable towards me, but I was just thinking I didn't want to die. Well, I guess everyone feels that way. I didn't want to darken the face of Seddle, who is waiting for me at home. I desperately thought about what I could do to give myself a better chance of survival. I'm just a cowardly young girl. In this place covered in blood and mud, I don't have the pinpoint accuracy or the skill to spot enemies on the screen like I did in the FPS games of my previous life. But then, someone inside me told me how to increase my chances of surviving. Were you hallucinating? Maybe. Anyway, I somehow manage to survive every time I follow that voice. The only thing supporting me now is the vague, unfounded intuition that catastrophe awaits me ahead. It's not uncommon for soldiers to hear auditory hallucinations. Really, it's said that those who can't endure the stress of battle might create a split personality to stabilize their mind. It's not that their mind is broken so they hear hallucinations, but rather that they hear them to avoid their mind from breaking. When I spoke about the voice I hear inside me, Mr. Gorski furrowed his brow and explained. It's said that hallucinations in those whose minds are broken are curses. The grudges and the resentful gazes of fallen comrades stick in the mind and never go away. I have also experienced that. I see. Me too. I was surprised to hear that Mr. Gorski had also experienced hallucinations. I had assumed that the hero in front of me would be free from such mental struggles, but once you've been on the battlefield long enough, you're bound to hear it at least once. When I think about it, Mr. Gorski must have had his time as a new recruit too. He must have gone through various experiences to become the person he is now. He must have experienced all the struggles I'm dealing with. There's no cure to it other than taking a break or overcoming it with strong will. Strong will? Yeah. I myself was once a naive young man. Mr. Gorski said this with a wry smile and turned his face away in embarrassment. I'm sure he overcame the hallucinations with sheer willpower. When I was tormented by hallucinations, I used to hug Rodri and sleep it off. Now that I think about it, it's no wonder that Rodri misunderstood something. However, there are also cases where someone has another personality inside them that speaks to them. Yes. In this case too, we often have to make them rest, but it's quite hard to cure. Mr. Gorski continued. He must be referring to what is called dissociative identity disorder. It seems to be a type of PTSD. A medic I knew told me that when soldiers can't stand the stress of the battlefield, they create another personality to stabilize their mind. Another personality? That's right. In those cases, the personality that is created is often a self adapted to the battlefield. They don't feel fear towards death or violence on the battlefield. They are able to act calmly at all times, and eventually they even start to enjoy fighting on the battlefield. Mr. Gorski said that it's easier on the mind to let such a personality take over. He looked at me with concern. Touri, when did you start hearing that voice? Was it after joining the war? Yes, that's right. Come to think of it, the first time I heard that voice inside me was when I broke through the city of Marshdale with Gamuji. I was also in a desperate situation at that time. I'd like you to recall slowly and without forcing yourself. About the voice that you hear coming from within you. Yes. Have you ever felt that the voice you hear is that of a version of you adapted to the battlefield? Mr. Gorski asked seriously, choosing his words carefully. Touri, can you say with certainty that you are still sane? Another personality. In the extraordinary stress of the battlefield, another version of myself was created to stabilize my mind. This explanation was easily accepted within me. Oh, I see. I am a weak-minded girl. I dislike being hit, I fear losing comrades, and I don't even want to think about dying. That's why, in situations where I might die, I panic. Touri, what's wrong? No. Thank you for the very convincing explanation. In my panic, I must have relied on the glory of my past life. The only memory I could proudly boast about from my previous life was becoming the world champion in an FPS. The persona of a genius gamer who was always calm and can turn things around no matter the adversity. I'm just weaker than I thought. I had always become unnaturally calm in desperate situations. Freed from the sadness of losing a loved one and the fear of dying, I was always able to act with utmost composure. It wasn't because I was accustomed to war, but rather that my weak self had switched to a facade of bravado created by a constructed personality, to withstand the stress of the battlefield and to find ways to stay calm and survive. Thank you, Mr. Gorski. I think I've come to understand myself a bit better. I see. So, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'm still in my right mind. That's not entirely true. I had merely nurtured a personality within my mind that could act calmly and rationally as a defense mechanism. The benefits of being able to stay calm in crucial moments are enormous. Even if that personality is a perverse one that enjoys the battlefield as if it were a game, despite the adversity, I can say that I'm still sane. It is more insane to entrust my life to my fragile, panic-prone self. I see. Then, if you experience any mental problems, please report them immediately. Understood, Mr. Gorski. That personality may seem very useful now, but once everything is over and peace is restored, it may slowly bear its fangs at you. Don't rely on it too much. Mr. Gorski said this and then ruffled my hair with his large palm. It was rough, as if soothing a crying child. That day's offensive continued until nightfall. We, the Sabatian government forces, swiftly occupied the eastern district of the capital and established a defense network in the city. We will award the highest honors to the unit that performed a surprise attack by sliding down from the upstream on sleds into the city, and to the Gorski platoon members who broke through the enemy trenches alone. The main players in the victory of the invasion of Hosegrad were the surprise attack forces who sacrificed their lives in a suicide attack, causing chaos in the rear, and us, who caused significant disruption by breaking through the trenches head-on. Mr. Gorski's incredible abilities were recognized among the Sabatian soldiers once again, and when the units were reorganized, there was a flood of requests to be assigned to Gorski platoon. There was a movement to promote Gorski to the rank of company commander, but if Gorski becomes a company commander, he will have to command from the rear. It's a waste not to use him at the front lines. Only platoon leaders are allowed to charge into the front lines. If a company commander is killed in battle, it would seriously disrupt the chain of command, so they cannot be on the front lines. In short, it's an assignment where he can die at any time. That's what assault soldiers are. Mr. Gorski expressed no dissatisfaction with this treatment and laughed, saying, "I'm not suited for giving instructions from the rear. It is precisely because the brave Mr. Gorski runs at the forefront that we can confidently follow him. Just between you and me, I regretted returning to Othello village after being wounded and retiring. Why is that? I had nothing. My family, my friends in the village, everyone respected me and cared about me, but I just felt empty." He complained to me like this when he was drinking vodka. "The battlefield where my comrades fell is the place where I was supposed to die. Having decided that, returning alone to a peaceful village left a gaping hole in my chest. To adapt to the battlefield means to seek death on the battlefield. Don't get too used to the battlefield, Touri. You're still too young to seek death." "Yes. Do you know how many people I have killed so far? Who would accept the betrayal of such a murderer living a peaceful life? Even if the entire world forgives such a man, I would never forgive him." Hearing those words, I feel like I finally understand part of the reason why platoon leader Garbak was so happy to stay behind in Fort Musen on that day. Assault soldiers can only be redeemed by dying on the battlefield. A peaceful death on a bed is nothing but a fantasy. Mr. Gorski is a man as brave as a lion and as gentle and delicate as an elephant. He must have long accepted death and dedicated himself to being a soldier. I don't know if platoon leader Garbak was thinking the same thing, but... So, Mr. Gorski, are you saying that an assault soldier's salvation lies not in dying in bed, but in fighting for their comrades and dying in the line of duty? That's right. If what he said is true, then platoon leader Garbak was saved that day. Yes, I would like to think that's the case. Chapter 112. It looks like we're about to win. On the night of a day spent relaxing in a warm house, we heard such rumors from soldiers patrolling the area. They say we've already taken half of the capital today. That's great. I just want to go back home and enjoy Vanya soon. According to the rumors, our victory seemed almost certain. General Truck probably didn't expect the battle to turn into urban warfare so suddenly. The enemy's defense network within the city was surprisingly thin. We're liberating civilians who were under enemy occupation one after another. They're rebellious though. Far from being grateful, they seem to resent us. General Truck had prepared multiple trenches surrounding the capital, Hosegrad. While the trenches were strong and durable, it meant that was all the time they had for preparation. Just as we had no time to prepare supplies, the Workers' Council had no time for full preparations either. It looks like the benefits of this reckless attack, urged by the high-ranking Sebastian officials, have finally paid off. Well, the citizens will calm down once we drive out the enemy terrorists. I'd like to end this battle as quickly as possible. The Workers' Council absolutely could not afford to have their trenches breached. Their damage would not be limited to just losing their crucial defense network. Now that we had secured a warm place to sleep, we were no longer bothered by them biding their time. The time where merely defending the trenches could lead to our self-destruction was over for the Workers' Council. What's wrong, Ors-chan? No, I just have a bad feeling. It was a smooth success that is almost too good to be true. But if this success was achieved because we fought through the enemy lines with our lives on the line, then so be it. It just feels like things are going too well. Well, isn't it good if things are going well? No, Touri is right. It is in good times that disasters strikes. It is precisely when things are going well that we must be more vigilant. The enemy's general staff are probably now pale-faced and pulling their hair out. Our victory is imminent. They might even be considering surrender or retreating. Despite such an overwhelmingly favorable position, I have a feeling that even in this situation, we are being manipulated by someone's hand. If this is overthinking, then that would be for the best. However, let's remain vigilant and stay calm in our duties. I headed to the briefing with that in mind. There's no need to worry, Touri. The battle is already won. Isn't it possible that the current situation is exactly what the enemy wants? That's impossible. That evening, Sylph returned to the house where we were staying and held a modest celebration. It seems Mr. Gorski will be receiving an award on behalf of the platoon at a later date. Certainly, there could be a strategy to lure us into the city and then encircle us. Yes. But it would be stronger to continue defending the trenches than to execute such a strategy. At that gathering, I was caught by the drunken Sylph. She was in high spirits, opening a chessboard and making me play against her. If the enemy were to use the city as a decoy, it would be easier to deal with them. It would be a foolish plan where they might even lose the support of the people they've gained. That's certainly true. Well, it's possible that they might resort to that plan as a last resort, but there's no way I would fall for such a crude plan. She drank her vodka as if she had already won. It might have been the first time I've seen Sylph without a wrinkle on her forehead. Touri, if we win this battle, you'll be at the goal. As promised, I will prepare a proper house and fortune for you. You can raise your child with as much love as you want. Thank you. But for me, winning this battle is not the goal. I'm just standing on the starting line, Sylph declared, still looking pleased. Even she seemed to get a little elated in the face of certain victory. No, rather, she might be more pleased about being able to avoid killing anyone. We've managed this far. Without a doubt, it's thanks to you. I thank you. It was nothing. From here on, I will have to do what I can. Sylph, cheeks flushed from the alcohol, exhaled white breath while thinking about something. Finally. We can finally put an end to this foolish war. No one will have to be killed anymore. The peace we cherish is right in front of us. Yes. Tomorrow will be the final battle. Arrangements have already been made for the reorganization of Gorski platoon. The final battle? Yes. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'll need Gorski to give it one last push. Just a little more. Lend me your strength, Touri. Yes. Sylph smiled with genuine joy at my affirmative response. The next day, we suffered a severe defeat. It seems that the enemy had set up a defensive position in the city overnight. Although still incomplete, they had managed to establish a solid defense network. Despite this, General Blake probably thought we could easily win by riding on yesterday's momentum. Full of confidence, he ordered a frontal assault without any strategy. Naturally, we were soundly defeated by the well-prepared defenses. Well, you see. However, Sylph had expected General Blake to give such command. She had predicted that he might do just that. So, Sylph had obtained permission from General Blake to take a separate course of action to secure victory. That separate action was a surprise attack on the enemy guerrilla forces. Didn't you say yesterday that we had already won? The Workers' Council forces had been conducting guerrilla operations while hiding within the city. There were small units hiding around the city that launched surprise attacks on us. This tactic proved highly effective in a city with many places to hide. This is a classic and effective defensive strategy that is typical of General Truck. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this information, Sylph judged that not dealing with the guerrilla forces would result in tremendous damage. However, it is difficult to wipe out the guerrilla forces lurking everywhere. So, Sylph targeted the guerrilla forces' supply lines. She predicted a likely location for the enemy's frontline supply base and planned to attack it. It went well up to that point, but we were completely red. I thought I was going to die. Damn it. So much for a winning battle. The surprise attack was completely anticipated. We charged ahead with great enthusiasm only to find enemy position empty, and we were immediately met with gunfire from all directions. Gorski, Touri, I'm really sorry. You saved us. It's nothing. I had a bad feeling, so I had requested Sylph to assign Gorski platoon to secure the rear under the pretense of being injured. Thanks to that, Mr. Gorski managed to create an escape route and secure an exit the moment we were surrounded. We really might have been wiped out without Mr. Gorski. I was overly complacent. What ignorance and foolishness. Well, this could also be said to be Sylph's bad habit or weakness. Her proposed strategies were always calculated based on expected value. If there had been a supply base here, and we had struck it, the battle would have been over. There wasn't one here, though. Sylph always chose the strategy with the highest return among the options she could think of at the time. Even if there was some risk involved, if the potential return from success was great, she would adopt it. She was a commander who achieved overwhelming victories in most battles, but with bad luck, she could easily lose as well. This was the danger of Sylph Nova that her father, Brustov, had feared. Really, can't you just stop being so self-satisfied? It's clear that a kid as a commander just won't work. Even if safer strategies existed, she would choose a riskier but more effective option. This was her way of trying to reduce unnecessary casualties as much as possible. Because the longer the battle dragged on, the more we had to continue looting from civilians. Sylph. But losing here meant losing everything. It seemed that this was Sylph's first experience of increasing damage due to her own actions. I wish we had just advanced alongside General Blake. That would have caused even more damage, wouldn't it? Even geniuses make mistakes, but the soldiers don't understand that. Sylph listened to the soldiers grumbling while biting her lip. In reality, although Sylph had lost repeatedly up to this point, the enemy commander Truck was by no means an incompetent leader. Since the Sebastian government forces had repeatedly used surprise tactics, Truck probably anticipated that there would be some sort of surprise tactic this time as well. It is a fundamental principle of military strategy not to repeat unconventional tactics. Sylph herself had begun to underestimate her enemies to the point that she had forgotten about such things. I'll think of a new plan. Give me some time. On the day we narrowly escaped from a potential catastrophe, she quietly returned to headquarters alone. From this day, the front line became once again stalemated. Our successive victories seemed to have sealed our win, but the enemy's morale remained unexpectedly high. Even though we had achieved a series of victories, we were still in a very disadvantageous position. We had merely managed to level the playing field through clever tactics. There was no way we could win by launching an unplanned attack on momentum alone. Even though we had finally entered Hosegrad, the hellish situation continued. No, in some ways, this might have been the true beginning of hell. The enemy general is indeed a fine strategist. I can't find any openings to attack. It seemed that Sylph Nova, our last hope, had finally run out of strategies. She had devised several plans, but all of them had been countered by General Truck. Soldiers were stationed in all underground passages and back alleys that could be used for surprise attacks. It seemed that magical traps had been set everywhere, and any careless attempt at a surprise attack would leave our forces burnt to a crisp. Determined not to let the city be further ravaged, the enemy soldiers continued to fend us off with high morale. Sylph had no choice but to attack head-on without relying on clever tactics as long as General Truck remained in command. And so, a long, drawn-out standoff began within the city. "Hey, Ors-chan, could you check on the wounded for me? What's the matter?" Certainly, having taken over the city allowed us to avoid freezing in our makeshift beds. However, the houses we had occupied originally belonged to the citizens. We were taking someone's home and property and were living comfortably. Many citizens had been evicted from their homes under the pretext of renting them out and were moved to large shelters like community centers. Some, unfortunately, had no lodging and were forced to camp out. These actions generated unimaginable resentment from the citizens. I got hit in the head with a stone while patrolling the city. I was attacked by an old woman demanding her son back. I got cut pretty badly. The Workers' Council had most of the citizens of Hosegrad on their side, so there was a lot of resistance within the city. The Workers' Council used resources seized from the wealthy to distribute food, while the government forces, under the pretense of liberating the capital, repeatedly plundered from the citizens. It was obvious which one would be more welcome. When I shot and killed the old woman, the citizens looked at me with terrifying eyes. But I might have been killed myself if I had ignored her. It's impossible to walk around the city carelessly, even though it's my hometown. We were the invaders. While the Workers' Council was trying to change the country, we were hindering that effort with our looting. The Sebastian army had no allies. No one to praise our life-risking battles. What are we even fighting for? Even the soldiers, who had initially been considerate towards the citizens, were beginning to become disheartened by the persistent hostility. Who is it that we're risking our lives for? Why were we, who had marched through hell to get here, being harassed by citizens who were living comfortably? It didn't take long for these feelings to take root. One day, while Gorski platoon was patrolling the city, we came across a troubling scene in front of a house. "Stop it. We don't need you. Why won't you just leave us alone?" It appeared that a young female citizen was being surrounded by Sabatian soldiers. Her eyes were blazing in rage as she clutched a kitchen knife in one hand, her face contorted with fear as she shouted, "Get out! Leave Hosegrad! We have no food or alcohol to give you." In front of the woman stood a soldier, bleeding from his shoulder. It seemed the soldier had been stabbed by the woman in her resistance. "Is that all you have to say? Pointing guns at civilians? You filthy scum. You're the one who first drew the knife, you bitch." The soldier was likely requisitioning supplies from a private residence under military orders. As a result, the woman had attacked him in defense. Of course, the woman's entire family was then killed. You can't simply let someone who raises a hand against a soldier go unpunished. It's worth noting that this house had already been plundered by another unit. After massacring the family, the soldiers searched the house for food and found only a few cans of food left. "This house will be used as a garrison starting tomorrow. Report this to headquarters." Understood. The house had 3 children. The mother must have thought her children would starve to death if more food was taken. So, she resisted with a knife against the soldiers who came to requisition food. The remains of the family were left by the roadside. No soldier would expend their energy to bury them in the extreme cold. Thus, for a while, the bodies remained lying in the streets. 3 children's bodies were piled up. The youngest child was about the same height as Settle, around 4 to 5 years old. The body was eventually covered with snow, forming a large bump on the road. Corpses do not decompose in extreme cold. Since microorganisms are inactive, the only change is that the moisture in the skin freezes. I couldn't bear to look at it, so one day I decided to borrow a shovel and bury it myself. On the way back from patrol, I gathered my platoon mates and approached the bodies. "Wow, is that a child? Is this what happens when you die in the snow?" The innocent face of the child, wrapped in snow, had become wrinkled like an old man. His eyes were half open, and he looked as if he was smiling for some reason. He was frozen face down and dead. I've heard that frozen bodies look beautiful, but small wrinkles form because the moisture in the skin freezes. The body was frozen and hard. When I picked up the child, it felt like I was holding a lump of iron. "Ors-chan, calm down. If you're going to cry, go back inside. Your tears will freeze. I'm sorry. When I think about this child being Settle." Okay. Let's head back for now. Ors-chan can't handle this." When I realized that the little boy's smiling expression resembled Settle's, it became too much for me. Overcome with nausea and sorrow, I couldn't continue with the burial. During this time, the Sabatian government forces continued their massacre of civilians throughout the city. The Sabatian soldiers did not kill civilians because they wanted to. Who would want to kill their fellow citizens, the people of their own homeland? However, their comrades might be killed if they ignored civilians who turned against them. There were also orders from General Blake to consider resisting civilians as traitors and execute them as examples, so killing rebellious civilians was the only option. In the spring of that year, as the snow melted on the main street, countless bodies of those shot to death were visible throughout Hosegrad, and the gruesome scenes were recorded by various artists. Most of the bodies lying on the main street had turned pale and were naked, their clothes having been stripped away. Those whose homes had been burned or who had been forced to sleep outdoors stole clothing in order to survive. The clothed bodies were mainly people who had starved to death inside their homes. Some of the bodies were missing limbs, suggesting that they might have resorted to cannibalism within their families. Those who were executed were hung from trees in the streets, and their bodies were displayed for public viewing as a warning to others. They bore signs of severe torture, their final moments marred by evident suffering. The sight resembled a religious painting, Yet it was a real, unimaginably tragic scene that happened in reality. Their homes and food supplies were taken, they were executed if they resisted, and they starved to death if they obeyed. The citizens of Hosegrad that year undoubtedly lived through hell. Chapter 113. It has been about half a month since we arrived in Hosegrad. We were able to advance at a good pace up to the city, but since then, days have passed without any significant progress. There were no tactics or strategies. We simply exchanged lives for distance, and we just kept moving forward bit by bit on the battlefield, where gunfire and artillery fire rang out. Over the past half-month, we have managed to push the front line forward very slowly, occupying just over 60% of Hosegrad. We're heading out today. We will rotate positions with the Rubek platoon on East 3rd Street and take over their duties. Understood. The passageway along the way was blown up yesterday and is now inaccessible. We'll have to take a detour. Since entering the city, the enemy has become increasingly reckless. They have started planting explosives everywhere without any regard for damage to buildings. This way, they can obstruct our advance and potentially cause damage to our troops if buildings collapse. It's a very effective strategy if you don't think about the consequences. Oh, it's so scary. I don't know when the building in front of me will explode and collapse. It's okay. This building will surely not explode. How can you know that? However, we could predict to some extent which buildings might be blown up. The enemy doesn't have an infinite supply of explosives. Considering the damage they would incur after the battle, they won't just set off explosions haphazardly. The places where they set bombs are those that are likely to be highly effective against our attacks. Mr. Gorski, I think they would target that post office for demolition. I think so too. Let's avoid that area. So we began to anticipate where the explosions might occur and maneuver accordingly. We avoided areas that were likely to be blown up, such as narrow paths that could quickly cut us off or places where retreat might be obstructed. This was probably what the enemy had anticipated. Due to this, the movements of the Sabatian government forces were greatly restricted. The more effective routes of advance, those that could outflank the enemy, were more likely to be rigged with explosives. This significantly contributed to the stagnation of the front line. Of course, we weren't just taking it lying down. We had one significant advantage over the enemy. That was the presence of artillery. Fire to the southwest. Flush out the guerrilla units. The enemy's artillery units suffered substantial losses in the recent battle. With their artillery positions occupied, it's likely that almost none of their magic artillerymen remained. On the other hand, our artillery was almost entirely intact. The shortage of magic stones was resolved by looting the enemy's artillery positions. This was the biggest difference in strength between us and the enemy. The government forces could use artillery to forcibly push the front lines forward. Another part of my hometown is burning. How many people do you think died in that barrage? Initially, there was strong resistance to shelling their own hometown, and the policy was not to use artillery fire within the city. Even the high-ranking government officials prohibited its use because of the risk of their own properties being destroyed. But as the enemy began to blow up more and more buildings, we couldn't afford to be concerned about such things anymore. Destroy it. Destroy it. Make it easier for the infantry to advance. If the enemy is going to destroy it anyway, there's nothing we can do about it. We have to drive out the Workers' Council before they destroy any more of the capital. Using this justification, the ban on the usage of artillery was lifted. Then last week, a day-long bombardment of the city followed, leaving most of the houses on the main street, Yoz Street, in ruins. Yoz Street was home to not only private residences but also to shops, hospitals, government offices, and other key facilities for the city. Now, this crucial avenue lay in complete devastation. Hail to our artillery, our mighty firepower. Through the rubble and ruins destroyed by artillery, the infantry advanced slowly, roaring with determination. Under their shoes they trampled the corpses of the former Sabatian citizens. Scatter the rebels. The time to fight is now. Little by little we advanced through Hosegrad, which had been razed to the ground by artillery. We didn't make much progress today either. I wish they'd give up resisting soon. There was no brilliant strategy or tactics involved. It was just a mechanical process of consuming a large number of magic stones and human lives to push the front lines forward. What happens when we run out of magic stones? We'll probably have to resort to good old-fashioned gunfights. The soldiers took turns guarding their positions, watching the city crumble around them. Although we were losing many lives and were glared at by the resentful eyes of the citizens, we continued to achieve small victories. Touri, Sylph is calling for you again. For me. Days went by in this manner, and by the time I could no longer feel anything upon seeing the corpses of citizens, I received a summons from Sylph Nova. She wants you to come to her room alone. Has Sylph finally come up with her next move? This was the same method used previously to convey plans without General Blake finding out. Under the guise of calling out a female friend, Gorski and I are instructed to do something. It seems that Sylph will finally take some kind of action on this stagnant battlefield. I hope this next move of hers can bring an end to all of this. I've had enough of fighting and destroying other people's precious things. I had been longing for that. The fighting here in Hosegrad was far too grueling. The situation had become a living hell. My mind had become so worn down that I felt nothing upon seeing the bodies lying around. Citizens were being made an example of to protect the lives of the soldiers. In the occupied city, there were numerous citizens who attempted to harm the soldiers. There were reports of people not only resisting but also ambushing and killing soldiers. If we responded leniently to all of these incidents, the resistance would have escalated further. Stop. Please stop. We will now proceed with the execution. In order to protect their own lives, they rounded up families of civilians who had resisted and executed them in brutal ways. Burning them with fire, skinning them, tearing their limbs apart, the executions were all gruesome. It was a harsh and cruel method designed to discourage any attempt of resistance. The soldiers carrying out the executions appeared to take pleasure in their work. In the midst of this extreme cold, they found joy in being able to execute the citizens who continually harassed them under the guise of righteousness. After their bestial death cries echoed resounded in the air, the citizens were stripped naked, their limbs torn apart, and hung from trees until they died. The enemy did not simply stand by and take this. Soon, they retaliated against the execution of their citizens. Captured government soldiers were beaten with rods until their bones were pulverized. Their eyes were gouged out before they were returned to their camps. That night, all of them died, their skin turning a sickly color as they vomited uncontrollably. It was likely they had been poisoned or infected with a virus. I'll do back what you do to me. Like a child's playground fight, the abuse rapidly escalated. If you are caught by the enemy, it will be hell. If you are not careful, you will be killed by the civilians. Already strained by the brutal combat in the extreme cold, the soldiers were pushed to their limits. Even though they are all Sabatians, born in the same country, I myself had been hit by stones from local citizens on several occasions. I even got caught in a hidden trap designed for wild dogs buried in the snow and almost lost my leg below the ankle. Facing such relentless malice, my spirit continued to wear thin. Finally, Sylph will put an end to this. So when I received a call from Sylph, I felt joy. To me, Sylph Nova is my most hated enemy. I deeply resent her for killing Rodri and for the fact that her proposed major offensive led to Noel being burned. She can truly be called my sworn enemy. But just this once, I had high expectations of her, so much so that I would do anything to have her use her intelligence to put an end to everything. I was exhausted by the hell that was unfolding every day. Hey, Touri Noel. With that feeling in mind, what I saw when I entered Sylph's room was, Sylph, do you have any clever ideas that could break through the current situation? A girl with a ghastly pallor and tired eyes, looking as if she was on the brink of collapse. She stood there, eyes wide and hair disheveled, in a half-delirious state, resembling a ghost. This was the appearance of the greatest genius in the Sabbath. It's no good, I can't do it. In her voice, there was none of her usual vigor. The weak, sunken-cheeked Sylph shook her own shoulders. Touri, do you have any secret plan that will allow us to eliminate all of our enemies in one blow? Please calm down. I'm not in a position to propose strategies. I don't mind, I give you my permission. Please, just try. Sylph hadn't come up with any new, brilliant plan. It appeared she had called me to consult on strategies. Even if you say that. Naturally, proposing a large-scale military strategy is beyond my capabilities. After all, I have no information about the enemy, and I hadn't even been given details about our own forces. How could I possibly devise a strategy with such limited information? Anything is fine. Just give me an idea. Well, how about splitting the troops and launching a surprise attack from outside Hosegrad? I already considered that. The enemy has set up scouts outside and is on high alert. I was told anything was fine, so I just listed the first things that came to mind. However, I'm not particularly good at proposing strategies. You don't command an army in FPS games. That's more of a task for those adept at historical simulations or similar games. Maybe we could launch a surprise attack using sleds across a frozen river. Sleds need a certain height to gain speed. Besides, the waterways are also being monitored. How about using the collapsed areas from artillery fire as a decoy to lure the enemy into a trap? I tried that 2 days ago. The enemy didn't pursue us when we retreated. They just remain in place. As expected, it seemed that Sylph had already thought of almost any strategy that I could think of. And most of them had already been countered by the enemy. Isn't there something else? Where's are those aggressive and effective tactics you sometimes show, like that of a raging dog? Even so, I'm just a young medic, not a commander. I didn't scout a mere young medic to be my subordinate. Sylph was frantic and crying as she shook me by the shoulders. It was the first time I'd ever seen Sylph looking so haggard. Hey, why are we going around killing civilians? The lives of the soldiers will be at risk if we don't do that. Why are we fighting so desperately? It's to prevent the Workers' Council from taking over the country. The current situation is far worse. Sylph screamed, blood running down her lips. Tears streamed from her expressionless eyes as she continued to cry out. General Blake gives orders without any regard for the lives of the citizens. He orders us to kill the citizens to make an example of them with a blank look on his face. Please calm down, Sylph. I'm supposed to do something about it. But there's nothing I can do. The enemy's commander is too skilled. The difference in experience is too great. All my tactics are being crushed. To put it simply, in warfare during this time, the key was reading and exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Tactics using firearms had not yet been perfected, so there were almost always gaps in formations that could be exploited. Sylph was a commander who excelled at identifying and exploiting enemy weaknesses, and no one could surpass her in this regard. She was also adept at spotting our own weaknesses and was not at all weak in defense. Without a doubt, she was one of the finest staff officers of the time. However, no matter how skilled a commander is in offensive tactics, there is nothing one can do against an enemy without any weaknesses. Commanders like Sylph, who excel in exploiting vulnerabilities, become powerless against an enemy that has no discernible weaknesses. A foe that's impervious to ambushes, won't respond to bait, and only steadfastly defends predetermined positions, a defensive strategy that has no intention of seeking victory and resembles a statue. Why yes. To suppress such a foe in one fell swoop requires an unconventional strategy. Please, think of something. Guerrilla warfare with armed units equipped with firearms was one of the most effective defensive tactics of the time. Not only can they demonstrate considerable defensive capabilities with a small number of people, there were no means to strike them all at once. While it had the drawback of being difficult to supply and prone to gradual attrition in protracted battles, it also meant that there were few strategies capable of overcoming it. Guerrilla tactics are a powerful tactic that has been used in previous generations by small countries to fend off invasions by larger ones. The enemy commander, Truck, who was able to quickly adopt the correct defensive answer during an invasion, was likely very capable. I can't think of anything. The enemy's tactics were incredibly effective, and they were also stubborn. The greatest flaw of these guerrilla tactics is that coordination is difficult. While guerrilla tactics excel at defense, they have the major drawback of being almost impossible to launch organized offensives. So the enemy is just focused on buying time? Yes, foolishly so. Indeed, Truck acted like a turtle, never taking the initiative to attack. The enemy discarded offense and focused entirely on defense with guerrilla tactics. In this era, there was likely no effective countermeasure to this other than a straightforward approach. The defensive strategy of General Truck was so perfect and yet so foolish that it drove Sylph to madness. In that case, how about we wait as well? Are you suggesting we prolong the battle further? Yes. Having actually been involved in combat, I know that it is nearly impossible to wipe out a guerrilla force with some clever tactic. You don't know where the enemy is hiding, and even if you do find out where they are, it will just turn into a firefight. There is no other safety measure than to gradually advance the front line alongside the artillery. Therefore, rather than focusing on attacking, shouldn't we prioritize soothing the citizens in the occupied city and regaining their trust? The stress and despair of the soldiers are greatly influenced by the hostility from the residents of the occupied area. Attacks from the people they are supposed to be protecting are mentally exhausting. To boost the soldiers' morale and to prepare for the post-war period, I propose that we start comforting the citizens now. Magic stones are being transported slowly. Thus, the distance covered by the artillery is also gradual. I thought that if we couldn't attack in one go anyway, we should prioritize protecting the civilians rather than launching an aggressive offensive. Whether that falls within the scope of Sylph's job is aside the point. Yes, that's true. Very much so. My perspective had become too narrow. Even though citizens are being harmed right in front of me, why was I so obsessed with military operations? My father would either be astonished or angry if he heard this. Upon hearing this suggestion, Sylph looked as if she had been liberated from a demon. It seemed she had never thought of such a simple solution. I felt my insides growing heavier as I witnessed the citizens being killed nearly every day. But Sylph, having been holed up in this small room, had likely become rigid in her thinking due to continuously planning military strategies. I'm glad I called you. Sorry, I owe you a favor. If my level of advice is sufficient, feel free to consult with me anytime. I hoped that this would improve the situation even a little. With that thought, I bowed to Sylph, who had begun working on the documents, and was about to leave her room when, "Captain Sylph, something terrible has happened." What happened? So noisy. A tremendous shout echoed from outside the room just as I was about to open the door. And on this day, we would come to understand why General Turk had employed such a foolish and time-consuming strategy. The Workers' Congress has issued a statement. A statement? The messenger exclaimed as he handed Sylph a single flyer. It was an extra edition of a newspaper created by the Workers' Council. The same content has been declared by the Austin government. Austin? That one flyer turned both our fates upside down. The alliance has been formed. On this day, history began to hum with a heavy mechanical sound, bearing its fangs towards the young Sylph. The Austin Empire officially recognizes the provisional government established by the Workers' Council as a state and will provide military and material support. And this also became the turning point where Sylph and I parted ways. Chapter 114. This happened around the same time that a high-ranking Sabatian government official's ceasefire proposal had been rejected by Fogman Jr. The Sabbath's provisional government, the Workers' Congress, also sent emissaries to the Austin's federal government. "We want you to support and assist our revolution." The Workers' Council was originally established with the help of Bern Valou, so they had strong ties with Austin. However, immediately after the revolution, anti-Austin sentiment was still strong among the Sabatian people. Given that Austin was an enemy country during the war, it was detested like a pest. In such a situation, the Workers' Council would have received severe backlash if they openly revealed their connection with Austin. Therefore, they initially concealed their ties with Austin and only maintained a stance of advocating for a ceasefire and peace negotiations. However, Remy and her group were pushed to the brink of defeat due to the overly sharp strategic command of Sylph Nova. The Workers' Council was suffering as much as Sylph was. They were forced into urban warfare, which they had desperately tried to avoid, with no other option but to focus solely on defense. Yet, the situation was becoming increasingly dire, and there seemed to be no chance of victory in sight. The battle conditions were like being slowly strangled with a silken cord. As a desperate measure to break this dire situation, The Workers' Council decided to reveal their previously hidden relationship with Austin. A change in sentiment among the Sabatian citizens also played a part in the formation of this alliance. The people of Hosegrad hated Austin, but their resentment towards the current government was even stronger. Government forces are currently engaged in forceful looting, requisitioning, and executions. Given such tyranny, it was only natural that they would turn to Austin for help. The Austin army is coming. The statement clearly mentioned that military and material support would be provided. This meant that the battle-hardened Austin army would be coming to the Sabbath. Currently, there are no Sabatian forces remaining on the border at the Tar River. They would cross the Tar River and enter the Sabbath with ease. Naturally, this meant the refugee camp at Eastern Command. Settle. The refugee camp at Eastern Command was located along the invasion line to Hosegrad. The Austin army holds a deep grudge against the Sabbath Federation. Having had their homeland cruelly ravaged, their hatred was not something that could be easily erased. Would these soldiers protect the civilians living near the Eastern Command? Or, in their anger, would they be more likely to commit massacres? I stood there, stunned, in utter disbelief. Major Renville, Captain Arya, and Lieutenant Verdi have become my enemies. And that wicked Bern Valu will come to kill me. Just the thought of that made my body freeze. As I was on the verge of collapsing from dizziness, Sylph looked at me expressionlessly. Hey, soldier. Restrain Touri Noel. Yes. Put her in a prisoner's cage. However, do not harm her in any way. She ordered soldiers to arrest me and take me to the prison. Thus, I once again became a prisoner of war. Don't look so pale, Touri. I am from Austin. It's not possible to deploy me as a soldier like before now that Austin has entered the war. So it's only natural that I would be arrested. The issue is whether I might be executed as a spy or not. It'll be a bit of a pain with you gone, but I'll manage. I've made sure the cell is as spacious as possible, so you can get some rest. Sylph Nova, although looking slightly troubled, continued to speak to me in a casual manner as usual. The cage in which I was imprisoned contained a bed, a desk, and other furniture. Although the cell had iron bars, it was a cozy space with a small window from which you could see the sky. This is the police headquarters. Right now, we are using this building as our operations headquarters. Ah. Remember how there was a detention center on the 3rd floor of this police station? Sorry, but you'll have to stay in confinement for a while. Although my status should have been downgraded from a medic to a prisoner, the treatment was an upgrade from sleeping on a mat in a private house to a room with a bed. What kind of magic is at work here? Sylph, what is this about? It's clear that you're not a spy. Do you have any idea how much you have achieved on your own? Oh, well, thank you. However, there's a high chance that those who don't understand this might cause you harm. It's not possible to simply let you go free. Sylph grinned after putting me in the cell. Even though she had just heard about Austin's participation in the war, she didn't seem to be concerned at all. Sylph. About Austin's participation. Oh, that's good news. I feel much more at ease now. Good news. Yes. It's quite relieving when your enemy shows their weakness so clearly. In fact, Sylph even looked pleased upon hearing the report. Why is she so relaxed despite Austin's participation? Think about it. There's no way Austin has the winter combat gear to fight in Sabatian winter. Even if reinforcements really do arrive, it won't be until spring. The fighting will have long been over by then. Ah. Given what she said, it made sense. Austin's winter gear far much inferior compared to the Sabbath's. During last year's winter march, we allowed the Sabatian army to escape due to the difference in winter gear. If this is the situation with Austin's winter, it's unlikely that Austin has the equipment necessary to march into a Sabatian winter. In that case, perhaps. It's probably just a bluff. Besides, Austin is at war with Flamer and Ares. There's no way they have luxury to meddle in our revolution. That seems likely, but perhaps Bern Valu might be able to. I don't know what kind of genius Bern Valu is, but unless he has magic that can double the number of troops, it's impossible. It is highly likely that the alliance statement itself is a bluff. It seems Sylph saw through it immediately. If Austin really did intend to intervene, it would be better to launch a surprise attack rather than issuing a statement. The moment they issue a statement like that, it's like they're admitting that they're on the verge of giving up. Oh, I see. More importantly, we need to stop the barbarity right in front of us. I need to quickly advise General Blake. Sylph said this, giving me a small wink. It was a suitable gesture from a girl of her age. You hang around here. Don't worry, we'll win. Since that day, I spent a while living in prison. Although it was called prison life, it only meant that I couldn't leave the room. I wasn't tortured, and meals were regularly provided. In the cozy room, with nothing else to do, I spent my days dedicated to physical training. It's a much more comfortable life than living in the refugee camp. I wonder how Mr. Gorski is doing. At this point, my main concern is the safety of my comrades. There was no way to check on the well-being of the members of Gorski platoon since I couldn't go outside. Mr. Gorski is strong, but also kind. I worry that he might get severely injured by a surprise attack from the citizens. Since that day, Sylph has not come to see me. She is the lifeline of this army. She doesn't have the luxury to concern herself with someone like me. What will happen to the Sabbath once the battle for Hosegrad is over? Sylph said she would win, so she surely will. However, the city is already in a complete mess. The security situation seems to be terrible, so reconstruction after the war is likely to take time. It would be very dangerous for a government soldier like me to live in the capital, as I am deeply hated by the citizens. Well, there is no need for me to live in Hosegrad. Once peace is restored, I plan to return to Othello village with the retirement funds given to me by Sylph and rebuild Gamuji's house. The place is filled with memories of Sedal and his parents. Othello village is the only place to raise him. There, with the help of Anita, Irigor, and the others, I hope to spend peaceful days with Sedal. Today's meal distribution is late, isn't it? The campaign to capture Hosegrad was marked by extreme cold, the killing of many innocent people, and looting as it pushed forward. I came close to death many times, and saw countless comrades die in front of my eyes. After all these sacrifices, peace will finally return to the Sabbath. Thus came the end of the campaign to capture Hosegrad, which had lasted for several months. The end of the war was actually rather anticlimactic. It all ended while I was still a prisoner of war. In this warm room, without hearing any details of what happened, the sound of gunfire eventually ceased. Let me see if I can get some attention. My time as a prisoner of war lasted less than 2 weeks. Many civilians and soldiers were killed during those 2 weeks. Sylph proposed various protective measures to safeguard the citizens, but they were not very successful. The resentment from the citizens towards the Sabatian government forces was reaching its peak. In the end, the Sabatian government forces continued to abuse civilians. No matter how much they tried to appease the citizens, they showed no signs of being convinced. Citizens that resisted were made examples of. The government forces, including Sylph, were hated by the citizens of Hosegrad like spat-out bile. The door is unlocked. A month had passed since the start of the fighting at Hosegrad. The government forces, having suffered a defeat at the hands of the Workers' Council, withdrew all troops from Hosegrad. They are there. It's the remnants. What? On that day, for some reason, the lock on the prison where I was confined had been left open. Curious, I opened the door to report that it wasn't locked. And the moment I stepped out of the room, countless figures aimed their guns at me. They are wearing military uniforms. They are the enemy. Oh, it's a girl. It doesn't matter, she's an enemy. Shoot her. An alarm bell echoed throughout my mind. I instinctively kicked the floor to get out of the line of fire and tried to tumble into the cell. Don't let her escape, shoot her, kill her. However, the enemies were much quicker to pull their triggers than I was to move. The moment I put strength into my legs, lead bullets rained down like hail and pierced my body. The moment I was shot, I was knocked down by the immense impact and hit my head hard. Unfortunately, one of the bullets seemed to have pierced my right lung. Blood and phlegm welled up from the back of my throat. My chest felt like it was being torn apart, and no matter how much I tried to breathe, it only made me cough in pain. This is bad. If I don't get treatment, I'll suffocate soon. Got her. Not yet. Shoot her in the head. She's still breathing. Hey, is it okay to kill her without checking? She's an enemy. What reason would there be to let her live? I was in a state of extreme confusion. I just found it suspicious that the door was unlocked, so I opened it to report it. I don't remember doing anything that would warrant me being shot on sight. Hey, isn't something off about the interior of this room? What? Doesn't it look like she was being imprisoned? Look, the room is a prison. Ha! My breathing was gradually getting weaker. The lack of oxygen was making me lose consciousness. I can't even concentrate enough to activate my lifeline. Heal. Ah. This must be the end. Is this girl an enemy? Eventually, I couldn't even manage to cough anymore. Quietly, I lost consciousness right there, as if falling into a deep sleep. On that day, the Sebastian government forces were defeated and were forced to withdraw all their troops. The reason for the defeat is unclear. Perhaps General Blake did something again, or maybe Sylph's bold strategy had failed. All that can be said is that the government forces had abandoned all the city areas they had occupied within just half a day and retreated from Hosegrad. Oh, you're awake. After suddenly being shot and sustaining severe injuries, I slowly woke up in a small hospital room, wrapped in bandages and with tubes inserted into every possible orifice. Am I alive? Yeah, that was a close call. However, my body wouldn't move properly. My chest and the limbs that were shot have not yet healed. The healer says it will take about a week to fully recover. Yes, it seems it will take that long. Even speaking was tiresome. Breathing heavily, I placed my hand on my chest with my barely moving right arm. Then, I mustered all of my magical power and used heal. Heal. Oh, come to think of it, you were a medic. I felt the pain in my chest gradually subside. It seemed I had been treated quite carefully. The blood has been drained from the lungs, and they have apparently been reconstructed through surgery. I was probably left lying around in the hospital room like this because I'd heal naturally from here. Since heal is rare, recovery magic is often not used in such cases. But since I could use it myself, I decided to fix myself. Touri, if you want to use heal on your chest, it would be best to do so after removing the chest tube. That's true. I'll go call a healer now. Someone advised me in this manner as I continued to heal my limbs. A chest drain is a tube inserted to drain chest fluid or for air evacuation after a pneumothorax or chest surgery. Since there was a hole in my chest for the tube, it needed to be removed before heal could be used, or the hole would not close properly. Thank you. Oh, sorry for the late introduction. I must have still been in a daze. Blushing with embarrassment, I thanked the person who gave me the advice and looked up. The owner of the voice, with a smile as gentle as the Virgin Mary. I am Remy Uliakov. It's been a while. With eyes full of affection, she spoke to me. My little pacifist medic. At that moment, my blood ran cold. I finally sensed the life-threatening danger that made my entire body stand on end. Chapter 115. I don't intend to speak much about the person that is Remy Uliakov. I've spent so little time with her that I don't really understand what's really going on inside her head. All I can say is that she was the leader of the Workers' Council, the perpetrators of the Sebastian Revolution. She was a mass murderer who acted out of pure goodwill. Why are you here? I was very surprised to see your face. Remy, is that you? Bern Valou, who unabashedly calls himself a villain, firmly evaluated her as follows. Remy Uliakov is a much more evil person than I am, even if she's not aware of it. I'm glad. You've safely returned to your homeland. No, I still don't have a homeland. Remy, but I had forgotten such an important thing. Ignoring the alarm bells ringing in my head, I casually exchanged words with Remy. Not grasping the situation, I was simply happy to know that Remy had returned to the Sabbath. Without understanding why she was here, I will now create my homeland here. With a laugh, Remy Uliakov answered my puzzled face with an enchanting smile. In conclusion, my position at this time was that of a prisoner of war. Having been shot by a soldier of the Workers' Council, I received first aid and was placed in a medical facility. Because I was detained, I was not considered a remnant of the government forces. They probably thought I was a female soldier who was captured while trying to betray the government forces due to my military uniform. It seems they treated me to interrogate me, thinking I might have some important information. However, when Remy Ulyakov came to visit the field hospital, she saw my sleeping face and suddenly remembered me. Oh, my goodness. This girl is my close friend. Lady Remy, please, take this child to my room. It seems that my conversation with Remy had a significant impact on her. Apparently, Remy had taken me to her room and waited for me to wake up. It's good to see you again, my little medic. Thanks. You can just call me Touri. Well then, I'll take you up on that offer. So Touri, why were you imprisoned there? Ah, well, that's... She spoke to me with a cheerful and carefree smile. Her calming demeanor and tone of voice helped me to calm down. It was a mysterious voice that made me want to tell her everything honestly. Oh, this isn't good. Just as I was about to answer Remy's question without thinking. Cough, cough. Oh dear. Are you all right, Touri? I coughed violently and vomited blood. I'll get some water. Please take deep breaths and stay calm. Thank you. Lumps of metallic-tasting phlegm rose up my throat, causing me to vomit several times. Even though I had undergone surgery, I had been shot in the lungs. Trying to talk for long periods will inevitably make me cough. I coughed violently as I reflected on my actions and took the cloth and water from Remy. I would have died if I hadn't started coughing just now. If I had honestly told her that I had been fighting for the government forces, I would have been shot to death. Realizing that I had narrowly escaped death, sweat poured out from every part of my body. I was coerced by the government army's officers into working as a medic. Oh my. I didn't tell her everything. Without telling any strange lies, I just avoided the important parts and told her what had happened up until now. After the decisive Battle of the North, I stayed in Othello village. I was attacked by bandits claiming to be the members of the Workers' Council. I lost the family of my benefactor and ended up raising their only son, Sedel. I was half forced to serve in the military, with Sedel taken as a sort of hostage. And on the day the information that Austin had joined the war spread, I was imprisoned on suspicion of being a spy. That must have been tough. Don't worry, it's okay now, Touri. What would get me killed if I said it? What would be dangerous if found out? I relied on my intuition to discern these things and continued to explain myself to Remy. It was like walking through a minefield, a life or death interrogation. I will guarantee your safety. Please rest assured. Thank you, Remy. I don't know how much of my deception she had noticed at that moment. Maybe she had an inkling but decided to go along with it because I had managed to cover it up well. I'm also worried about the bandits rampaging around the country, Touri. My speeches were distorted and wrongly spread. It is very difficult to correct information once it has spread. After hearing about Othello village being attacked by enemies claiming to be the Workers' Council, Remy showed a genuinely sorrowful expression, shedding tears as she apologized. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, it was a scene as beautiful as a painting. Then Touri, it was I who caused your benefactor to lose his life. That's not true. I'm sorry, Touri. I'm sorry I caused you such pain. Remy apologized repeatedly, her voice trembling. There was no deceit in her words. She genuinely mourned the misfortune that befell Othello village and sincerely apologized. Her earnest attitude struck a chord deep within my heart. The bandits said that it was fine to steal from the wealthy. They killed Gamuji using that as an excuse. That's impossible. People should never take anything from others. Then, what did you mean to convey, Remy? My goal is a world where no one takes anything from anyone. A world of equality and peace, realized by sharing all wealth and having everyone share with each other. This is what makes her dangerous. She possesses an innate charisma that blindly attracts people. Bern Valou once made sure that I would never meet Remy again. While I was drawn to Remy, I always felt a chilling fear that my life would be in danger if I got involved with her. On that day, I understood why. Can such a society really be realized? There's no reason why it can't be done. In fact, it has already been achieved all over the world for a long time. Ha! Her words melted smoothly into the depths of my heart. Enchanted by Remy's unique aura and personality, I found myself believing that everything she said was true. These were the qualities of a conman, unparalleled anywhere in history. The father goes to work, the mother looks after the house, the older brother tills the fields, and the older sister looks after her younger siblings. Ah, yeah. And any assets that the father earns are divided among the family, and everyone gets an equal share. That's something that happens in every family. Remy's speeches make heavy use of analogies. She could easily convey her ideas even to the uneducated masses by relating politics to familiar concepts. I'm just trying to apply to politics what every family does as a matter of course. Ah, yeah. I see. In the new Sabbath, everyone is family. The neighbor is a lover, the person walking down the street is a best friend, and the child playing in the vacant lot is a son. This is the new way of the Sabbath that we are going to realize from now on. There's no way that something like that can be easily achieved. I should have known this well from the history of my previous life. Do you think we cannot achieve what every household can? When you put it that way, I guess. If we love our neighbors and everyone stops fighting, wars will end. We will all become family. That's a wonderful idea, I think. And yet, I was overwhelmed by Remy Ulyakov's charisma and found myself agreeing with her sweet-sounding words. Sylph Nova had once said, "The world the Workers' Council aims to create can only function under the assumption that there are no liars. It's a hellish ideology where anyone who isn't a fanatic will be excluded." However, facing the woman in front of me again, I couldn't help but think, right, isn't it a wonderful idea? Why yes, Touri, I knew you would understand, that it might actually be possible. With Remy Ulyakov, she could turn the entire nation into fanatics and genuinely create an equal and peaceful society. Touri, won't you lend me your strength as well? Let's work together to create a peaceful world. With you by my side, I feel like I can work harder. Remy Ulyakov's eyes sparkled as she grabbed my hand and eagerly leaned in. You were the first person to understand my thoughts. I need you, Touri. That might be nice. Working with Remy to create an ideal society might be enjoyable. It was a very enticing future, fantasy. Quickly take your hands off that ticket to a sinking ship heading straight for hell. Those thoughts quickly vanished thanks to the cold advice from someone within me. I'm sorry. I still have comrades in Austin. Ah, yes, that was the case. This is all that I know about Remy based on my interactions with her. She slips right past your guard as if it's the most natural thing in the world, grabs your heart, and never lets go. In this era, there were many Sabatian people who were so devoted to Remy that they would even sacrifice their lives for her. Young boy soldiers risked their lives to fight against government forces without even a second thought. I had wondered why morale was so high, but talking to Remy directly made it clear. I wanted to have acquaintances who would see the same scenery as I do. I'm sorry, Remy. She is, without a doubt, a woman of supernatural allure. Even just declining her offer caused me considerable emotional distress. I even contemplated seriously joining this terrorist group, the Workers' Council. If I didn't have him inside me, I might have become a terrorist alongside Remy here. May I ask a question of my own? Yes, please go ahead. Did the Sabatian forces, did the government troops that had been holding me captive lose? Yes. They've already retreated. After managing to decline such a devilish invitation, I asked Remy about what had happened to Sylph. It seems they were thrown into utter confusion when they heard that Austin will intervened. What? It was truly fortunate. To be honest, there was no plan to actually have the Austin forces come all the way to Hosegrad. It was just a bluff, but it seems to have been extremely effective. According to what I heard, the government forces, upon learning of Austin's intervention, fell into a state of panic and retreated. This is somewhat perplexing. After all, Sylph Nova had seen through that bluff the moment she heard about Austin's intervention. By now, they must be in a frenzy, digging trenches in fear of the Austin forces that are never going to come. It was a tough battle. Many civilians were sacrificed. However, We miraculously achieved a turnaround victory. Saying this with a relaxed smile, Remy's demeanor only made my head spin with questions. Why on earth did Sylph choose to retreat? We had worked so hard and made so many sacrifices to finally occupy this city. Did they really retreat? Is it possible that they faked their retreat? From what I've heard, it seems they truly have gone back. However, it appears that Sylph has indeed retreated. Could it be that her superior, General Blake, went rogue again? No, from what I've heard, he was a proud, naturally optimistic person. If Sylph had persuaded him, he would have agreed to continue the offensive. So why are things turning out so well for the Workers' Council? It's amazing how in just 1 week they were able to magically turn back the government forces from a position so remote that they were on the brink of defeat. From being on the brink of defeat, the government forces were made to turn back as if by magic. It's as if a genius was working behind the scenes, and we were only being shown the results. Excuse me, Remy. What is it? Who was the commanding officer in charge of this defense battle? What? Sorry, that's confidential information. The reason I asked was partly intuition, partly conviction. I had heard from Sylph that the enemy commander was General Truck. I also knew he is an exceptional commander skilled in defense who had been active on the Western Front. Why are you interested in that? I thought maybe I'd come across a name I knew. But at this time I couldn't help but ask, thinking that a completely different name might come out of Remy's mouth. Captain Bern Valou. Did he have a hand in this? Oh my. The moment I mentioned that man's name, Remy's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Didn't you know? He's already been promoted to major. That was all she told me. Chapter 116. In the end, I wasn't able to get any details from Remy. Although we are old acquaintances, it seems she couldn't tell me things that involve military secrets. The information I received was at a level that even ordinary citizens are aware of. Then, Touri, please wait patiently for peace to come. Remy said this, smiling brightly as she embraced me. Unfortunately, I can't send you back to Austin right now. The land route to the Tar River is still under the control of the government forces. Yes. But don't worry. This time, we will definitely get you back to your homeland. She promised to return me to Austin. It was probably a roundabout way of telling us that they were about to attack the Eastern Command headquarters. Just as you once brought me to this land. I will now repay the kindness you showed me then. Thank you. But someday, I believe the day will come when you too will say that you would like to live in this country. After responding with a vague smile to Remy's words, I quickly left her room, almost as if escaping. After that, I began cooperating with the Workers' Council not as a prisoner, but as a civilian. I was in a delicate position, since I was a former Austin soldier whom the Sebaceans hated and resented. However, the Workers' Council had just announced an alliance with Austin. No matter how much they hated me, no one tried to harm me. There's another body here. There are signs of torture on this one too. How shameless. How can an army that claims to be a government do such things? After the government forces left, the revolutionary forces were very busy securing food, treating the wounded, and re-establishing infrastructure. Magical bombardment had destroyed the waterways, causing the water supply to be cut off in many areas. Manual water transportation began as an emergency measure. Food was also scarce, so hunters went out to hunt bears almost every day. It was my first time seeing a bear being butchered. I would like to perform surgery on this patient. Can anyone help? I'll come in once I've finished treating this person. I was assigned to the hospital as a civilian collaborator and was entrusted with treating the injured. I worked tirelessly as a way of giving back to the people who treated me after I was shot. I feel complicated about being treated by an Orst. I have no qualms about treating Sebaceans. Perhaps due to the Alliance Declaration, there were hardly any patients who directed malice at me, unlike in Othello Village. Though, there weren't any who spoke to me in friendly manner either. Their true feelings were likely, as long as I'm healed, it doesn't matter who does it. Do you feel any pain anywhere? A little bit at the spot you cut. Then I'll give you some more painkillers. It'll hurt tonight. I was able to work tirelessly as a healer for the first time in a while. It reminded me of the days at the Marshdale Field Hospital, staying up all night treating my comrades, facing patients, working desperately day and night. Thanks to that, I became somewhat friendly with the hospital staff, exchanging occasional conversations. "Hey, Touri, there are almost no patients left. Why don't you take a little rest?" "No, it's fine. This is nothing." And so, I continued to work compulsively at the hospital, almost as if I was fleeing from something. Let me briefly talk about the situation in the Sabbath at that time. Having repelled the offensive from Eastern Command, the Workers' Council had risen to become the most powerful faction within the Sabbath. Now that Austin recognized the Workers' Council as the government, Remy Uliakov had become the true ruler of the Sabbath. Remy's near-complete control over the Sabatian military was also significant. Originally, the majority of the country's soldiers were based in Eastern and Southern Commands, located near the border with Austin. So, once she had defeated and subjugated both the Eastern and Southern Command headquarters, there were no more military forces opposing her. In other words, the recent Battle of Hosegrad was in fact the decisive battle for control within the Sabbath. Since the government forces were defeated in that battle, a regime change was achieved. By the way, it seems the strategy for attacking the Southern Command was through an undercover operation. Southern Command was conquered through internal collusion. Remy reportedly met with General Truk, who came to attack, and converted his ideology, leading him to surrender. It seems that meeting her one-on-one was very risky after all. The battle for Hosegrad was a close call even for the Workers' Council. Even Remy reportedly turned pale when the government forces surged into the streets of Hosegrad with tremendous momentum. At one point, they even discussed whether they should commit suicide among the leadership, thinking this is the end. However, with Bernvalu's advice, they managed to make the government forces retreat all at once. At the time, I never found out what kind of scheme was behind that declaration of alliance, or why Sylph was forced to retreat. It was only much later that I learned of the negotiations and maneuvering that had taken place behind the scenes. As a result of this battle, the Eastern Command's forces were almost completely destroyed. The reckless march led to a large number of deserters and stragglers, the poorly planned offensive wasted military strength, and the meaningless retreat broke the soldiers' spirits. Additionally, Sylph, who served as the strategist for the government forces in this battle, lost her prestige almost instantly. Once on the verge of becoming a key figure in the campaign to conquer Austin, her presence was nothing but a hindrance to the new government, which chose a friendly path with Austin. For Remy, who wanted clear-cut villains to take the blame, the commanders of the former government forces were perfect scapegoats. Among them, Sylph's bad reputation was deeply rooted. Most citizens believed the false rumor that the massacres were on her orders. Perhaps Truk's personal grudge, after being thoroughly humiliated by her, played a part as well. The casualties on both sides in this battle were tremendous. According to records, Eastern Command's forces, which numbered 50,000, were reduced to just 10,000 by the time they returned. In fact, more than 80% of the soldiers either dropped out, died, or deserted. In modern warfare, where an army is considered decimated if over 30% of its soldiers are killed or wounded, the severity of these losses is clear. On the other hand, the total number of casualties among the volunteers who fought on the side of the Workers' Congress and the soldiers of Southern Command is said to be 70,000. However, these are only the casualties of soldiers. If we include civilian casualties who were caught up in the fighting, or who died from massacres or starvation, the total number is said to be nearly 200,000. This means that 1 in 5 people in Hosegrad was affected. The ferocity and horror of the battle are clearly evident. Sylph was truly a genius, being able to inflict such damage with a small force of only 50,000. Whether or not this was the ending she desired is another matter. Both sides were in tatters, but the Workers' Council's morale remained high. Even after the government forces retreated, their spirits were high, and they were eager to march out and strike before the enemy could regroup. The government forces wreaked havoc on the city and then left. My father would still be alive if it weren't for them. I won't forgive them. I can't forgive them. Their anger was understandable. Their beloved family members and friends had been harmed. However, knowing Sylph's true intentions, I can't help but feel frustrated. She had just wanted to wake up the citizens who had been deceived by the monster called Remy Ulyakov. In addition, we don't have the supplies to launch an offensive right now. We'll have to wait until spring. To appease such citizens, a high-ranking official, probably General Truck, issued an edict. For now, it seems that it will be peaceful during the winter. To be honest, I wanted to chase after Sylph and reunite with Sedal as soon as possible. However, I seemed to be under suspicion, always being watched by someone. I would probably have been shot if I had gone outside the city alone. I was protected by Remy and her group, but at the same time, I was under surveillance. Don't worry, we will capture the Eastern Command headquarters in the spring offensive. We will protect your friends. That's the response I got when I asked Remy about the residents of Othello village. As long as I believed her words, the Workers' Council seemed to have no intention of harming the citizens of the refugee camp. No, perhaps as the person leading the Sabbath, Remy felt that she couldn't afford to harm the citizens. But, if Remy were to unify the Sabbath, it's not hard to imagine what would happen if the residents of Othello village, who strongly opposed the Workers' Council, rebelled against her policies. My intuition tells me that she is someone who would mercilessly kill others for the sake of her ideals. Take Sedal and escape the country at all costs. With this sense of unease in my heart, I continued to spend busy days at the Sebastian Field Hospital as a simple civilian healer. A large shipment of relief supplies arrived in Hosegrad just as winter was about to end. Large quantities of food, weapons, and ammunition were being transported from Southern Command, a granary area in the southern part of the Sabbath. This meant that the citizens of Hosegrad no longer had to scramble to secure food and allowed them to prepare for the upcoming battle. Mother, I'm off to build a new Sabbath. Please take care of yourself. Young men in the city volunteered to serve in the Revolutionary Army almost entirely of their own volition. Determined never to let the demonic forces of the Sebastian government enter Hosegrad again, they were brimming with resolve. It was heartbreaking to see kids younger than me lining up in simple winter gear while carrying real guns. I shot a child soldier in the previous battle. Without hesitation, I shot a young child, full of hope and with a gun in his hand, right in the chest. Driven by my selfish desire to survive and see Sedal again, I turned someone's beloved child into a lifeless corpse. I believed that a peaceful life with Sedal awaited beyond that. Within the Sabbath, within a foreign land, I would be able to find the peace I had dreamed of. Believing that, I shot the boy soldier. In the end, killing that child meant nothing. After all, the Sebastian government forces lost. Left behind by the retreating Sabbath army, I was left with nothing but the fact that I had committed meaningless mass murder. Remy, if you are going to war, please put me in the medical department. Touri, even if just a little, I hope that my efforts can save even one soldier's life. Oh my! The more I tried to think deeply about the Battle of Hosegrad, the more I felt nauseous and dizzy, as if I might collapse. For someone like me, who had barely ever fired a weapon as a medic, the weight of this fact was overwhelming. If the other person had been a determined soldier prepared to die, perhaps the emotional toll wouldn't have been as severe. But I had meaninglessly killed young, hopeful child soldiers who were filled with hope and had merely been incited to fight. Touri, are you okay? You look terrible. Yes, I have experienced this before. If I'm not working, if I'm not thinking about something else, I feel like I'm going crazy. This gloomy sensation of the world spinning is familiar to me. And I know what to do when it happens. I need to hug someone I can feel safe with and sleep soundly. But Rodri isn't here. Touri, he's no longer here. There is no one in Hosegrad who can help me. Here, I am a straggler left behind. I can't trust anyone here, not Remy, nor the healers around me. I want to see Sedal soon. Touri, please, put me in the military's medical department. So, I pleaded. I made my request to Remy Ulyakov, who was preparing to go to war. Thus, in the following spring, I joined the Revolutionary Army as a volunteer medic. Chapter 117. As the snow gradually melted and the temperature rose enough for puddles to form on the roads, the young soldiers of the militia organized by the Workers' Council, known as the Revolutionary Army, set out for Eastern Command. I joined the ranks of those heading towards the decisive battle as a volunteer medic at the rear of many young soldiers. The Revolutionary Army needed to pass through 2 strongholds to reach Eastern Command. These were Fort Rusovets and Fort Putsu, both of which I had passed through to get to Hosegrad. It was expected that capturing Fort Rusovets would not be difficult. This is because the fortress had already been extensively destroyed. Therefore, the site of the decisive battle was expected to be Fort Putsu. Although this fortress has a long history, it had been renovated to face Austin and could handle modern warfare. Moreover, it was in pristine condition as it had not yet been a battlefield. If the government forces were to confront us, there would be no better place than here. Hey, there's another dead soldier. I'm moved to tears by the government forces' kindness in leaving us signposts. Along the way were many soldiers' bodies lying on the side of the thawing road. They were the remains of soldiers who had perished in the extreme cold and been abandoned. Among them, I found the body of Zaramazov, who had been with me in Gorsky platoon. I secretly made the sign of the cross and offered a silent prayer. Considering the difference in military strength at the time, it was clear that the Revolutionary Army held the advantage. The atrocities the government forces committed in Hosegrad resulted in a flood of volunteers joining the Revolutionary Army during the winter. People of all ages and genders rallied under the banner of Down with the government forces, and their total mobilization reached 100,000. 100,000 is roughly the same number as Austin's entire army during the Western Front. The reason they could mobilize such a large force was not only hatred towards the government forces but also the impactful speeches of the exceptional revolutionary, Remy Ulyakov. There was something about her speech that moved people's hearts. This mobilization was a double-edged sword for the Revolutionary Army. The reason was that with such a large mobilization, there were no more workers left in the capital. If the Revolutionary Army were to be defeated, the Sabbath people would be unable to maintain their daily lives. That would result in the destruction of the Sabbath. It was with this resolve that Remy set out to defeat the Eastern Command. Sure enough, there are no soldiers left at the Fort Rusovets. Of course not. We arrived safely in Fort Rusovets after about a week of walking. As expected, no government troops remained in the fortress. Fort Rusovets has 3 layers of fortifications, requiring a large number of personnel to defend. The current government forces do not have enough troops to maintain Rusovets. Let's move forward, brave comrades. The enemy is right in front of us. The revolutionaries were thrilled by the abandonment of the Fort Rusovets, which they saw as proof of the weakening of the government forces. With high spirits, we headed towards the final fortress, Fort Putsu. We shall forge a new dawn for the Sabbath by our own hands. While watching the younger soldiers sing military songs cheerfully with their comrades' arms around their shoulders, I ignored the illusionary voices of resentment that seemed to come from somewhere and continued to walk unsteadily. I was lost in delusions during this march. Not long ago, I shot a young soldier of the Revolutionary Army believing that peace lay ahead. However, it was the Revolutionary Army that achieved victory. The young soldier I shot had lost his life in vain. I began to fantasize to escape from such a reality. In my fantasy, the Revolutionary Army suffers a great defeat to Sylph at Fort Putsu. Everything until now had gone according to Sylph's plan, and in order to minimize damage, they deliberately abandoned urban warfare and lured the Revolutionary Army to Fort Putsu. An incredible trap was set up at Fort Putsu, and the Revolutionary Army was caught in one fell swoop. It's a great victory for the government forces. The young soldier I killed would be at peace. I could justify that it was not a meaningless death. And then Sylph would protect me, scolding me by saying, "Why didn't you wait in the capital?" Finally, I would go to pick up Settle, Sylph would keep her promise, and I would spend peaceful days with him on the land of the Sabbath. Thinking that far, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I wished to sacrifice the young soldiers currently walking around me. I fantasized of more deaths just to justify the murder I had committed. How terrible a thought is that? It was thinking of a beast, even worse than that of Bern Velu. Wishing for the death of many people just so that my sins can be forgiven. Ha ha, ha. I was disgusted with and despised myself. and in my anger, I slapped myself across the cheek. However, the resentful voices of the young soldiers did not disappear no matter how hard I hit myself. No one is at Fort Putsu either. That can't be. We soon arrived at Fort Putsu, the site of the supposed final battle. It is an ancient, majestic stone fortress overgrown with reeds. Though we had expected that the final battle with the government forces would take place there, it's completely deserted. Fort Putsu was also completely empty contrary to our expectations. Wild birds were flying around busily on the outer walls of the fort, where there was no sign of anyone. It seems that the government forces had abandoned Fort Putsu as well. Could it be that they planned to use the refugees as shields? That's something they might actually do. So does this mean that the government forces are planning to meet us at Eastern Command? The government forces were considering the benefits of fighting a decisive battle at their headquarters. There was a refugee camp near the headquarters. If an artillery battle were to occur near the command, the camp would suffer significant damage. If Remy were to give the order to attack the refugee camp, her position would be greatly undermined. As long as the Revolutionary Army is seen as allies of the citizens, they cannot bombard the Eastern Command. That is why the government forces chose the area near their headquarters as the site of the decisive battle. That's impossible. There's no way Sylph would allow such a plan. Certainly, it might be effective. If Remy Ulyakov, who claims to be an ally of the citizens, were to ignore the refugee camp and bombard it, her reputation would be ruined. However, this result in many civilians becoming victims and the situation would become irreversible. Would Sylph, who cares so much about the citizens, really adopt such a strategy? No, it's absolutely impossible. She would fiercely oppose General Blake and refuse to comply. Even so, if the government forces had adopted such a plan, it would mean that Sylph no longer has any significant influence. Or perhaps she died in the line of duty somewhere. I felt my heartbeat quicken. If we continued marching at this pace, we would arrive at the Eastern Command headquarters in a few days. And the camp where Sedel and Anita live could become a target for the Revolutionary Army. They might die. Sedel, the sweet little boy who adores me, might be killed by the Revolutionary Army. Such a thing cannot be allowed. That child is the last reason I have left to live. Even if it were to cost me my life to protect him, I would not hesitate to do so. Suppressing my rising nausea, I continued to march desperately. I was planning to desert the army at the first opportunity and run to the refugee camp. If I could protect Sedel and escape with him, we could find a safe place to live together. Far away, where the two of us could live in peace. I continued walking unsteadily for 2 weeks. After leaving the capital, the Revolution Army arrived at the Eastern Command headquarters without encountering a single battle. The Revolutionary Army's battle will be over if we can take control of this place. With both the Eastern and Southern commands under her control, Remy would become the ruler of the Sabbath. But what awaited us at the final battleground, Eastern Command, was a leather coat stained with dark, crusted blood, chunks of flesh torn apart by countless growling beasts, an overwhelming number of rotting corpses emitting a foul stench. The Eastern Command headquarters and the refugee camp were in ruins, beyond recognition. Could it have been a case of infighting? What lay before us was nothing but excrement, rubble, and the remains of bodies swarmed by wild birds. There was not a single living soul inside the base of Eastern Command and within the refugee camp. What is this? Hey, where are you going? Corpses. In front of my eyes, there were countless corpses scattered around. There were no such corpses when we set off. So, these must have appeared after we departed from Hosegrad. Camp. Hey, stop that girl. We haven't even secured the area yet. Calm down. Look, the scouts will. Over there. My family is in that camp, Sedel is. With unsteady steps, I started walking towards where the refugee camp used to be. In the camp, there was always a fire burning and smoke rising. The presence of fire signified that people were living there. But now, there's no smoke. There's no fire. This girl is quite strong. This can't be. This can't be happening. Help me hold her down, everyone. There was almost no sign of life in the direction of the refugee camp. They've been looted, haven't they? Could it be they looted their own protected refugees? They're not sane. The refugee camp was filled with bodies that seemed to be citizens. These bodies appeared to have been dead for more than a month. They were probably massacred and abandoned during the winter. I walked towards the trench area allocated to the refugee camp in Othello village in a daze. This was the area with trenches suggested by Irigor. Settle. Settle. I felt faint with every step I took. I was about to crouch down to get under the dug trench. What if Settle's body is down there? I haven't confirmed his death yet. So, I can still hope that he's alive somewhere as long as I don't go down into the trench. I don't want to move forward. I don't want to go down into the trench. Because if I find him there, I have absolutely no confidence that I can remain sane. Is your family down here? He's not there. He's not there. There's no way he could be there. Don't force yourself to look now. It's better to wait until you've calmed down and sorted out your thoughts. As I stood at the entrance of the trench, a medic from the Revolutionary Army held me, and then, half forcibly, "Please let me go. I have to confirm that he's not there. Let's leave it to tomorrow. We won't be allowed to move freely until the scouts have confirmed it's safe." They dragged me, my voice trembling, and took me away from that place. I already had a vague understanding of what had happened. The government forces probably collapsed and lost control, and the soldiers began looting on their own. It's probably not just the refugee camp, but entire villages in the area have been looted as well. The government soldiers fled on their own. And as they fled, they looted the camp's supplies. That's probably what happened here. Dragged forcibly to the rear, I felt like an empty shell. How did things turn out like this? Sylph said so, didn't she? She said there was no need to worry because we had essentially already won. She told me I could live happily in a safe place with Settle. If he died, how likely is it that Settle is still alive? Is it possible that Anita took him and escaped to another village? I have to go and see for myself. I have to check that refugee camp where I lived with Settle for a few months. If Settle died, I must properly mourn him. Saying I'm too nauseous or sick to look is just an excuse. I must search for him myself. If his body is there, I must mourn for him. If his body isn't there, I must find him and hold him. I am Settle's family. With a sigh, I rose to my feet again. Dragging my legs, heavy as lead, I set out to that place. To search for the only family I had left in this world. Around that time, the Revolutionary Army encampment started to become a bit noisy. "Oh, hey. Are you planning on going out again? Let's not do it today. At least wait until the scouts confirm it's safe." The medic who had been concerned about me called out to me. Ignoring the voice, I headed back to the Othello village campsite. I caught sight of a familiar face at the edge of my vision. "So you're asking us for protection?" "Yeah." The soldiers who were supposed to protect us went on a rampage and disappeared. The moment I saw that face, I ran off without hesitation. Completely absorbed, without looking back, straight ahead. The Workers' Council is on the side of the people, right? Yes, of course. However, you will have to endure some inconvenience until you can provide identification. I don't mind as long as I get some food and water. He was a burly young man with one eye missing. I had once fought alongside him. Irigor. What? Is that you, Orst? He was Irigor, a retired soldier from the Sabbath. He and I are from the same hometown. We met in Othello village. Oh, so the refugees aren't mistaken after all. I interjected in the conversation, confirming his identity. He was indeed from Othello village and had lived in the refugee camp. Irigor. I'm glad that you're safe. You're still alive. Yeah, looks like you're still alive too. Breathing heavily, I spoke to Irigor. If he was alive, then maybe Settle was too. About that. So, I tried to ask Irigor questions in rapid succession. Is Settle still alive? Where is he? Look, he's been wanting to see you. He understood what I wanted to say and asked before I could even put it into words. 2chan. Settle. And in the direction he pointed. Settle, who had grown a little taller and was wrapped up in warm winter clothes, clung to Anita with his mouth agape. The movements of the military were suspicious, so I evacuated immediately. As expected, it seemed that the government troops had committed atrocities at the refugee camp. The surviving government soldiers had frantically seized food and ammunition before scattering in all directions. Perhaps the threshold for looting had been lowered after the Battle of Hosegrad. However, it seems that Irigor quickly noticed that the returning government troops were losing control. It was probably because he was a former soldier that he was able to sense that the government forces were not in an ordinary state. So the moment the looting began, he led the Othello villagers out of the refugee camp and sought protection from the Tar River border guard. They didn't come to loot around the Tar River. I see. So the border guards provided protection? The border guards did not refuse requests from citizens seeking protection, because protecting their own citizens was the duty of the soldiers. When they were told that Eastern Command was being attacked by a mysterious enemy, they couldn't turn them away. They sent out scouts and confirmed that large-scale looting was indeed taking place at Eastern Command. They also learned that the main perpetrators of the looting were the defeated government forces, and allowed the Othello villagers to stay at the forward operating base until the situation calmed down. The soldiers near the border no longer have any intention of resisting. If you would, please accept their surrender. Later, upon seeing the Revolutionary Army advancing, the border guards quickly decided to surrender. There were only a few thousand of them in total, and upon hearing that the Workers' Council had mobilized 100,000 troops, they lost their fighting spirit. To mediate the surrender, the civilian villages of Othello were sent as intermediaries to the Revolutionary Army. 2chan, you're late. I waited all winter. I'm sorry, Settle. I made a really cool snowman. I wanted to show it to 2chan. I see. You did a great job, Settle. My voice is hoarse, the back of my eyes are burning, and tears are welling up and won't stop. Settle, the boy I was so worried about, greeted me with such enthusiasm. He came running to me with a smile as he hugged me. Is there any greater happiness in this world? I'm glad. After hearing what happened with the government forces, I had given up hope of your survival. Yes, I think I have good luck after all. I'm really glad. I didn't want to see this child sad. I hugged Settle tightly and continued to cry. I felt a faint warmth in the cold of winter. 2chan, are you crying? Yes. Don't cry, okay? I wanted to feel this happiness as reality. There's a cut on your cheek, 2chan. Does it hurt? Yes, yes. I continued to embrace Settle, who was smiling and gently stroking my face, for as long as I could. Chapter 118. And so, I was finally reunited with Settle. When I met him again after a few months, he seemed full of energy. Life at the forward operating base wasn't too bad. Is that so? Well, it had a roof. A house is quite wonderful. Anita laughed as she told me about her life over the past month. Life under the protection of the border guards was much better than in the refugee camp. They were able to rent one of the warehouses, so the villagers had a small but warm living space. And since it was by the river, they never had to worry about a water source and even enjoyed river fish dishes from time to time. Also, the soldiers over there were scary. Well, it's the front line, after all. I expect there will be some tension. But that actually worked out well. Most importantly, the security there was very good. In fact, several groups, in addition to the Othello village group, had come to the front line seeking protection. When some trouble occurred between these groups, the soldiers intervened, saying, "Don't argue over trivial matters on the front line." For the frequent offenders of assault and theft, they imposed corporal punishment according to military regulations, stating, "You have to follow our rules as long as we're protecting you." Thanks to this, theft and assault were almost completely eliminated. The living environment was better than in the refugee camps where trouble was frequent. Irigor, thank you so much for protecting Settle. Mph, I don't deserve any thanks. I was just protecting my hometown. By the way, in the refugee camp, Irigor and his team kept a close watch to protect the people of Othello village from such troubles. If he hadn't issued the evacuation order, Settle would have died. I really can't thank him enough. There was no sign of the government troops around this area. The 100,000 men who set out in high spirits achieved victory without firing a single shot. Anita, I need to discuss something with you. What's this all of a sudden? Most of the soldiers were to return to Hosegrad. However, the people of Othello village were to continue living in the border guard's forward operating base. It was still expected that there would be frequent raids by remnants of the government army in the surrounding areas. Thus, returning to Othello village seemed destined to lead to looting. It would be safer to stay at the forward operating base until security stabilized. I'm planning on taking Settle back to Austin. Why is that? Because I have a bad feeling about this. With the end of the Sabatian Revolution, the Revolutionary Army's fight is over. But my battle is not over yet. In fact, it was just beginning. If we stay in the Sabbath as it is, things will surely turn terrible. I must protect Settle and the others from Remy Ulyakov, the firebrand of the century. Remy has successfully taken control of the Sabbath. Under her leadership, the Sabbath will undergo reforms as the world's first communist state. If past history is to be believed, and if I trust Sylph's words, a society that shares and redistributes assets should be impossible to establish. The future awaiting the Sabbath is likely to be a repeat of purges and massacres. The Workers' Council ideology cannot sustain a state. There will surely be even worse chaos ahead. And I intend to return to Austin. I have also received a promise from Remy that she will allow me to return. That's why I have to take Settle to Austin. Settle was born and raised in Austin. Although he can speak Sabatian, he is more fluent in Austinian. For his sake, it would be better for him to live in Austin. So, Anita, would you please leave the Sabbath and come with us? Well, I understand what you're saying. So I bowed my head to Anita and asked her to come to Austin with us. Settle is just as fond of Anita as he is of me. If possible, I would like her to come along too. I understand that you don't want to leave Sabbath, but please. I was born in Austin, so it's fine. Then, Anita scratched her cheek with a laugh. I see, if that's the case it would be easier to ask. The problem is, how to live in Austin after moving there. I'm broke right now. The assets I brought from Austin were stolen by thieves. I don't have the courage to move to a foreign country with just myself. Anita looked apologetic as she declined my request. For now, if I go back to Othello, there's a clinic and housing available. There's also work and a place to live. Anita, I'd need a place to live and some living expenses for the time being if I were to defect. Right now, I don't have the guts to go back to Austin. It seemed that Anita was planning to return to Othello village. She likely understood how risky it is to cross a country with nothing but the clothes on your back. Can't you please reconsider? If the Sabbath really becomes hell, of course I would go with you. But that's just a prediction, isn't it? It will probably really become that way. Well, if you put it that way, I might consider it. But it seems like quite a gamble. I don't think she understands how hellish the Sabbath ahead is going to be. That's understandable. The catastrophic history of the past was written precisely because no one understood the dangers of communist ideology. Then, how about this? It would be difficult to get Anita to understand the danger right here. So, I simply bowed my head and said, I will give you all my savings and assets in Austin. Please. I made my plea. I had a decent amount of savings. The reward I received in Marshdale was all deposited into my military account. I had also left nearly a year's worth of salary from the time I was on the Western Front untouched. If I give all of that to Anita, I don't think she'll have to worry about food for a while. I see. Then what about housing? I can manage that too. All that's left now is to find a place to live when we get back to Austin. I actually had a plan for that as well. If I get the help of my guardian, Captain Arya, I believe it will be possible. Yes, I would ask for the help of Arya, who holds immense power in the Austin military. She had promised to take care of housing and other matters as my guardian. Additionally, Arya's father, Major Renville, is one of the highest authorities in the Austin military. Providing a residence for one family should be a simple task for him. So that means, yes, you plan to return to the Austin military? If I were to arrange an appointment with Arya, I would need to return to the military. I am still a medical officer in the Austin military. I'm just returning to where I belong. So you'll be going back to the battlefield? Settle will be sad. Honestly, I don't want to go back at all. Unlike before when the Sebastian border was closed, it is now possible to contact Austin. My status is likely that of a fallen soldier. Since it's now possible to return, I must promptly rejoin the military. It's okay. I'll be working in the medical department in the rear anyway. I see. After the war is over, I will return to you and settle. Could you please lend me your strength for just a little longer? All right. After all, I'm already committed. It would leave a bad taste to abandon Settle now. As a result of my long and earnest pleas, Anita finally agreed to go to Austin. In return, make sure to take care of the money and housing. Yes, I will do my best for Settle as well. I responded firmly to Anita's words. That said, to be honest, finding a place to live in Austin will be quite the challenge. I would need to travel to the front lines to meet her to enlist Arya's help. However, I cannot take Settle or Anita to the front lines. Therefore, the plan is to stay in the capital, Win, and arrange accommodation there until we could secure a residence. The problem was that I didn't know how long I could secure accommodation with just my savings. Moreover, there was no guarantee that I could access my savings in the capital. There was a possibility that my account might be frozen due to being listed as a war casualty. So, honestly, it seemed like it would be a hit-or-miss situation. Hey, Touri, take a look at this. What? I really didn't want to travel to Austin with such an uncertain plan. So, while I was working on various plans for when we reached Austin, unexpectedly, these issues were resolved quickly. They're going to create a Sebastian Special Economic Zone in Austin. Apparently, Austin has started a refugee acceptance policy. Amazingly, the Austin government proposed to the Sabbath that it would accept refugees. This was a godsend for Remy and the others. To come up with a large-scale refugee acceptance plan at such a time. Maybe it's because the population dropped drastically during the war. Ah, I see. It's actually more timely now. After enduring a year of chaos and rampant looting in the Sabbath, refugees were overflowing in various places. However, the provisional government led by Remy lacked the financial resources to support all these refugees. As a result, the starving refugees turned to crime and security became increasingly unstable. Fogman Jr. noticed this and seized this opportunity by announcing the acceptance of refugees as a charitable endeavor. His goal was to quickly restore productivity. For Austin, which had lost many citizens in the war, refugees were desperately needed as labor. Fogman Jr. planned to use them in military factories and food production, and made this proposal to the Sabbath. It looks like they're going to create a village just from the Sebastian immigrants. Keeping them separate from Austinites should reduce conflicts. Indeed. What was clever about Fogman Jr.'s plan was that he grouped the immigrants together rather than scattering them. To the people of Austin, the Sabbath was still a hated enemy. Various troubles would surely arise if they were mixed into ordinary rural areas. Thus, Fogman Jr. chose to isolate the immigrants within a special economic zone. Nevertheless, this special economic zone did become the source of many problems. However, it brought significant benefits to Austin, such as restarting inactive factories and redeveloping devastated lands. Thus, my life in the Sabbath, which lasted for about a year, came to an end. It's already been a year since Rodri died. It really made me realize how quickly time passes. Anita applied for immigration to Austin and managed to secure a ticket. She apparently had to undergo various screenings and sign many documents. I also tried to approach Irigor, but he declined. It seems he loves his hometown and the Sabbath. As for myself, I reported my survival to the Austin military through Remy. If government approval is granted, I will be allowed to cross the river. 3 months passed after that. Eventually, the permit to cross the Tar River was granted only after summer began. It seems that there were many preparations needed for the acceptance of refugees, which is why it took so long. We have been helping repair the Eastern Command headquarters under the command of the Revolutionary Army during these 3 months. The peaceful life I had with Settle and Anita during these 3 months was a time of healing for me. Waking up in the morning to find Settle wrapped up in my bed was truly a dream come true. Before long, my days became peaceful enough that I could no longer hear the cries of resentment from the child soldiers. Life under the Revolutionary Army was genuinely not bad. Unlike the government forces, they were proactive in maintaining public order and provided frequent food rations. It was clear that Remy genuinely wanted to make the Sabbath a better place. There was simply a problem with the method and ideology. And so, in the early summer with the sun beating down, finally, Anita and I were granted permission to enter Austin. Under intense scrutiny, we boarded a ship with many other Sabatian refugees and crossed into Austin territory. "All right, come this way. I'll show you to your new accommodations." The accepted refugees were taken to abandoned villages along the Tar River. The scars of war were still fresh in this rural area, with fields and houses in disrepair. However, the central square was piled high with timber and food supplies. Each person was assigned tasks such as repairing houses, clearing land, or working in factories. We didn't have time to rebuild the houses, but we have transported the supplies. Please repair the houses yourselves. Got it. This year, we won't impose taxes on the refugee village. In return, you must work diligently. Anita was assigned to medical duties and was put in charge of the health of the refugee village. She and Settle were allocated a larger house, which was to be renovated into a clinic. Since rain would be a problem, Anita and I immediately started repairing the house. We couldn't afford to let Settle catch a cold. "Officials, we need more timber and stone. Can we cut some more?" I thought we provided sufficient materials. "What are you going to use them for?" "Well, for Vanya, of course." "What is that?" For some reason, the Sabatian refugees began constructing the Vanya before repairing their homes. The men worked diligently to assemble the wooden structure and build a hearth from stone, completing the Vanya. The puzzled looks from the Austin officials were quite memorable. "Well then, Anita, are you leaving already?" I set off towards the capital the following afternoon after helping with the repair of Anita's house. "I am a soldier. I have comrades waiting for me in the military." "I see. I intend to retire and return once the war with Flamel is over. Until then, this is farewell for a while. The past few months have been very happy times. I was able to enjoy peaceful times with the adorable Settle. Tu-chan. I'll see you again, Settle. I will definitely come back here. But such blissful times must now come to an end. I am a medic in Austin's military. I am someone who heals wounded comrades and saves lives on the battlefield. I cannot continue to indulge in this happiness and abandon the lives that need saving. One last time, give me a hug." "Okay." While embracing the precious child whom I might never see again, I kissed Settle's forehead, which was still damp from his tears. "Please be a good boy and wait. Don't cause any trouble for Anita. Yeah. When I get back, tell me all about your experiences. The happy times, the tough times, everything." After imprinting Settle's tearful face firmly in my memory, I put the small stone he had picked up as a charm into my pocket. "Well then, I'm off." And so, I embarked on my journey to the Austin Army, where my comrades awaited. Chapter 119. The content I am about to discuss includes many stories that I learned after the war. At that time, without knowing anything, I returned to Austin with the help of Remy. What happened to the government forces back then? Why did Sylph choose to make a full retreat after I was captured as a prisoner by the government forces? I will try to explain as much as I understand about it. Regarding the Battle of Hosegrad, it will surely be written in history textbooks like this. The former government forces of the Sabbath misjudged the strength of the Revolutionary Army, invaded Hosegrads without securing logistics, and were utterly defeated. This battle marked the moment when Remy Uliakov seized power and began to advance a new political system by introducing a parliamentary system. This marked the establishment of the world's first communist government. And after that, the Sabbath would follow the path of communist state history as I know it. Remy was an idealist who didn't hesitate to commit murder for her goals, but she was also an unparalleled charismatic figure. If only she had survived, she might have been able to instill communism in the Sabbath with her violent centripetal force. She might have met the conditions to realize the communist state that Sylph talked about, a country made up only of fanatics. However, unfortunately, a few years later, Remy succumbed to illness, her aspirations unfulfilled. And in an attempt to realize her vision of an equal society, the Sabbath would again be thrown into chaos, but that's a story for another time. The mastermind behind the worst year in Sabatian history was one man in Austin's general staff. Major Bern Valou, a cunning and ruthless patriot, and a self-admitted villain. Many sacrifices were made due to his scheming, and as a result, the Sabbath was no longer a threat to Austin. After a year that saw some of the largest massacres in history, it seemed like a satisfactory outcome for Bern. In fact, even this outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Sylph Nova noticed something odd while gradually advancing the front lines in Hosegrad. She had been devising a secret strategy to bring a swift end to the Battle of Hosegrad. Sylph must have had doubts at that time. How could the enemy suddenly become so invulnerable? Sylph had previously been extracting information about the internal situation in Austin from me. I talked about Bern Valou during those conversations. Though, it was only to the extent of he introduced me to members of the anti-government organization in the Sabbath, or he seems very intelligent, but I think is a bad person. At that time, I didn't have much contact with Bern, so there was little I could talk about. However, with just that scant information, Sylph arrived at a certain possibility. That was, could the woman that Bern introduced to Touri be the leader of the Workers' Council? It was a possibility that Austin and the Workers' Council had been connected from the start. Of course, it was only a speculation at that point, so Sylph kept it lightly in mind. But it became a certainty for Sylph the moment the Workers' Council and Austin declared their alliance. As I thought, they really were connected. The clever Sylph realized that Bern Valou was none other than the person who had painted the picture for this revolutionary drama. And it was almost with near certainty. Indeed, it's effective. Even I would do the same. A strategy to support the enemy's anti-government organization to cause internal collapse. It's a magical strategy that doesn't consume any of their own forces, something that any staff officer dreams of at least once. The Sabbath was deceived by Bern. Realizing this, Sylph must have gritted her teeth at the Bern and Austin's general staff. There were several other reasons why she could realize Bern Valous' intervention. First, it was puzzling that the enemy's formation had no gaps the moment it turned into urban warfare. For Sylph, it must have felt like her chess opponent had suddenly changed. There is someone giving advice to the Revolutionary Army. In that case, the only person connected to the Workers' Council who could play war chess on equal footing with Sylph was Bern Valou. The communication equipment of that era was poor, but it was possible to communicate with Austin over a few days. Sylph surmised that Bern had started to remotely command from somewhere along the way. But his intervention is too late. Bern Valou was famous as the worst enemy in Sabbath. He was infamously known as the Devil's Son who broke through the southern front with inhumane tactics. It's no surprise that there were no gaps under Bern's command. But the tide of victory has already turned. Our victory is unshakable no matter what cunning plans he devises now. Sylph did not panic. Even the renowned Bern was too late to intervene. The government forces had already secured the advantage, and Remy was just buying time. As long as Sylph didn't make any major mistakes, the victory of the government forces was almost certain. You underestimated us, Bern Valou. Instead, the capital would surely be reduced to a sea of flames and a staggering number of civilians would become casualties. The government forces will be victorious if they continued fighting like this. However, there was something that didn't quite sit right. If Bern Valou's talents were as rumored, if he was indeed a brilliant commander capable of orchestrating such a flawless formation, then he would not simply stay on the defensive in the current situation. He should be employing some form of risky strategy. There is no chance of victory for the Revolutionary Army as long as the guerrilla warfare continues. They have no future other than to be slowly and cruelly killed over time. If they wanted to turn the tables, They should be launching a surprise attack on the government's weak points. Yet, the Revolutionary Army was hunkering down like a turtle, not aiming for victory. No way. Sylph shook off the thought that flashed through her mind and continued to direct the offensive. Over the course of a week, they gradually pushed the front lines, and the Revolutionary Army began to cry out in despair. Amidst this, the government forces discovered something in a facility that appeared to be an enemy communication outpost they had seized. It was part of a document stored in the burnt-down enemy communication facility. When the contents of the document were reported to Sylph, it was said that her face turned pale. It was a record of communication between Remy Uliakov and officers of the Austin Army. The content discussed which of the targeted government officials to let escape and which to kill. You've got to be kidding me. Competent politicians were to be targeted and killed. Conversely, greedy and foolish politicians were deliberately allowed to escape and be protected by the Workers' Council. This meant that even the current situation, where the government forces were deployed in Hosegrad, was being manipulated by Byrne. And Sylph realized the deeper layers of this plot. She understood Byrne's true objective. No way, it can't be. It must have sent chills down her spine. Could a human really come up with such a thing? No, even if they did, could they actually put it into action? Byrne Valou. You. Up to this point, everything had gone according to this man's expectations. The government forces launching a winter offensive. The Revolutionary Army suffering repeated defeats and being driven into a desperate situation in urban warfare. Yes. While this man was indeed supporting the Workers' Council, it was never his intention to make that revolution succeed. You were losing on purpose, you bastard. He hadn't started advising the government forces partway through. The communication facility contained records of Byrne giving detailed advice, from the defense strategies at Fort Rusovets to the layout of the defensive network in front of Hosegrad. The Revolutionary Army's defensive tactics in Hosegrad were of exceptional quality. They were so precise and meticulous that there wasn't a single flaw. There was no way that a commander capable of such remote control, the same one who used the Tar River for a surprise attack in the Battle of the North, would overlook a strategy involving a surprise attack on sleds across a frozen river. In other words, Byrne deliberately fell into Sylph's trap, luring the government forces into Hosegrad. To kill as many Sabatian citizens as possible. Can you believe it? He painted this hellscape on a canvas all by himself. This was a scheme solely focused on causing harm to the people of the Sabbath. Even if an ordinary person thought of it, they would never actually carry it out. It's a wickedness so severe that one couldn't complain even if they were condemned to eternal damnation. If his goal is genocide, what's his next move? How will he act? Sylph possessed a mind almost equal to Byrne's. Therefore, she could deduce what he was planning from just this information. What does Austin want right now? Land? Resources? No, that's not it. The conclusion of this tragedy drawn by the devil Byrne. The endpoint of the demon's strategy that sent shivers down the spine of the genius Sylph. It was slaves. In this era, defeated nations lost not only their territory but also their people. It was common practice to take the enemy's citizens as slaves from the colonized lands. Austin, suffering from manpower shortages due to continuous wars, would surely want to take Sabatian citizens back as slaves. Byrne Valou was not seeking peace with the Sabbath. Rather, he was fully intent on continuing the war. With the Sabbath's national power now completely weakened, his ultimate goal was to continue the war and win against the Sabbath. That's what will happen if the government forces win. There's no way that sadistic murderer would ever befriend a worn-out Sabbath. He wanted to use the charismatic Remy to divide the Sabbath, weaken its national power to the limit, and then crush it with his own hands. That's why he made Remy declare an alliance, voice her weaknesses, and lure the government forces into an offensive. The Revolutionary Army has been pushed to the point where they have to resort to obvious bluffs. Are you kidding me? Just a little more. Many sacrifices will be made, but the victory of the government forces is certain. Is this man rotten to the core? Go ahead and crush them, brutally. Kill your fellow countrymen. Victory is right before you. How evil does one have to be to carry out such a ridiculous act? The one most swayed by Byrne's wicked manipulation was none other than Sylph herself. I am a complete fool. Having seen through everything and realized her own mistakes, Sylph cried out in agony. The Sabbath was in a position of checkmate like never before. A victory for the government forces would lead to an invasion by Austin and turn the Sabbath into a colony. The Sabbath likely would not have the population or resources left to fight back. But a victory for the Revolutionary Army would result in a hellish regime led by a dreamy-eyed charismatic leader. Many citizens would be crushed by distorted ideals and become sacrifices. Ha, ha! How can this situation be overturned? Sylph thought and pondered. Hosegrad will turn into hell whether they advanced or retreated. And the conclusion she came to was, ha ha ha, ha ha. Austin is indeed coming. We should retreat immediately, General Blake. Retreat. That was the answer. No way. You said the other day that Austin wasn't going to come. I've changed my mind. Sylph requested to speak with General Blake privately, and there she advised retreat. This was the only chance left for the Sabatian government. The Austin soldiers may have obtained winter gear through the Southern Command. From the south? Yes. That route is plausible if the enemy has been connected with Austin from the beginning. I see. Is that so? Yes, trust me. Continuing the urban warfare would only decrease the population of the Sabbath. Therefore, the government forces needed to retreat as soon as possible and preserve their people in the Sabbath. But to retreat based on such an uncertain assumption. Our government forces will be annihilated if Austin arrives. Given the current resentment of the people, losing would result in something worse than death. For your own safety, General, we must retreat. Sylph, however, didn't explain everything to General Blake and instead proposed the retreat under the pretext that Austin is indeed coming. She had given up on the notion that he had the intellect to understand it all. No, I can't do it. To retreat now would dishonor the soldiers who have died. Yet, General Blake did not heed Sylph's advice. After all, they were on the brink of victory. For him, who had been dreaming of the glory that awaited them after victory, there was no way he could accept a suggestion to retreat under the pretense of losing. Then look over there. At the Revolutionary Army's formation. They wouldn't form such a peculiar formation unless they were really expecting Austin to arrive. What are you talking about? Sylph tried to persuade with her eloquence but ultimately couldn't convince General Blake. Look, at the end of 3rd Street. Don't you see that formation? General Blake disliked major policy changes. He couldn't be persuaded to order a full retreat when everything seemed to be going well. Realizing this, Sylph pointed to the enemy troops visible from the police station window. I don't really get it. It looks like a normal formation. Oh, my apologies. What about this is peculiar? You can't see anything, can you? And then, as General Blake carefully peered out the window, I know you're not a bad person. You're just ordinary. She took careful aim and shot him in the back of the head with her pistol. The enemy has launched a surprise attack. General Blake was shot through a window. All units, be on high alert. Thus, the government forces, having lost their commander, were forced to retreat. Continuing this operation will be difficult with the loss of General Blake. Begin the retreat. You understood. At this time, command has been passed on to me, Captain Sylphnova. All personnel, prepare to withdraw. If General Blake is not convinced and the fighting continues, the Sabbath will end. So Sylph made up his mind and decided to assassinate General Blake. Lady Sylph. This is outrageous. Elijah. Examine the body and tell them the cause of death was from being shot by a sniper. I can't believe it. You, commanding. Please, Elijah. She made this request to her trusted friend, Elijah, who came rushing over at the sound of gunfire. Sylph, with a steady gaze. Follow me. That's what she said. What are you planning to do now? We will escape overseas. There, I will maintain the Sabatian federal government. Thus, the government forces were driven into total retreat. The remnants of the government forces gathered by Sylph attempted to escape abroad. Let's propose joining forces with the Flamer Ares alliance. Is that wise? I'm sure they'll be happy to have additional manpower. Besides, they should gladly accept the opportunity to study Sebacean military equipment. And so, she chose to seek protection from the Flamearies coalition, currently engaged in combat with Austin. This was likely the least favorable option for Austin. It's frustrating, but for now I'll leave the Sabbath in the hands of those bandits. That's the only option we have. Lady Sylph. If the people realize that the dreams of that naive woman are mere fantasies, there will be no hope left for the former government forces. We must survive. Remy Ulyakov's politics quickly revealed their flaws. While charismatic, she left practical matters entirely to her comrades. Anticipating this, Sylph voluntarily surrendered the capital to awaken the deceived citizens. What about that Orst medic, Touri? Just open the cell door and leave her. There's no way we can take her along when we head to fight Austin. This was the truth behind the sudden withdrawal of government forces. Sylph Nova had narrowly seen through and avoided Byrne's malice. However, this incident had created an insurmountable rift between Sylph and myself. Touri, it's not true, right? Everything really was just a matter of coincidence. Who was it that forcibly shifted the front line when the government forces were on the verge of defeat at Hosegrad? Who was it that gave advice that prolonged the war when the front line was stalemated in urban warfare? You were here because I saw potential in you, because I scouted you, right? Such swirling doubts churned within Sylph. She left Hosegrad without saying a word to herself. You're not an agent of Byrne Valou, right, Touri? Later, she received a report from intelligence that I had been brought to Remy Ulyakov's private quarters and had been having a friendly discussion with her. I see. To her, I might have been her first friend of the same age. Sylph had approached me frequently under the pretext of chess. That's why, this misunderstanding must have deeply hurt her. But when you think about it, this was our natural relationship. She and I should never have met in the first place. Sylph Nova is my sworn enemy. She is responsible for burning my hometown, triggering Gamuji to defect to the Sabbath, and causing the sacrifices of Rodri and Senior Allen. Everything was caused by her schemes. There was no way we could have been friends. More than anyone else in this world, Sylph is my sworn enemy. Meanwhile, in Austin. I see. That's great. I'll reply to Remy with congratulations and friendly sentiments. On the day when news of Sylph's retreat reached Byrne, he greeted the communications officer with a warm smile and quickly composed a reply with a big grin, praising Remy's great achievement. He also made a promise to Remy to continue to maintain friendship for a long time to come. Indeed, it was a marvelous maneuver. It just happened to go too well, that's all. As long as you're here, Byrne, Austin will be safe for 100 years. The news of Remy's successful revolution was celebrated with great enthusiasm at Austin's General Staff headquarters. They were now in a position to receive support from the Sabbath without worry. Truly, this was an ideal situation from Austin's perspective. What's wrong? Not drinking anymore? Haha, I'm so happy that the alcohol is hitting me quickly. I see. Don't push yourself too hard. You are a treasure to this nation. Byrne, who led the operation, also received acclaim. His superior, Colonel Henri, continued to praise his skill without reservation. As for the great hero of Austin, having achieved such a significant victory, damn it. After returning to his room early from the banquet, he reportedly kicked a chair in frustration. End of Volume 6.